Fulani, who started the bombing of churches in Nigeria? Is it not you people? You are now turning around with the help of the chameleonic Yoruba media to twist the narrative. The same thing I asked the Southeastern governors. Southeastern governors who brought Operation Python Dance. Before you brought it, did you hear of any violent agitation anywhere? Why people fail to ask these questions, I don't understand. You are in a country you claim is the most populous, the biggest. I'm asking you, why is it that the government do not want to condemn the terrorist activities of ISIS in West Africa? Some of you were there writing, our general chief of defense, what's his name again? Atahiru, that idiot. Atahiru, Ibrahim Atahiru. He did very well. He eliminated the Shekau with the help of ISIS. Oh, Nigeria army is now working with ISIS. Now the next question is, what does ISIS stand to gain from Nigerian army? All of you Yoruba journalists, you're there writing junk every blessed day. You cannot reason. You can't reason. Anyway, you're black. How can I expect you to reason in this UG? The same question I asked the governors who are meeting today. Umahi, Ugwani, Obiano, Ipazu, and that time it was Rocha, so Abogabosa. Who brought insecurity into the East? Who brought the army to start killing innocent young people? Simple question. The same question goes to Yoruba journalists tonight, those evil people and Fulani Caliphate. Fulani, let me ask you, who brought insecurity into Nigeria? Fulani, who were the first people to bear arms openly in Nigeria as civilians? Is it not you people? Claiming you're Fulani cattle headsmen with AK-47? Please, somebody should go and get me that video I shot at Amasia very, very many years ago. I think it was 2014 or so. Go and get it and show them. You people were the first to carry AK-47. So Fulani can carry AK-47, but not Eastern Security Network. Protecting the people. I want we black people to engage our brain for once. I know we are idiotic, I know we are animalistic in our disposition, but I want us to reason for once in our lives. Reason, reason, stupid black people, reason for once. Who brought insecurity to Nigeria? The same people that brought insecurity into Nigeria are today lecturing us about insecurity. As a rock, what has been happening in North over these years? Is there anybody left in Zamfara, in Yobe, in Borno? You abandoned all these hotspots of Fulani terrorism. You are interested in the East. He issued a stern warning. Let me tell you something, Fulani, you underestimate us. You don't know that we went to school. I didn't go to school in the zoo, you know. I went to UNN, I went to Soka, and they were talking rubbish every blessed day, and I left the useless place. I went to London to study. You don't know we're educated. You have no bloody idea. Now, let me tell you something, Asorok. That thing you're looking for, you're going to get it. We are going to have another war. Another Nigeria-Biafra war is going to happen. In fact, it started already anyway. But let me tell you something that you don't understand. This war will escalate to the point whereby the world will want to see you. They want you to address the world as to what is happening. That day, that mask you're wearing, I'm talking to Yusuf Abubakar Mohammed from Nigeria Republic wearing Buhari mask. That mask you're wearing will melt on your face during the meeting. Because now the world will summon you you'll be summoned to attend. That your mask will melt on your face. Then the zoo will be in trouble. You don't know there's a method of madness. I told you. Some of you right now cannot go back to your villages. It's been taken over by bandits. You did not see the video of the young man lamenting in Zamfara. You have not done anything. A government that is working with ISIS, Islamic State, is lecturing us about insecurity in the East. You people should come. Come now. You have killed 8 no more here today. Maybe tomorrow next, 16 of you will die. It's simple now. You write your rubbish, you call your lament, you send more soldiers, you bring them, and they will die. You bring more, and they will die. God punish all of you. You want to be clever. Like Southeast governors, they want to be clever. Insecurity. Who brought Operation Python dance? I'm asking them. Who fired the first shot? I'm asking them. Who brought the army to start killing people? I'm asking them. Now the people are saying enough is enough. You are talking insecurity everywhere. Insecurity everywhere. INEC said, it doesn't matter. We conduct election. Come and conduct and let us see. In Anambra in November. I'm laughing in Greek. In Anambra election. You think we are going to beg people, oh, stay at home, don't come out. No. There'll be no election in Anambra in November. Instead, heaven will fall. And there'll be none. Watch and see. Watch and see. That we'll put on video. I ain't got no cinema. We'll put on cinema for you to be watching in November. Come and do election and let us see. Maybe Ethiopians should prepare to stay in office longer, or they should appoint somebody else because there's no election in Anambra State. So you can bring them that hope into a number. People are joking. The same people bombing, killing, raping, and sacking villages are telling me about insecurity. Is it not the same Asorok that said the same Femi additional writing rubbish, telling you either give your land for Ruga or your life will go? Are you not the same people? Are you not the same people? They are now trying to tell us about insecurity because people are fighting back. That's all. You bring your army and police as the advance guard. Right now, as I speak, the Fulani hit squad in Abia State is inside Obinze military barracks. Obinze, they are there. That's where they are camped. Every Fulani attacking every village, both in Yoruba land, they quarter them very close to a Fulani-controlled military barracks. That's what they do. I want Nigeria, our country, we need unity. That's rubbish. No wonder white people are racist towards black people and no other race. Because I have discovered what they found out a long time ago, that black people are foolish. They can't reason very well. Somebody who told you that if he loses elections, the monkeys and baboons will be soaked in blood is now telling us, the idiots that lost elections and they killed youth corpers, 11 of them, Igbo people, is telling me about this security. The person that said an attack against Boko Haram is an attack against the North is telling me about insecurity. The people appointed as the spokespeople, chief negotiator for Boko Haram is telling you about insecurity. And you swallow all this nonsense every day. These black people. This work is a burden that Elohim has given to me. It's a burden. And that's why I'm discharging it. I will take 1 or 2 of your calls before we bring this program to a close. You know the numbers to call, of course, is on WhatsApp. I'll give you a WhatsApp number to call. Some of you know it already, and some will start calling very shortly. The WhatsApp number to call is +44, is a UK number, 7951278705. The lines are open. I'll take a few calls, please, and try to make some sense. I want to take a few calls, please. +44 7951278705. That is on WhatsApp. If you call us, I will take your call. If you call us, I will take your call. Are they calling already? Somebody's calling already. Let's take this call. The caller on the line, can you hear me, please? Your name and where you're calling from. Can you hear me? No, they can't. It says it's connecting. Maybe The network is very poor. The network is very poor. Let's take this one on signal. The caller on the line, can you hear me?
Mazi, good evening, sir.
Good evening to you, please. Your name and where you're calling us from.
My name is Nnamdi, so I'm calling from Hungary.
From Hungary, please go ahead. We're listening.
Sir, Mazi, please, what I have to say that is this. It's all these army barracks in our land. We need to flush them away. All these army barracks. These are terrorists in uniform.
Of course, they are terrorists. Of course, they are terrorists.
They are terrorists. We need to flush them out of Biafra land. This is my contribution, sir.
Thank you very much. And that is why I keep asking people, I keep asking Yoruba journalists, you people supporting Fulani because of Tinubu. All those Boko Haram terrorists recruited into the army, where are they?
Yes.
Where are they? How do we know that the Olopa on the road is a German police officer or a terrorist in uniform? How do we know? How do you distinguish? Nobody can tell. Tomorrow, our Nigeria, we want to vote in 2023. We vote out and we put in the useless set of idiots. Thank you for your call, my dear brother. The caller on the line, can you hear me?
Yeah, good evening, sir. Mazi Nwachineke.
Good evening to you.
No, my name is Ifeanyi, calling from Germany.
Yes, go ahead.
I beg, wait, I want to talk because the way that they kill our people for Biafra land, I know they happy. We are the shed tears. Anytime I see dead body. No, because I just tired. The world need to come rescue.
The world cannot do anything. The world wants you to be killed. The world hates you. You defend yourself. I have told them. Now listen to me very carefully. I have told our young people, you enter the bush. Enter the bush. I told you during NSAS, they did not listen. Good life, watching Champions League, or supporting foreign football clubs have gotten into their brain. Enter into the bush. Ambush every army vehicle you see. There are things you can do. You can put nails on the road. You can cut down trees. You can block them and you kill them off. Why are we all the time lament? We keep lamenting. I'm not interested in that rubbish. I don't want to hear any lamentation. Do something about it. It's called a guerrilla war. Do something about it. Do something about it. The caller on the line, can you hear me? No, let me go and take this other one. The caller on the line, can you hear me, please?
Yes, sir. Good evening, sir. I'm Bobina. It's from here in Pennsylvania, USA.
Pennsylvania, USA. Please speak in English, please. The world is.
That's it. So please stop calling them Hausa-Fulani. There is nothing like Hausa-Fulani as a people. Is that thing, once you are referring to them as Hausa-Fulani, you are helping in the Fulanization agenda. You are making the Fulani resemble, butterfly that you are calling a bird. You'll be very happy and feel larger than life. But when you call him a cockroach, he is. Now he will sit down on his position. That is the reality. The Fulani, what they used to do, any place they go, they make sure that they corrupt the blood lineage. Do you know that what do you call him? Tafawa Balewa, the prime minister, the first premier of Nigeria. He's not even outside. He's from a tribe they called the Gere tribe. I think he was in Bauchi. Although his mother has a blood lineage of Fulani. I think one of the parents of his mother is a Fulani. That is how they do. But he is from Gere tribe. And unfortunately, that tribe now in Bauchi is going extinct. Let me tell you. The Fulani have used the Hausa to absorb them. This is a crime against humanity. People don't know. UNESCO is trying to protect all these things to avoid up to 70 people. Is extinct because they now see themselves as Hausa. It's what the Fulani they have done. But all these people, the worst is that Nigerian journalists, they don't do investigative journalism to find out all these things, what is happening. How can they? There is no Nigerian journalists. What they have is brown envelope. People that they will quote what happened in Lekki, they will start quoting CNN from America that comes from thousands of kilometers. Not we talk, according to CNN, there's a report. Well, you know, they're shame of Nigerians, they shame me, I'm telling you. These are things that people should be doing. Journalists should be inquiring, why are these people going extinct? It's not normal. Just like the Taino people of the Americas, the West Indies. The original people there, they are called the Taino, the original indigenous population. But they are extinct. Do you understand? That is why the Amazonians are being protected in their culture. They are allowed to live in their culture. Even the American the Red Indians, they are protected, allowed to live in their culture. Do you understand? The right of the indigenous people. But in Nigeria, all these things, it doesn't matter. Let me tell you, in a restored Biafra, we will make sure that we go down to earth to protect everybody, every culture, every civilization. As far as it doesn't disturb any other people, or it doesn't trample on the rights of people. What you do in cultures is to, if the bad things, the bad cancers in cultures, you refine, it undergoes refining, mutation, because that is human being for you. After all, 200 years back, people were not flying aeroplane, but changes made people to start flying, discover or invented flying. That is it. That is it. So culture is the same thing. No culture is perfect. Every culture has bad part and good part. So when you do what do you do? You ask. Oh, you both saw the arts when they entered Benin Kingdom. They said, look, we never see this kind of arts before. They secretly stole everything. And today, most of the arts you are seeing, the world arts you are seeing, renowned arts, they copied many things from the Benin Kingdom, the Benin art. You don't know that. But you will never see it in history. No. Because how would they bring credit to Africa? But what they will only tell you there is, yes, it's true that Benin Kingdom was soft. When they met Benin Empire, it was, according to one Englishman, he said it's a stench of death. He called it the stench of death because of human sacrifice. It's very absurd and disgusting. It's true. And some of all these parts, they are practicing all these things, albeit secretly today. That is why when an Oba dies, they have to bury him with heads of human beings, 7 or 8 heads, I don't know. These are things that people should, because human beings, we are changing, we are mutating. The way human beings look in this century, in last 100 or 200 years, it wasn't like that. The looks of human being was not like that. It's true, it's reality. There is always evolution, and we must evolve with time. That is what makes us human being. That is what makes us to be called Homo sapiens, thinking, because that is the brain. You have to shed things that are bad. You can learn it from others, from other culture. Other cultures also will take something good from your culture, but you will not know. You might not know. Japan, they learned many things from the modern Europe during the 16th century when Europe first visited Japan. Do you understand? Japan copied many things like modern weaponry. That time the samurais, they were using sword, bow and arrow. But when they saw the European weapons, they were amazed and they copied it and they replicated it. Do you see? But they didn't jettison their culture, their basic culture. They didn't jettison it. But the saddest part of it is, in our land today, we completely jettison our culture. There is something that what do you call him? Showore. He did last 2 days. Even personally, I love it. I'm telling you. I say if you are going to court today, instead of going to a lawyer, going with a lawyer, you see your native doctor being at your back. I love it. Anyhow, I love it. People will not even mess with you because that is your culture. Personally, I say personally, I love it. You cannot condemn because I must wear a suit. What is if they tell you the origin of suit and tie? You will even say, Lord, must I wear suit or tie or this and that to be called a real human being? Let us always reason like human beings, please. We must continue. Please let us do the right thing by separating these people, because the Hausas, they are also victims of the Fulani onslaught, Fulani terrorism. The Hausas, they are victims today. They understand. All other indigenous population in the north, tribes, every other tribes in the north, they are victims together. But their problem is fear. And Fulani, they are still using their religion and their emirs and their power to intimidate them because they are in their midst. They are lording it over them. These people, they need help. We need to talk to them. We need to deliver them. That is why the essence of our existence as Biafrans, because we are the light. We are the light. That is what you are doing. Let us do the right thing. Today, I'm going to go straight to the topic of my submission. It might look somehow, but let me say the topic of my submission is importance of building coalition or alliance. Listen attentively so that you can understand what I'm saying. Importance of building coalition or alliance. Let me tell you one thing. Building a coalition or alliance involves intelligence, selflessness, and vision. Without all these factors, you cannot be able to build coalition or alliance. It's impossible. You know, as they say, a tree cannot make a forest. That is it. You see, the reason why our leader has been consistent. He never changed the way he speaks. Instead, he adds more essence to the way he speaks. Intelligence and selflessness. It's not like people that will go today, they will speak one thing, tomorrow they will change. Now, the condition changes them. As far as you are on the right track, listen. You must continue. As I said, I'm talking about the importance of building coalition or alliance. This building of coalition or alliance involves intelligence, selflessness, and vision. Because a tree cannot form a forest. Let me tell you this story. During the Second World War, Hitler, Germany, they decimated the whole of Europe. They conquered France. Even, I think, 1941, they overran France, I think 40 or 41. The war started 39. Within small time, they overran France like. It was only Britain standing. United Kingdom. And do you know why? It is not because Hitler cannot or couldn't have taken Britain. No, it was not like that. But Hitler made a very strategic mistake. Sorry, I'm building something so that you understand from scratch. You know, Hitler thought that Britain was, anyway, leave these people, just bombard them and leave them. They are Anytime we don't want to, we take them. France was gone. France, Charles de Gaulle ran away from France. He established, I think, first of all, he went to Algeria, and later I think he was in England also, running government from exile. Hitler, instead of running over, let me tell you, once you're on the wrong side, you must make mistake. That demon that is pushing you must push you into mistake. That is exactly what the Fulani are doing. When you make mistake, Hitler made a very strategic mistake. Go and study the Second World War. He would have immediately overrun what do you call United Kingdom, because that time even Winston Churchill was panicking. He was panicking that any time the Nazis, they can invade, and that is it. He is ready to run. But do you know what? Hitler made a very strategic but fatal error he committed by not taking England. By concentrating, now he felt that he is all and all, or he was all and all. He started facing the East, the Soviet Union. That is where of which even Joseph Stalin didn't believe that Hitler will betray their accord and attack him, because two of them are almost the same thing, the same character. People that have ambitions of conquering the world. So before the war, they signed a non-aggression pact. Hitler signed with Stalin that they will under no circumstances must they attack each other. No. And they were psychopaths. So Stalin trusted. Even when Stalin received intelligence that that Hitler is planning to attack Soviet Union, Stalin even he cautioned the intelligence and threw it into the dustbin. And he said, no, it can different intelligence. He said no, he will take once he take England, now he will be ruling Western Europe. He will be in Eastern Europe ruling. So two psychopaths. That was the very strategic error of the Second World War, and that is what cost Hitler the war. And that is the plan, the deliverance from God. Otherwise, had it been immediately, he bombarded London. He bombarded England like anything, without even resistance. Much more resistance anyway. Had it been that time, he would have taken England. But the way God would have had it, because he knows that Hitler is evil, he made that strategic mistake by now leaving England and concentrating in the north, the Soviet Union or East. And then he said, okay, it gave Winston Churchill the necessary air to breathe in, now to start continue his counter-offensive and counter plans. And one of those plans, the major plans of Winston Churchill, that was the Prime Minister of Britain as of that time, was to form a coalition with Franklin D. Roosevelt, that was the President of the United States as of that time, into joining the war, because America were neutral. They were neutral. They say it doesn't concern them. After all, this is old Europe. Listen, I'm building a background for you to understand my topic, please. Let me read this. One of the methods Britain, you respect them. They are highly intelligent. They contribute, no matter how yap them, disdain them, do anything. But let me tell you, Britain contributed a lot in the advancement of humanity. I'm telling you honestly. Forget about their government. They contributed immensely to the advancement of humanity. This agricultural and the industrial revolution, it started in England. Many discoveries, many things in England that is helping humanity. So that is why when I look at them, I say, anyway, that is the truth. They are very intelligent. Do you know that Britain you are seeing today, although it's not absurd anyway, because after all they colonized USA, that is the world power today. The only thing is that Britain is treading the path of destruction by supporting evil against the children of light, and it's totally unacceptable. Do you know British M16, that is the foreign intelligence? You know, M15, M15 is the local, just like FBI. But the M16 is for foreign intelligence. You know, M16 as that name was formed since 1912. But it has the Secret Service of Britain has been in existence since 1569, formed by one man called Sir Francis Walsingham. Do you know when CIA you are hearing today as if it started from time? No. CIA was just formed 1947 yesterday. 1947. Although it was proceeded before, it was called the Coordinator of Information, COI, which was formed also 1941. 1941 during the Second World War. When you hear CIA, this and that, CIA is just not long time. The main old guy is M15. These are the main old guy. Britain. Since 16th century, they have been there, but with different names. M15 is the First World War, 1912. Prior to the First World War, it was changed into M16. And even it might be funny, but it's truth. Britain helped even to train the first CIAs. They helped them to train them, but today they are on top. That is why it is not who started race first. Do you see how life is? People will say, no, Biafra, how can you do the way? No, you come, you will fail this and that. I say, it is not who started first. Just don't worry. Don't worry. Don't worry. It is the people, the eagerness, the love of your country makes you build a model, a country model. In Nigeria, everybody hates Nigeria. I'm telling you honestly, both even Fulani, they are just using that name Nigeria in order to make sure to colonize to enslave everybody. But that name, no person loves Nigeria. Nobody. Forget about even all these politicians. Oh, God bless Nigeria. God bless Nigeria. Where? Because they are stealing from it. That is the only thing. Their oil wells, that is the blessing. God is blessing them. That is why You see them playing lip service. With a genuine love of your country, you build a vibrant, advanced country, advanced civilization. With a genuine love. If you love, let me tell you, if you love your country, no person can even give you, no matter what, if he give you the whole world to say your country, you say no. No. Do you see the Fulani? They will give you the whole excuse in this world. Oh, the northern borders are porous. Oh, this and that. We cannot control. But they can control, they can effect the blockade. They can effect the blockade of food from Middle Belt even. Not from North. But they cannot control other borders. Do you see that? And they effected the complete blockade of Biafra. Air, land and sea. 1960s. When there was no too much modern technology like now. But today, once it comes to Fulani, and they say, no, we cannot control. Hey, the border is porous. We have to apply for ECOWAS protocol to be reviewed. They continue wasting time, buying time. As far as they are buying time, their people are coming for their agenda to be in progress. And the stupid Nigerians, very foolish, docile set of people are believing. Our leader, I understand him, I feel him. The frustrations he used to have when he's on air is the same thing I have. About the foolishness, the stupidity of the people that call themselves Nigerians. How this Fulani, they have been manipulating everybody. Koro your eyes and you are watching it, you are laughing. You are watching it and you can't do nothing. You feel that you can't do nothing. Bala Muhammad of Bauchi State told you that, look, we are using Nigeria resources to bring Fulani from every part of Africa to be here in Nigeria. Nothing you can do about it because we are all Fulani. Nothing. We are not. Nigeria doesn't matter to us. He say it koro on national television. People are still there watching. You see people now Nigeria is. What kind of people are these? It's even those people that call themselves intellectuals that are defending, now paraphrasing him, defending him. No, it didn't mean that. What it means is, the parallelism of that they swallow you, and you are even, they give you money, you start defending them. You are enemies to destroy yourself. How can you look at these people? They say, sometimes I say, are these people really real human beings? That's why I call them primitive Neanderthals, honestly. It doesn't matter. You are nothing in my presence, even if you have 100 PhD. You are nothing. As far as you come, start defending the indefensible. Nigeria, I say you are nothing. I don't care who you are. I simply look at you as a very stupid Neanderthal. You are there. Somebody is telling you that, look, we are bringing our people, our tribe from every Africa, installing in your ancestral land. Tomorrow you say so, they are killing us, Fulani herdsmen, they are in our land. But they are saying it, and we are calling for you to do something you don't want to do something. You say you are calling us, no, these are prescribed by POB, and no, these are rumor mongers. But they are telling you something koro in your lifetime, and you are doing nothing about it. You are more than stupid, because stupidity is not the right word. I don't know any word that is worse. I'm telling you. So let me go back to what I was saying. Britain fearing the onslaught of Germany during the Second World War, when France was down, they started campaigning for America to join them. Because before that, listen, during that time, America had no too much close affinity with Britain. According to statistics that time in 1940, 7% of Americans thought the US should declare war on Germany. Only 7%. Do you understand? Do you know why? Because as of that time, Americans were seeing Britain. American generally did not see Britain as some close, beloved ally at the start of the Second World War. Do you understand? They said Britain was instead one of the major economic rivals to the United States. In addition, the colonialist British Empire, which America had proudly detached itself from, was hugely unpopular and understandably so. Before World War II, Americans were seeing Britain even as bully. These people that they hew us down. So they don't want anything to do with, even had it been Germany ran Britain over. Maybe Americans would have loved it and say, it's good for you people. You people that like to enslave others. Be enslaved. But Winston Churchill tried to break that bond. That is why in international politics, there is no permanent friend, no permanent enemy, but permanent interest. There are ways our people understand the politics. Politics is not a bad thing, because without politics you cannot exist as human beings, even or modern human beings. Nigerian politics is not politics, it's criminality. So people don't judge politics with Nigeria politics. Do you understand? Wherever it involves management or management of people, let me call it like that, politics is always involved. That is it. So what am I trying to say? Look at even South Africa. Who was the arch enemy? Who was the arch enemy of ANC? Is it not Britain? But today, Britain and South Africa, they are now like heavy parties. That is international politics. We are fighting. Britain is holding us hostage using the Fulani Caliphate. But let me tell you, tomorrow, once we have our nation, things will change. Our business with Britain will be win-win situation, equal, a win-win. That is how it is. That is why they say there is no permanent friend, no permanent enemy, but permanent interest. When it is our interest to fight Britain, we fight them. When it is our interest to be friend with them, we become. That is how it is in life. Now it is our interest to fight them, to take our freedom by force from their hand. America was having that animosity until the Second World War. Do you know that? America was having that animosity. Americans, they saw Britain as bully, as a people that held them hostage. Do you understand? Do you know that Eritrea and Ethiopia, before they were, during the fight, Eritrea war with Ethiopia for independence, do you know those long years, they were enemies. They see themselves, Eritreans and Ethiopia, they see themselves as mortal enemies. But the other time I was listening to one channel, that one reporter was in the midst of Ethiopians and Eritreans. They were happy together. Now the Eritreans are independent. They say, we are good, one people. Independent Eritrea and independent Ethiopia, we are one people. Very happy together. That is how it should be. Now they'll be treated equal. No person is lording it over another. That is why I don't understand. Sometimes I don't understand the issue with our Oduduwa brothers. A very independent Oduduwa with independent Biafra will be heavy, high, good friends that will be healthy competition. Things will be working. The current will be flowing. But once we are together and one is lording it over against another, there will be that friction and animosity. Do you see the difference? It's logical. Do you understand? It's logical. We are in one place and one person is lording it over. It's better we separate and be independent. Now, this person, you control your thing, I control my thing. If I want to borrow something, I come to you, you borrow me, say, give me, or if I want to ask, even, give me, please, I don't have. You can gratefully give me with respect as a human being, as equal, vice versa. Instead of, if we are together, if I want to drink water, you give me the amount you want me. Maybe I can drink 1 liter of water at a time. You give me 1/4 of a liter. Say, I tell you, but I want to drink 1 liter. You slap me. Say, come on, it's me in charge. So take it. Because we are living in the same house. But once we separate and you are living in your apartment, I'm living in mine. Everybody have control his own thing. I can come and cry to you, say, please, my brother, you know what? I don't even have something to cook today. Can you give me just 1 kilo of rice? You said, my brother, take 2 kilos there, no problem. Don't, just feel free. My house and your house is the same. You know that it's talking. My house and your house. And my house is your house. You know it's talk. It's political talk. Statement. I cannot come into your house and behave anyhow. It's with respect. The same thing to you. You cannot come into my house and behave anyhow. It's the same respect. But if we are together, we'll be vying for supremacy. Did you understand that? I might want today. I might want to eat beans. I want to cook beans. You say no. I am giving order. Cook for me rice. It's what you are going to eat. Do you see the difference between when people live together and when people are separated? They become even more close friends than when they were together. Because inside the house you'll be vying for supremacy and killing yourself. So that is it. Before the war, the Second World War, public opinion in America, they saw Britain as a force, bullying force. That they were British Empire, which they removed themselves from by God's grace. They fought them, so these people let them go die. But do you know what? For America to enter into the fray, into the fight during the Second World War, Winston Churchill have to use every effort he has as a country, as an intelligent people, in order to force America to enter into that fray. Because they know that if America enters, it is to their advantage. I don't know whether you understand what I'm saying. That is why I'm talking about the importance of building coalition. The importance of building coalition or alliance. So, do you know what Britain did that time? Britain tried to lure USA into the fight through many ways, but principally using fake news and misinformation to influence the US public opinion. The first thing they want to do is to use different channels, including fake news and misinformation, to influence the US public. They targeted the US public because they know America is a Republican country. Power belongs to the people. You cannot just go direct to the US president. No. You influence public opinion. Do you know that the agitation for the restoration of Biafra? Do you know that if American public if most American public know about it and start talking, both white and black, start talking about Biafra, do you know that it will force the legislators and their politicians to act? Do you know that? That is an issue for another day anyway. So, the British, they use, among other things, fake news and misinformation. And do you know what they did? They formulated a story, M16, that is intelligence. You know, our leader said that Biafra's intelligence will be only comparable to Mossad. That is how it is. Because Mossad is, if not the best intelligence organization in the world. Not CIA. People think it's CIA. It's Mossad. Mossad have helped CIA in many uncountable things you might not know. It's Mossad. The best in the world is Mossad. It's not even CIA. Sometimes something will be difficult for CIA. They will call Mossad, because there is nothing, in Mossad, let me tell you, there is nothing like impossible. That word impossible doesn't exist in the Mossad dictionary. I'm telling you before God and man. There was one time when, during the, what do you call it? The 1966, 67, 68, the time America was fighting a war in Vietnam, the Vietnam War. Russia used their MiG fighter jet. There was one particular MiG that time that was above America's technology. So the Russians controlled the air. They said, no, this thing cannot be. They fought that MiG, that particular model of MiG, as of that time, 1967, 68. It was the best in the world. People don't know that before, the Soviet Union was ruling in terms of technology.
Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is the only incorruptible leader of the indigenous people of Biafra. He is the director of Radio Biafra and her television, the commander of the armies of Biafra and the greatest man living on this planet Earth. And this broadcast is coming to you from me, a servant of the Most High, a servant of the indigenous people of Biafra, the firstborn of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, and a proud disciple of our leader in the person of Nwachineke. Once again, I say good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, great Biafrans, friends of Biafrans, even the enemies of Biafrans, we are highly welcome. As we press on for the disintegration of this British demonic abominable contraption called Zoological Republic of Nigeria, and for the restoration of the kingdom of God here on earth, which is Biafra. Our land is longitude 0, latitude 0. Don't let the white man deceive you. They don't want to put the GPRS at the right place in order not to mention your name. That is why they will continue to shift their clock. In a planet Earth of 24 hours of a day, they will make it sometimes you have 25 hours on that 24 hours of a day. It's just because they don't want your name to be mentioned at all. These are the things you need to understand. But if they would take the GPRS now and put it in the capital city of Biafra, in Enugu, and the whole world will be hearing it. When you talk of GMT time, you talk of Enugu, Biafra. Every clock will be the same at all time. But because they don't want it, they will make it GMT London, GMT this side. Places that are out of the compass, out of the location. That is the area they will put it, because they don't want you to be known. So we have known all those things, and nobody will do it for us. It is us. And that is why every day here we remind you that our land, Biafra, is longitude 0, latitude 0. That is why it is the Garden of Eden. That is why it's the beginning of every beginnings. You may not believe, because the faculty to calculate all these things and agree, you don't have it. Until you develop it, then you can be able to process it, and it will be making sense to you. Apart from that, no way. But we will continue to let you know that our land is longitude 0, latitude 0, and we are the original children of God. We are the people of book, and that is why the enemy don't like us. They hate us. They may give you white teeth in conference, in workshop, in occasions. No, sir, they hate you. They know your bloodline. They know that through you, the table will be turned as days approaches. Through you, the table will be turned. The last will become the first, and the first will become the last. So they don't want it. So they will continue to hide. But one thing I always try to let us know is this. As long as something is in prophecy, don't worry, it will come to fulfillment. Unless it's not in prophecy, then any other thing you are doing is just a waste. Example, Japanese expansion was not in prophecy. That is why everything Japanese did, the first people to bomb America, they defeated China, they defeated Russia. Out of 38 submarines, they used their torpedo to blow 35. 3 went back. Everything at the end of the day, they were crushed because it's not prophecy. And there is no hope of rising. Our own is in prophecy. Yes, we were defeated 67-70, but you see us waxing up again. As long as something is in prophecy, don't worry. And on that note, I would like you to bow down your head and let us commit our proceedings into the hands of Jehovah Elohim Chukwu Kabiama Ekekerowa. The righteous King of glory, ancient of ancients, Chukwu Okikabiama Ekekerowa. Father, we give you praise, we worship you, we adore you, we glorify your name. Be thou exalted, immortal Redeemer. Take glory, Almighty God. Take glory, Jehovah Ninsi. Take glory, Jehovah Jireh. Blessed be your holy name, O Lord. Father, we thank you for this wonderful day. We thank you for everything you have done for us, O Lord. We thank you, Lord God Jehovah, even as the month of March is coming to an end according to Gregorian calendar. We bless your holy name. Even as we are into the new month, we give you praise. Even as the week is coming to an end, we bless your holy name, O Lord. Father, we thank you for the life you have given to us. We worship you, we adore thee. Ancient of ancient, we return all glory, honor, adoration, and adulation unto you. We thank you for the life, we thank you for everything, because it's not of him that willeth, of him that runneth, but of you, Jehovah Elohim, Chukwu Kabiama, that showeth mercy upon every man. We thank thee, we adore thee. We bless your holy name. We say, hallowed be thy name, O Lord. We ask you, Abba Father, to arise in the midst of your people, O Lord. Arise in the midst of your people and accept every praises, every glory, honor, adoration, and adulation unto your holy name, Jehovah Ninsi. Because you alone is God. Beside it, there is no any other God. And that is why we, your children, at this present time, Father, we will never bow down to stone, to wood, to idol. We will never worship anything at all if not you. Neither shall we give your praise to demon, nor shall we worship demon in the modern and ancient way. Only you, Chukwu Gabiama, shall we give praise. We say, hallowed be thy name. Blessed be your holy name, O Lord God Jehovah. Therefore, arise in the midst of your people and accept every praises to the glory of your name. Lord God Jehovah, When you arise, O Lord God, the kingdom of darkness shaken, the kingdom of darkness quickened, O Lord God Jehovah, agent of agent, as you arise, O Lord, as you take your glory, let your people be blessed, O Lord, Jehovah Ninsi. As the week comes to an end, as the month comes to an end, O Lord, let the problem of your people end with this month, Lord. Let it end with this calendar. Let it end with this week to the glory of your name. Let every shame, every reproach, every affliction that the enemy has afflicted your people all this while, O Lord God Jehovah, let it be rolled away. Let it come to an end to the glory of your name, that your name will be praised. And Father Jehovah, that from generation to generation, from year to year, from month to month, week to week, day to day, our mouth will continue to praise you in the secret and in the open to the glory of your name. Blessed Redeemer, Abba Father, we worship you, we adore thee. You are the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. You are the God of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. We praise you. We glorify your name. We lift your name high above every other name. We say, hallowed be thy name, O Lord, Abba Father. We lift your servant, our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, at this moment, O Lord. We continue to pray, immortal Redeemer, that indeed you that is worthy of all praise, you that is mighty, you that is excellent, you that is Jehovah Elohim, Abba Father, you do that which you have promised to Lord, which you have promised to Lord, that you will not let your servant, to Lord God Jehovah, to stay in the grave. You will not let his body to be decayed. You will not let his bone to be broken. Father, we are praying, O Lord, that the fulfillment will be now, Lord, that nothing will harm your servant, Abba Father Jehovah, that you will strengthen him even in solitary confinement, that every affliction, projection that I've sent to him, O Lord, Jehovah Ninsi, it will be bouncing back in the life of those that are afflicting him, to the glory of your name, O Lord. Jehovah Ebenezer, you will bring him out, O Lord, immortal Redeemer, Abba Father, and Biafra will be restored. Father, you will cause confusion in the camp of Nigeria. You will turn the sword of the echelons against the echelons. They will be fighting themselves, O Lord. You will make them to be stupid, O Lord. Jehovah Ninsi, this is how you walk, O Lord. You will turn their heart against their heart, because you promise us in the scripture. You said the heart of the king is in your hand. Like the rivers of the water, you direct it where it goes. In other words, every man, whoever, president, whoever, Father, their mind, their heart is in your heart, in your hand. You will turn their mind against themselves, O Lord. As you stated it in Isaiah 19:2, O Lord, that you turn the sword of the Egyptians against the Egyptians. Father, you will turn their mind against themselves. Your servant will be free. Biafra will be restored to the glory of your name. Blessed Redeemer, will give you praise. Abba Father, we worship you. We adore thee. We thank you for everything, O Lord. As we live the Eastern Security Network, we continue to pray for our brothers and sisters, O Lord God Jehovah, who have vowed to defend the land, to defend our mothers, our wives, our daughters, our children, to defend our farmland, ancient of ancient. We commit them into the hand, O Lord, Jehovah Ninsi. Father, no matter how little we are, no matter how insufficient we have, ancient of ancient, you are the God of multiple. You are the God that maketh impossible to be possible. You are that God that maketh the increase, O Lord, Jehovah Jireh. You are that God that used just only a stone and destroy a giant that have been tormenting Israel. Abba Father Jehovah, we prepare, we believe in you. We prepare, we believe in you. We prepare, we believe in you, ancient of ancient, that this time, O Lord, you, O Lord God Jehovah, will empower the ESN. You will use them immensely. We will bring down every enemies of the children of God, far and near, internal and external, and they will secure the sacred land of Biafra. Father, they will not lack anything, O Lord. Father, they will not lose in any engagement. Father, they will not fall, O Lord, to the glory of your name. Agent of ancient, we live the DOS. We continue to pray day and night, O Lord. Father, Lord God Jehovah, we, your children, are very stubborn, O Lord. Father, you know how stubborn we are. We pray that you will pour your wisdom upon them to be able to guide us, to be able to lead us, O Lord. Your wisdom, your knowledge, your understanding, your patience, O Lord God Jehovah, your endurance upon them, your act of tolerance, your mercy, Put it in them, O Lord, as your children continue to misbehave. Father, strengthen the DOS to be able to move on. Give them the wisdom you pour upon Solomon, Abba Father, that indeed they will do. With little, they will achieve more results to the glory of your name. Agent of Asian, Chuku Okike Abiama, Ekekerowa, my Lord and my God, we'll lift IPOB all over the world. We pray for one another. We intercede left and right, O Lord, up and down, east, west, north and south, wherever your people are. Father, we pray. Chuku Okike Abiama, Ekekerowa, Chuku Binigwe. There is none like thee. You are that God. You for Sharafancha. You see everything. We ask you, Lord God Jehovah, locate your people in nook and cranny of this planet Earth, wherever we scatter, suffering, crying, shedding tears, oh Lord, no one to help. Heavenly Father, let your eye to locate each and every one of us, most especially those who are honestly working assiduously for Biafra to come. Jehovah Ninsi, may shame never befall us. May shame never befall us, O Lord. I ask you, O Lord, intercede wherever they are. Can the momagina bare as your angel hovers over the planet Earth, O Lord? Let them visit all IPOP working assiduously wherever they are. Father, visit them, O Lord, with blessing. Visit them, O Lord God Jehovah, with increase, with upliftment, O Lord, with encouragement, with healing, with rescue, Jehovah Jireh, that they will know that indeed you are that God that speaketh and it come to pass. Father, bless, O Lord, the same way we remember those already in prison, in deportation camp, in detention. Lord God Jehovah, there is power in your word, O Lord, that as your word is being decreed, O Lord, agent of agents, let it come to pass, that indeed the prison gate shall be open, that indeed you will lift up the burden in our shoulder, that indeed you open the door, they will walk out, O Lord. Father, Lord God Jehovah, those that are sick, they will be healed. Diseases of any kind will disappear. Even some with internal sickness, waiting for a particular time to develop, Lord, we speak against it. Let it die. Let that seed of sickness die in the body right now, Lord, to the glory of your name. Blessed Redeemer, we adore thee. We bless your holy name. Let all manner of sickness that are disturbing your people, let it disappear. Heavenly Father, the Bible said the right hand of God is power, Lord. May your right hand be stretched upon us. May sickness, diseases, both those in hospital, those that are taking treatment, those that the doctors, the hospital have said, go home, we can't do anything. Father, that you will intervene, O Lord, at this moment. Jehovah Ninsi, that indeed, O Lord, there will be healing in that body to the glory of your name. That money to take medical treatment will be made available. That child, that man, that woman, that boy, that girl in the hospital, at the sick bed at home, with pain, with injuries, O Lord, that right now, medical angels will visit them, O Lord, and be healing them completely to the glory of your name, O Lord. Abba Father, Jehovah, Chuku Okike Abiama, we remember the widow, the poor, the oppressed, the handicaps, O Lord God Jehovah, at this moment. We pray that you will make a way where there seems to be no way for them. You will provide for them, O Lord. May food never dry in their table. Jehovah Ninsi, as they toil day and night, O Lord. Heavenly Father, may the miracles, O Lord God Jehovah, follow them. May they have something to come back home. May no man return back home without anything, O Lord. No, sir. No, God. Rather, let him return back with plenty to his wife, to the children, to the glory of your name. May the orphan always have a helper. May that widow always see you, O Lord God Jehovah, as the husband, to the glory of your name. Thank you, blessed Lord. Thank you, Abba Father. As we pray for Biafra land, O Lord God Jehovah, we continue to bind and cast every forces of darkness, in our land, sucking blood, causing death. Lord God Jehovah, we speak against them. We pray that their activities shall come to an end. Abba, Father Jehovah, we pray that the angels with flaming sword will be in battle arrays, fighting with these demons that are sucking blood. Lord, we pray against those engineering them, those activating these demons. Whoever they are, as he opened the earth in the wilderness and he swallowed those that were opposing your servant Moses, Father, so shall it be. Let these people vanish in our land. Let them disappear. Let them die. Let their altar disappear. Father, to the glory of your name. Thank you, blessed Lord. Thank you, Abba Father. Be thou exalted, Lord God Jehovah, in the mighty name of your beloved Son, Yeshua HaMashiach. Great Biafrans, we must continue to press on. And today is our Friday show, and later on I'll be bringing some team in for them to do some certain analysis on what is going on in the sacred land of Biafra and in the Zoological Republic of Nigeria. So, but before then, let's take one or two news headline and analysis. Then we will proceed to other things. This news said a suspected herdsmen attack, secondary school in Oyo, southwest Nigeria, injured student teachers. MC Oluomo, whatever. Are you there? MC Oluomo. They're attacking your people in Oyo State. Your people are being attacked in Oyo State. I don't know whether you are there or not. According to this news, they are attacking students in Oyo State. They are attacking students in Oyo State. They are attacking students in Oyo State. I wonder if Oyo is not Yoruba land. MCO Oluomo and the whole what's their name? And the whole Aborus that attack our people. Suspected herdsmen on Thursday morning reportedly attacked a public secondary school community grammar school, Aloporo Nla, in Orire local government area of the state Oyo. It was gathered that the headers injured a yet to be identified number of students and the teachers during the invasion, according to Vanguard. According to Vanguard, this one happened in Oyo. Herdsmen, Fulani, that invested nothing in Yoruba land, has attacked students. These are students. And Aborus in Lagos cannot go. Senator Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the Jagaban, cannot send his thugs to go and fight herdsmen that contributed nothing in Yoruba land. They cannot push these thugs in all these areas. Say, go and fight herdsmen for me. Now that you have helped me to rig election. No. You see why black people are poor? You see why black people are poor when it comes to evil. You see them, they'll be flexing muzzle. In Oyo State, the same Yoruba land, as some group of criminals, thugs, aburus, came out and said that Igbo people who have developed Lagos, making Lagos to be the Paris in the Zoological Republic, that they want to take over their land. Igbo men have never one day wake up and just go to attack a Yoruba man in his land. The land that their eyes are popping out were sold to Igbo people. They sold the land. Even despite buying the land, there is no C of O. There is no C of O in the land. Of the land they sold. Still, they bought the land, they develop it. Some of this land are lagoons. Somebody will use about 5 to 10 million naira to cover a swamp, to fill a swamp. Still, they are not happy with all this kind of development. Now, in Oyo State, where Igbo man is not dragging land, Igbo man is not doing anything, herdsmen has gone there and attacked innocent children. These are children. Let's take the headline again, the verse again. It says, suspected herdsmen on Thursday morning reportedly attacked a public secondary school, community grammar school, Aloporo Nla in Orire, local government area of Oyo State. It was gathered that the headers injured a yet to be identified number of students and teachers during the invasion, according to Vanguard. These are students. The MCO Lomo and his people, his Aberos, the Jagaban and his thugs cannot invade this area now. They can't attack these people. They will not. You see the brain of black men? You see why nothing is happening in any country of the black people. These are the reason. The people who are bringing light, you'll be attacking them. But demons, you give them pass. Demons that are sucking your blood, you give them pass to go. That is why they will block all the whole seaport, airport, and only just choke you on Lagos. Because the reason why everybody is in this your Lagos is because you block other ways and you want to grow. You want Nigeria to grow. You want Nigeria to be like America, and anything that will make it to be like America, you stop it. Black people, you are your problem. Yes, you are your problem. Fulani has invaded a community. These are students with their headers. Beat them. In fact, there won't be any reaction. But let's say now, Igbo people react over, I'm coming to that market. Over now, they react over properties that are yielding taxation to the government that have been destroyed. If they react over it now, you see Mopol, you see police, you see a DSS, you see army, you see navy, you see all manner of forces. Tell me how that contraption can grow if you have brain, if you have conscience, if you want to tell yourself the truth. How will it grow? People who are investors, the hub of technology, still you don't want them, but you want technology to grow. Black people, we are our problem. We are our problem. And we cannot go anywhere until we do the needful. You cannot go to yesterday. It is tomorrow. So facing yesterday, you can't achieve anything. That is the problem of black man. Until we face the truth tomorrow. And we, the Biafrans, are that tomorrow. Until you people acknowledge, let Biafra go to develop, and now the light will shine to you, you will see way. If not, it doesn't make sense. Your certificate, your everything is useless. We tell you the truth. According to the eyewitness account, over 20 herdsmen allegedly invaded the school with their cattle and injured some of the students and teachers. Some of the students and teachers, including Mr. Paul Olabode, were caught with sword and machete, while many others suffered broken legs and hands. These are students too. These are students. Students that are supposed to be coddled, mollycoddled with care, with love, so that they can be able to learn, because these are the future. But some demons from Futagelion has come in disguise of haters and disrupting them, because one criminal, one half-dead man called Jagaban want to be the president of Nigeria. One drug dealer, one demon called Bola Ahmed Tinubu want to be president, and he has sold the whole mind of the Yorubas. Nobody want to react. Nobody. Because what the Fulani will be doing in Yoruba land, nobody will talk. It's just you see it, you keep quiet. You see it, you keep quiet. There is something your eyes will see. You know, in those days, your eyes will see something. You just pretend as if you didn't see it. Those kind of things. I don't want to go deep. That is how it will be in Yoruba land with the selection of Jagaban. Because it's an agreement. They've been invading and killing and maiming and taking over the land of the Yorubas. Nobody will talk. Everybody will be pointing at Igbo man. Igbo man is this, Igbo man is, and your land is going. Where is Omoteku? Where is Omoteku? Omoteku have been politicized. It has been politicized. Who did it? Jagaban. Jagaban did it. Jagaban did it just for him to become president. A man that is half dead already. Why not go and rest? Why not go and rest and ask God to forgive you? No matter what you believe, there is God. Whether you believe it in this religious system, in the other religious system, in the other, everybody must give account to whoever that sent us into this world. Because as you begin to exist, that is how I begin to exist. Suddenly we become human. We know that we are human beings. We are in the world, and we begin to do all these things. And we know that something sent us. And at a certain time it will take you out. He's supposed to go and do what? And begin to ask for mercy. But still, akankowa, the things of the world has crippled his mind. According to the report, herdsmen invaded the school farm with their cow, and the graze after the school had just finished its morning devotion, and the students were preparing to settle down in their classroom to continue their second term examination. It was learned that the effort by the students and teachers to drive away the herdsmen were met with fierce opposition. These are student farm. These are school farm. You know, in the zoo, in the village, in the rural area, school have farm. I remember those days, I school in the village. We have farm. We go to farm, we put our things. That is where they went to take their cows, their cattle, to go and rear. It's to tell you that they have intention. It's not just to rear cow. These are jihadists. These are foot soldiers. These are the people that Sheikh Ahmed Abubakar Gumi said that they are your forest warrior, as he addressed it. If not, somebody with his brain know how dangerous it is for you to even move cow in the city. It can run into the street, it can run into the road and cause accident and all those things. Those of you that have been living in a civilized country where those people produce high meat and milks and all those things, in other words, they produce the highest cow, or they rear the highest cow in this world. How many times have you been traveling and see their cow on the road? And see cow being moved on the road. This is the reason why black people, we will never grow with all these things. Brazil is there, Argentina is there, they produce highest. Milk is being produced in Netherlands and other places. They rear cow even more than the zoo. In India and all this country, go and Google it. They produce meat and cow and all those things. But ask your brother that is living in all these countries, the top 5 countries that rear cow all over the world, you hardly see cow on the road. You hardly. But this one came into the farm that children has cultivated, and they went to chase them out. It becomes a problem. They begin to machete them, students and teachers. Can't you see that this is jihad? Can't you see that this is Fulanization? Can't you see that this is a deal? These are demons disguise themselves as headers. If somebody will have the mind to machete a student, he can do anything. Yes. It was learned that the effort by the student and teachers to drive away headers were met with fierce opposition. Miss Grace Alamu, the school principal, confirmed the incident to Vanguard on the phone and said the incident had been reported to the police. Akoko, which police? Alkali? Usman Alkali police? Usman Alkali is a member of the headers group of the Fulanization of the Zoological Republic. Usman Alkali is a member. So he cannot send boys. He will only send some Igbo policemen, tell the headers that they are coming, and they lay ambush and eliminate them. That is it. I am on my way to the school. Policemen are coming to the school this morning, she said. Meanwhile, effort made by reporters to reach the spokesperson for the State Police Command, Adewale Osiefeso, on the phone to get confirmation and possible update were not successful. Osiefeso did not answer call made our correspondent, and all did not reply the text message sent to him. Why will the police spokesman talk to you? Why would they report? These are people Jagaban put in place. Jagaban had been giving them job all this while. So nobody will talk because this thing is an agreement. It is an agreement. Jagaban, okay, we will install you as a president, but we will kill your people and we will take Yoruba land. It says done and dusted. Listen to the interview. I continue to refer you to the interview, the statement made by Ajian Najatu. Ajian Najatu said that she flown to London and met Jagaban and asked Jagaban, what of the interests of my people? What of these killings and kidnapping and Boko Haram? He said he has nothing, that if he goes that area, they will kill him. I don't know whether you understand that statement, that they will kill him. They just fixed Jagaban so that they will use Jagaban as a poster boy towards the mind of the Yorubas in order to penetrate. But it will not happen in Biafra land. All of us will die there. I mean, all of us, both Jagabano, both Professor Mahmoud Yakubu, both Ibrahim Babangida, Tiku Abubakar, all of us, everybody, all of us, Boris Johnson. If it is to Biafra land, everything, we assemble everything, we burn ourselves there. Both Katrona Leango, any idiots. When all these games they are playing, when it comes to our area, everybody will burn. We will not be alive to allow it to be. Yes, everything will burn. Because this is a deal, and we are not going to let it. Not in this 21st century. Very, very important. This is Radio Biafra Hausa-Service 2, coming to you from the platform of Radio Biafra London, under the leadership of one and only Onyendu Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, Ohamadike, one of Biafra land. There are things that are happening in Lagos. We learned that a particular market was set ablaze yesterday. I heard that is in Ikeja Olowu market. Well, let me play the clip here. Listen.
Last night, all the shops burned to ashes in Olowu, Ikeja, Lagos. So this is a spare part shop. This is a spare part shop. No, they are just picking up the scraps. Last night, by the time the fire service came around, everything has gone down. So this fire service, they came very late. They came very, very late. because of the fire incidents, nobody knows. So, this Olowu by Olowu spare parts. So it is quite unfortunate how this shop burning in Lagos is getting out of hand. It's getting too much. Especially the Igbo shops, it's getting out of hand. So I don't think they have enough security to guide their shops.
I hope we had it. This is a video somebody made in that Olowu Ikeja spare parts market where Igbo people are doing their business. These are the things we are going to discuss on this Friday show. By the time I will bring in some gentlemen, including Mazi Nwachineke, to look into this matter. But before then, there's another video I would like to play the voice and have one or two analysis in there before I'll now switch on to our dear brothers. Let's listen to this.
As I come from this side, I go to see my brother.
Where be that?
This technical school. As for that bag, as I come with leg. So one guy come meet me for first. Every day the guy say wetin concern you. Before I hear na slap wey slam me for face. As my face don dey confused. As before I come, three of them don gather me.
Like how many boys?
They dey five. Five. They say come, may I cooperate. All of them comot bottle. Na the bottle wey dey hit me for head. Say may I cooperate. If not so, they go chook me here. I say wetin I go cooperate. I'm just visitor here.
Wetin dem take from me? Wetin dem collect for you?
They collect my phone, Vivo, Y6. Ask me to enter my account. I enter my account. They transfer. I enter my Union Bank account. They transfer my 44,000 inside my Union Bank account. Now I want just block the SIM card now. Now waiting my phone. I block my SIM card.
Which day this one happen? Which day this one happen?
It happened today, just now. I never reached 20 minutes.
Which day?
They na 29 March.
Today is 29 March. Today is 29 March. 29 March. This thing just happened. This thing happened like around 10:30.
Yes, of course.
Make use the man talk
around 10:30
for technical school Abulado.
And now where the thing dey happen. Now that see my body. See how my head dey.
You don ready for this Abulado. You don ready o. You don ready o. This one dey happen for Abulado. This night 29th of March for technical school. This guy don start carry come again o. He's coming on becoming this Abulado. I want to play for phone has been stolen. No, is it possible? Yes.
I hope we have heard this. Maybe you have seen this video or you have not. It happened in Abulado. This is an Igbo boy who is returning around 10:30 or 10 whatever p.m. That was on 29th, the day before yesterday. And they surround him. They have been doing all these things for some time, but this time it has increased. They took all his money, phone, everything, because he's an Igbo man. You see the reason why we are asking our people to return. And this thing happens since 29th. Somebody would have sent this video to us for analysis to explain, to let the whole world know. It was yesterday evening I got this information. I said, I would have talked about this thing yesterday. But one thing with us there is that even in that Lagos, you will not listen to Radio Biafra. You won't even value what you have. You will not value what we are doing for you. Rather, you may call Arise News or Channel or Radio Nigeria. They will get information. They will not talk about you because you be Igbo man. You are a Biafran. This is where, had it been we got this information, I would have announced it that yesterday. Because it happened on 29th night. But we don't value our things. The brother, they beat hell out of him. They wanted to kill him. It's just because of the money in his account that saved him. In Abulado, in Lagos. These are the things that are happening. They are killing Igbo people silently. And that is why we are talking about the returning home. Return home, return home. You may not like it. This is what I don't need to go deeper into it, because I have gentlemen who will come and give their insight on this. The risk in returning home. That is the topic. The risk in returning home. You in Lagos see it as a risk to return home. But calculate the risk of staying in Lagos, or in Ugwausa, something you have labored for years on. In a twinkle of an eye, it will just go down. These people, we are talking about the shop burnt in Abulado before, after election. Now we are talking about Ikeja, and there has been all this rumor about Ladikbo, Alaba, or whatever, all those people. I don't know much Lagos. There have been all these things that is going to be born, and it will happen because the same MCO Molu told you what they will do, and they did it during the election, and they told you they will burn your shop. They are burning it. Nothing is happening. The same way you that is listening now, maybe you think your area is secured. One day you wake up in Facebook that your shop has been burnt down. There is nothing you do, even to buy extinguished this thing to use to put there, or employ people like fire service men on you. All these things, our people will not do it. Or to have a very strong security man, rather than and all those things. These things are rubbish. But they will not do the needful in order to protect their businesses. But I don't need to digress on this much, because I have some gentlemen whom I would like to come in and put their voice in this very, very well. We are talking about returning home. Let our people go home. You have suffered a lot. We have been used for sacrifice. We have been used for whatever. Political sacrifices, spiritual, social. Every time Igbo people are the objects of sacrifice in anything. Deborah Samuel, it is Igbo people they kill. In Bauchi, somebody says, they say blasphemy. It is Igbo people. In Abuja, it is anything that happen, it's Igbo people that bear it. Talk less of this one that you came out and vote. You see our wisdom in all this election of a thing. If we come out and say don't vote, don't vote, you people would have said, we say you didn't vote, that is it. You have voted. Now see the consequences. Jagaban is not yet the president. See the consequences that is coming upon you. Do you think that Jagaban will become president and he will be arresting Arboro? That is his vertebral bone politically. Calculate things. The man you came out and voted on Ikuku, you know the man cannot talk. Moreover, who has the vertebral? Only Iwanyangu National. Iwanyangu that I don't know what pushed him. He said something. How many people have come to apologize over that statement he made, which I didn't see anything? Do you think he will talk again? He's not going to talk. You don't have anybody. One man that is speaking for you, one man that stands for you. Whenever he talks, there will be vibration. There will be vibration in your own advantage. All of us conspired and we put him there and we keep quiet. We keep quiet for 2 years now. Now nobody is talking. You are waiting for Obi to win to become a president through court. That Jagaban has already called the Chief Justice. They go to London and talk. All these things we are just watching until we do the needful. The best thing now is for you to begin to relocate gradually. As you have been suggested, we don't know what will happen tomorrow. Don't think you marry to them and there will be your in-law. On that day, Satan will change their mind and they will massacre you, destroy your property. The man who married the most beautiful girl from Igbo land, FFK, do you not see what he said? Do you not see what Femi Fani Kayode said? This is a man who married an Igbo lady who has some Igbo blood in his own children, in his own family. Even the wife Precious said how he treat Igbo people in his house, in his domestic house. Don't come and relax or say this is my daddy Jews and this, that, they are our church. Daddy Jew want you to be there to increase his number. The Yorubas that are very friendly to you in Lagos is just for you to keep Lagos bubbling for them. I'm telling you the truth. They don't like us. There is no how we can progress in Nigeria. But selfishness will not let us be. Even the wife you marry may not even love you. He will like their own people more than you. The best thing is to think like us. Yes, it's bitter, it's painful to be returning home. But that is the only way. Take the hard way, which is the only way. Think home. Don't worry about the evil in our land. By the time you start coming back home, those evil will disappear. I tell you. By the time we start coming home and investing, all these things you see in killing, stealing, whatever, by our own power, it will go down. But don't look at it as a threat or risk. All you labored will be gone. Your life, you are not secured. The environment of the Lagos, you are not enjoying. Dirty place, the most dirtiest city in the whole world. Traffic will hold you from morning till night. Nothing. Life is just messed up there. Let us rearrange. Don't look at all these billionaires, because I know that if one or two of them make a move, some of you will follow them. This time, let them be there and let the masses return home. They will follow you, not you following them. Very, very important. These are the things we are going to look into. I'll be bringing in Mazi Nwachineke. Mazi Nwachineke, I don't know whether you have joined me on Skype. I can see Bishop Adiele with me here. I don't know who and who will join me. Mazi Nwachineke, I would like you to join me on Skype as well. And let's look into this matter right now. I will be bringing in Mazi Adiele in a moment on today's Friday show. They are going to discuss, give their own opinion, their own intake regarding returning home and investing, no matter the risk. These are the things. We have seen the killings. We have seen the burning of market. This recent one, this one was yesterday at Ikeja. Those who knows Yoruba land will understand what I'm saying. The place is Olu or whatever in Ikeja, where Igbo people deal on spare parts. It's only Igbo people's market that are burning. How come? How come? So I will be right back in a moment. Then I will bring in Bishop and Mazi Nwachineke. I will bring them in. But meanwhile, let's have one. I will be right back in a moment, please.
Young girl, Deborah Yakubu Samuel, 2 or 300 level, Shehu Shagari, College of Education, Sokoto, just uttered a voice note in their WhatsApp group class. They titled blasphemy. You said you were one Nigeria. They came to the school, brought her out from the class. Where was the security? Where were the Nigeria DSX and Nigeria Army? To watch the video, the young lady was running for her dear life. She saw death, painful death. She was brutally killed. Her life was snatched from her forcefully by the Muslims. Just because she said Holy Ghost fire. Why sending religious things in our WhatsApp group? This is a class WhatsApp group made for students, made for information. They ganged up and tagged it blaspheming, and you say we are one Nigeria. Where we are the politicians, where we are men, she was running and screaming for life. People were passing cars. She was stoned to death. And the only thing Nigeria could tell us was only 2 persons arrested out of hundreds of people that stoned this young lady. Not only that 2 were arrested, 34 lawyers headed by a professor of law demanding that the killers of Deborah should be released. 34 Muslim Islam lawyers volunteered, came out to defend the murderers that killed an innocent young girl. 34 lawyers headed by a professor of the law to demand for their release. Even the chief of Imam of Sokoto, Abuja, came out publicly to say what those people did, committed murder, they are right. Until today, they are not arrested. If you are to be a pastor, they will target that the pastor is getting war. One Nigeria is a scam. We can't be one, and we don't want to be one. No justice for Deborah Samuel Yakubu. We are still crying on the death of this innocent young girl. Our Igbo men in Sokoto, their houses and shops were set ablaze. You say we are one Nigeria, you destroy our businesses, you kill us, you make life difficult for us. One Nigeria is a scam. Bishop Kuka, the bishop of the Roman Catholic Church in Sokoto, will have been.
This is Radio Biafra Hausa-Service 2 coming to you from the platform of Radio Biafra London under the leadership of one and only Onyendu Mazi Nnamdi Kanu Ohamadike, one of Biafra land. You are welcome on our Friday show. With me right now is Bishop Adiele. Bishop, if you can hear me, our other crews are not yet joined. We'll pass the microphone to you and you greet the Biafrans all over the world, friends and enemies. Then you begin to give us your analysis on the risk of returning home and the advantages of returning home and the risk of staying in Lagos and the disadvantages. These are the things we would like to look into. Bishop, if you can hear me, you have the microphone.
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear. You are welcome.
Yeah, great Biafrans. Greetings to all of you wherever you've been domiciled. I say, Michiko bless you all for being a part of this program. Yes, according to what my national coordinator just said, for us to pinpoint the advantages of coming back home and the disadvantages of remaining back in Lagos. This will not be completed if we do not start from the genesis. I would like us to start from the beginning. And before I start from the beginning, I would like to give a little story about myself concerning my stay in Lagos. I would like to build my foundation from this very story. Then I will go deep into how our relationship in Nigeria will not work and how risky it is for the Igbos in the Igbo to keep domicile or keep staying in Lagos or northern part of Nigeria. It is not safe for an Igbo man to stay in Lagos and maximize his potentials. It is not possible. We will always be used as a what? A sacrificial lamb, as long as we decide to remain in Lagos, which is not profitable. I have a lot of topics to badge into, but let me tell you certain things about my story in Lagos. And I'm going to call names because these are verifiable stories. I went to Lagos as a very young man at my late teens, should I say 19 to early 20. Now that was in 1993. I now secure a place to obtain this technical know-how or to learn so-called clearing and forwarding at Apapa Wharf. My first Oga, his name is Mr. Chris Abowe. His company name is Camel Feast. We were staying in Apapa long room, yes, room 1 and 2, long room upstairs at Apapa custom long room in Apapa. So 1993, when I secured this job, that was when they had June 12th, the Abiola election. Igbos was not involved in that election. Igbo voted. But when the election was rigged, what happened? Igbos were the ones that suffered it. I was living at Koka village, at Orile Gomo, yes. I was staying at Nihinolowa Street, but I've forgotten the name of the building. But I was staying at Nihinolowa Street, not opposite, at the back of Rex Hotel. Then I'm trying to take Igbos to a memorial so that you understand that we are never needed and we are never wanted and we can never be loved by the Yorubas and by the Fulanis. So during this time, because the election was rigged, what happened? Igbos were the one to pay for the rigging of that election. They began to massacre Igbos. They killed a lot of Igbos. They were burning Igbo shops. There's a market they call Alaba. We have Alaba. We have Alaba OK, if you're coming from my two, and we have Alaba International. if you are going to semi-border. So the Alaba, okay, where Igbo used to have, they used to sell building material. I've forgotten because this is a very long time. They burned down those places. They killed a lot of Igbos. Why? What was the offense of the Igbos? Nothing. Now, let me touch about the hate, the personal hate that these people had for us. When I was working as a clearing and forwarding agent, I left my first boss. His name is Mr. Chris Abowe. He's from Ihiala. Now, I started working with Mr. Dominic Obi. He's from Otulone. His name is Dominic Obi. Our company name then was Dorlin Nigeria Limited. There was this man, they call him Orasonic. He was living in Festac. He imported a Volvo 740. Then we are the one that played. I was the one that handled that Volvo. I took that Volvo. My Oga asked me to take that Volvo to fill the tank, and I drive that Volvo to a filling station at that Coca village, very close to the canal. If you are heading to Orile, very opposite to that, what they call it Canal de Motel, if I'm not mistaken. I was in line, but these Yoruba guys came with their box. They wanted to intimidate me to leave the line for them to take for them. There was a little scarcity of fuel at the time. When they saw that I was a young Igbo boy with such a big car then, Volvo 740, what do you think they did? They tried to oppress me. I refused to succumb to them. You know what they did? They started beating me because I was an Igbo boy at the time. The conductor, the driver, and it attracted other Yorubas along there. They would join hands. They were beating just one little Igbo boy because I was driving a Volvo 740, which does not belong to me. So now, people should understand that for you to be loved in that land that is not Igbo land, there must be an exodus for every Igbo to go back. Now, before I go into the advantages of coming back home and the disadvantages of remaining in Lagos State, I want us to have a short summary of the genocide against Igbo in Nigeria. Do you know that in Kanu State in 1945, over 200 Igbos were killed just out of jealousy? In Kanu in 1980, over 1,000 Igbos were killed. I don't have much time to start telling you the reasons or start telling you how it happens, but it was all out of envy because the Igbos were doing massively well. In 1966 massacre, over 40,000 Igbo Christians were killed. May 29, 1967, over 2,000 Igbo Christians were killed. Igbos that are in other part of Nigeria, this information is for you to know that we can never be loved, we can never be accommodated by the rest of these people, the Yorubas and the Fulanis. They will never love you. I am calling years so that you will know when all this has begun. In 1967 to 1970, over 5 million Igbos killed during the bloody civil war, including the Asaba genocide. Again, in Kanu in 1980, over 40,000 Igbo Christians were killed in 1980. In Meduguri in 1982 to 1983, over 1,000 Igbos were killed. In Jamaica in 1984, more than 2,000 Igbos were killed. In Gombe in 1985, same thing. In Zaria in 1987, a lot of Igbos were killed. In Kaduna and Kafanchan in 1991, a lot of Igbos were killed. In Bauchi and Katsina in 1991, then I don't grow. I was in Jos Plateau at the time because partially I grew up in Jos Plateau. I schooled in Jos Plateau. So I witnessed this Bauchi killing. There was a guy that was working with my parents at the time. His name is Dennis. They gave him some goods to go and supply in Bauchi State. Because of these killings, because of this problem, this guy came back and said they took those things from me, and it was a lie. He took advantage of that very problem and he made away with those things. Now in Kanu in 1991, can you imagine the kind of Igbos that were killed in Kanu State? I was not in Kanu State at the time, but I have a friend. His name is his name is Isaac. He is well known with this name as Black Man. His mother was Chief Mrs. Okay, one of the most popular women in Kanu State at the time. They were staying at what do they call it, at Oyo Street in Kanu State. When they tell us the story how Igbos were killed, they will kill them, they will throw their bodies inside well, some other bodies will be mutilated everywhere in the street. Igbos were being slaughtered as if we were chickens. In short, even chicken is more honorable once it comes to the slaughtering of Igbo. Then, do you want to talk about Zango Kataf in 1992? Do you know the amount of Igbos that were killed in Zango Kataf? Do you want to talk about Fontua in 1993? Do you still want to talk about Kanu in 1994? In Kaduna in 2000, though I was not in Nigeria at the time, I was outside Nigeria. In Kaduna in 2001, in Maiduguri in 2001, in Jos, crisis September 2021, my families are still in Jos today. My siblings are still in Jos today. When they tell you what happened in Jos, you will weep. Do you know that today in Jos has been divided into two parts, Igbo part and Hausa side? Do you know that? Igbos and the Hausas no longer operate as it was before. Before the advent of, before the coming of, what did they call him? Babangida, there was a market they used to call Terminus Market. This market was one of the biggest markets in West Africa at the time. It was Igbos that occupied this market. But due to the envy, this market was bombed to make sure that Igbos were reduced to nothing. Ask yourself, Igbos, why is it that whenever there's crisis in Nigeria, the target is your business center? Do you know why? They want to impoverish you. The second thing they will target is your life. Do you know why? They want to make sure that you are being deleted from the map of this world. You no longer exist. The first thing, they burn your business centers. Second thing, they take away your life. Now, Igbos, why do you think you should keep remaining in Lagos or part of the north? I'm not yet done. In Kaduna 2002, can you imagine the kind of killing that they did on Igbos, how they kill Igbos? In Jos, November 2008, can you imagine the kind of bloody massacre that they did to the Igbos? They were killing Igbos. Please be taking note of all the years, because I want to land somewhere. Where I want to rest my point is with Ohanes Nnamdi Chukwubrano. That is where I'm resting my point. That's why I'm calling all these years for you, so that you'll be taking them down, writing them down. In Jos, November 2008, Igbos were massacred anyhow. And each time they're killing Igbos, if Igbos now try to defend themselves, they will go to the Kuba Barak and bring army, and army will now join these people that are killing Igbos to be killing the Igbos. Where is the justice? Now, the beheading of Gideon Akaluka in December of 1996 in a police station in Kanu State. Do you know the kind of erupted for the Igbos? It led to a great protest that Igbos became the target. They started killing Igbos. Do you want to talk about December 2021? In in 2011, the presidential election, 10 youth corpers, men and women, were killed because of what? Because they were Southerners. In Jos, Christmas Eve in 2010, do you know the kind of killings that was made against the Indians? What about Madala Christmas 2011? Do you see how Igbos were killed? Do you want to talk about Mubi, January 6, 2012? The many Igbo deaths caused by Boko Haram, which nobody is talking about. Or do you want to talk about the advent of Buhari, who came into power in 2015 and brought alongside with him the Fulani terrorists and the Fulani headsmen? Ever since then, over 10,000 IPOP members has been killed, and over 10,000 in prison, in different prisons all over Nigeria. I don't know what is my time. I would have loved to go on and on and on, and I'll be giving you facts and figures that you will make your findings, and you'll discover that here in Rodo Biafra we don't lie. We tell you just the truth. We tell you the truth. Now, before the coming of Boris Johnson to deceive our so-called gullible elite, I once made a video, I tweeted, I said, they are going to use Ohanes and Igbo to counter this move for Igbos to go back home. Now, for you to understand this point, Igbos, it is better off for you to come back home. Do you know why? Because when you come back home, you will be able to do what? You will be saved. Your security will be guaranteed. Number two, you will be able to maximize your potentials. How do I mean? You will be able to be prosperous. You will prosper in all your dealings. It does not necessarily mean that if you are coming back home, if you are from Imo State, you should go back to Imo State. No, Alibo is so big, Biafra land is so massive. You can go to Calabar, you can migrate to what do they call it? To part of Delta State. You can migrate to River State or Cross River State. You can migrate to Anambra. You can migrate to Ebonyi. You can migrate to Enugu. You can migrate to Abia State. It doesn't necessarily mean that you must go to your place of birth. No. We are asking you to come back to enable Alibo to be developed. So if you're scared that maybe if you are back home, you will shoulder a lot of responsibilities, carrying the problems of your immediate and distance family as on your shoulder. No, you must not necessarily domicile in your place of birth. The advantage of this is that once you are back home, the people you are interacting with are the people that you speak same language with, that they understand you, they know you. But once you are not in your place of birth, the people you are interacting with are foreigners. They don't understand you. They are envious of you. Like the video I saw yesterday, how Igbos were buying sea as if they are buying land. They will buy sea and they will sandfill it. After sandfilling it, they will develop it and they will build it. And tomorrow a Yoruba man will come and tell you that that land belongs to them. Do you know there was a time I was in Lagos State when I was growing, when Ojukwu visited Lagos State. Ojukwu wept because he saw what the Igbos are doing in Lagos State. He asked Igbos to go back home. Going back home is not what we've started saying today. Igbos have been asked to go back home since early 90s. Because it is profitable for each and every man to go back home if you want to save your life and the life of your children. Imagine this December, 2022 December, how Lagos State was deserted because that Igbo went back home. Lagos was empty, and yet Yorubas are claiming to be the owners of Lagos State. We are not dragging Lagos State with them. But for the fact that our presence in Lagos State is not wanted, they don't want us.
Bishop Adela, let me interrupt you a bit and see your take before Mazi Nwachineke will come in as you try to wrap it up. Bishop, there was a time a audio clip was leaked between one Shetima and the Kunle. Yes, and what they are going to do. I don't know if you do you have anything to put it. Do you have anything in connection with it, with what is happening presently now?
Exactly. That with what is happening today, sir, that makes me believe that this is a well orchestrated plan. Because what that video audio that leaked, what is playing today has been reviewed in that video audio. Make the life of Indigo miserable in Lagos so that they will leave. Destroy their businesses, increase their taxes or tariff so that they will become irrelevant. And make sure if shop is given to houses for 1,000 naira, the Igbos will be paying 25,000 naira. You see what they're trying to do? They're trying to play this game as if because they believe that it is Yoruba and Hausas that owns Nigeria. Igbos are slaves, are not wanted. Even if you listen to the statement of Jagaban, he says that this is how he called the Igbos. Either he said the rejected tribe or what? You see, they are seeing the Igbos as minor. So that tape that leaked, what is playing today is actually what they have planned, and they are playing the script. So it's no longer, maybe some will say it is a conspiracy theory. No, it's not conspiracy theory. I mean, this is actually fact that they have scripted, and they are not playing to the script, sir. You see, sir, to answer to your question, remember, each time Igbo markets are being born, those land will be taken away from the Igbos. Ownership of those land or those places will be taken away from them. They will no longer have rights to those places. What is that telling you? They will use the Igbos, develop a particular place, they will bring problem, force the Igbo out of that very place, give them another place to go develop. So Igbos are good in developing, and Yorubas that claims to be the owner of the land, they cannot develop because they are poor. So what is happening in that tape, what they said in that tape is what is rightfully playing, sir. They want to make sure that Igbo life is miserable.
Exactly.
Now, look,
just round it up so that Mazi Nwachineke can take over.
Yeah, so what I'm trying to say now is this. Igbos, if you should understand the hierarchy in the world, you should understand better that you are never loved in being one Nigeria. You stay in Lagos is to your own destruction, to your own detriment. So remember that Mazi Nwachineke Kanu has fought so much to make sure that you are liberated. I saw a video of Inwayan debunking our move, telling the Igbos not to come back, that you own properties everywhere. Is your property more important than your life? Inwayan is a criminal, a man that they gave contract to build road. What did he do? He ate the money. Is it the kind of person that you will love? Mazi Nwachineke Kanu, who is asking the government of Nigeria to give you seaport, to give you airport, so that you can be able to come back home and live your life safe without you being attacked by your enemies. But the Igbo elites are saying no, be there. Because of what Mazi Nwachineke Kanu is fighting for you, that is why Ohaneze and the rest joined him to make sure that Mazi Nwachineke Kanu was arrested. Are these the kind of people that you want to love? These people, are they the kind of people you want to follow? Did you vote them into power? Did you elect them into power? These are British missionaries. They are British stooge and Fulani stooge. They are used to make sure that they keep you down. That is why Ohaneze now, in the name of Inwayan, he is now telling you that you should stay in Lagos, that they're going to provide security for you. That was why I was calling the years of how Igbos has been killed. Since all these years that Igbos has been killed, why has Ohaneze not provided security? Before this election, a chief in Yoruba land threatened Igbo that is going to kill them if you don't vote for Tinubu. Why didn't Ohaneze provide you with security to stop this massive killing? Why must you believe Ohaneze? In short, my advice for Igbos, it is high time we do away with Ohanezes. It is high time we end whatever that is called SNDibo. These people are not helping us. These people are the reason why we are being killed.
Exactly. Thank you very much, Bishop Adela. I so much agree with you. This is the time Igbo people have to pay attention to IPOB. We are the people that are defending you. We are the people that love you, that want your future, your business, everything to be protected. Not Ohaneze. Iwanyanwu came and uttered a voice, a message in that 100 days or 1 year or whatever for Soludo, and up to today they are poking him and he cannot talk again. Why not Iwanyanwu defend or ask for seaport and airport, which is the reason why you are stockpiled in Lagos? They will not talk to that area. Maybe he's saying all these things. Maybe they may give him Ohaneze Ndibo chairman or whatever, as George Obiozo has returned back to his ancestors. I don't know, because all of them are criminal. They are the same thing. No need to thank you very much, Bishop. Let's hear from Mazi Ejike. Mazi Ejike is with us, and Mazi Kala, who is also with us. So we have able men. I tell you, we have a lot of things to give to you regarding the advantage or the risk of returning home and the risk of staying in Lagos. You check the two and understand, have the advantage. Let me bring in Mazi Ejike. Mazi Ejike, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. I can hear you, Nwachineke. I hope my voice is coming out clear.
Loud and clear, loud and clear, loud and clear, loud and clear. We can hear you.
Good morning, good afternoon, Biafrans all over the world. I still stand on the protocol. I will not go to waste time. I want to start where my comrade stopped. I want to start from Imo State first, with the killer of Imo State, the killer machine called Hope Uzodinma. In the 31 months of Hope Uzodinma in the office, he collected 631 million, 1 billion naira, 631 billion naira. He did nothing with that 631 billion naira. He called late Buhari, the man sitting in Aso Rock with Max. He came to Imo State 3 times to come and commission roads. 3 times. This Hope Uzodinma still went to where late Mbakwe Ononaka Sam Mbakwe built. He went there and painted the place and claimed that he's the one that did the project. He still came to Amakohia. He said that he opened Amakohia garment factory. He went and hired machine and kept there. Now call Osibanjo. When Osibanjo came there and commissioned the place, after 8 hours, they pulled away all those machines out from Amakohe and locked the place till today. The place are locked up till today. The road, he said, the road that the man on Max came and commissioned in Imo State, there's no one that is motorable. It's not up to 4 kilometers that they said he built, he did this. 631 billion went like that in how many days? In 31 months of Hope Uzodinma in the office. For you to know that there is no hope in that corporation called Nigeria. If so-called the vice president that claimed that he is a pastor, we come where they play 419, hired machine, factory machine, and say this is a garment company. That people from Imo State, people from the Biafra land, we do what we benefit from it. At the end of everything, they brought trailer and take them out from that place. He supported it. The one on the marks supported it. All of them collect their percentage because he is their stooge and be there, which is very bad. Not only that he's stealing our money, he still stand in killing our own people, destroying everywhere, especially in Olu. There is no any young man today in Olu. Even our old parents today are not in Olu. Our little kids cannot go to school. Trauma everywhere because of jet fighter roving around our roofs every day. Afghanistan is even better today to talk. Okay. So there is no hope in that place again. I want to still let our Igbo people to know that the Igbos are not slaves. Igbos has never bowed down to any oppress or pressure. In 1803, there is a place they call Savannah, Georgia. They call it Igbo Landing in Atlanta. If our people cannot bow to be a slave, how can we bow to be a slave in Nigeria, where we call our own place? The benefit of our people to coming back home, it has happened in many places. They should take Israel as a case study. When the Zion movement started, some people were joking, think that it will not be real. Until the day Adolf Hitler killed 6 million Jewish. That day they now know that it's necessary for them to come and occupy their own space, being their own place. Our people used to say that when something is chasing you, the next place for you to go back is your home. There is a lot of advantage for you to come back home. When you come to Nigeria today, Lagos is the smallest state. Forget about what they are talking. Go to your Google and check the landmarks of Lagos. You will see that Lagos is the smallest state. If Lagos can carry up to 20 million people according to how they say, then how many will Anambra collect? People will Anambra take? How many people will Imo State take? How many people with Ebonyi? How many people with Cross River and other places? We have a lot of landmarks that we will come and do what? Establish and build in our place. A lot of the advantages there. When you watch people like Innocent today, people are coming from all over the world, mostly in Africa, to come and do what? To patronize him. When you go to area, you go to power line, you will see people are coming from Cameroon. People are coming from Côte d'Ivoire. People are coming from all side of Africa, West Africa. People are coming from Ghana. To buy what? To buy shoe and elastic, to buy brazier, which they call bra, pant and boxer and cap. A lot of things are being manufactured in our places, both in Onitsha. Lagos are just importing, import. But our place are the bedrock of manufacturing of our own homemade. If you watch back in 80s and 90s, they say Igbo made. Where is that Igbo made today? Had it been that our people keep it on with that Igbo made today, China will be a small place for us. Even these Yoruba people will still come back to our land to buy our product. I see no reason why we were there for them to kill us. Coming to Iwanyanwu, I saw Iwanyanwu praising Obasanjo. I keep on asking, this man that called himself Iwanyanwu say he was in boys camp when the war broke out. The 3R, they never implement the 3R. And you are still telling our people to stay back in the Lagos. There's no promise that Nigerian has given to our people that they fulfill. When you die in Lagos, you die for nothing, because we have been calling people to come back home, come back to your place. Iwanyanwu cannot defend you. What we know Iwanyanwu with is what? We summon urgent meeting. Since I was born till today, I know Iwanyanwu with a man that always summon urgent meeting. At the end of the meeting, there will be no result. Iwanyanwu say he has called the Ohanese in America, he has called the Ohanese in all over the world. They came with action. After a day, Iwanyanwu made that comment, Balogun market will catch fired. Where is he today? To counter the fire. Now he told that they should they should cause the damage of everything. We are waiting. When the Northerners stop bringing their goods in our place, in the southern Nigeria, when they take it to Cameroon and other places, those goods destroy. They check the cost of all those things and give it to federal government. So you cannot come and tell us that you tell Emuche, Secretary General of Ohanese, to go and compile it up to today. Every man know how much is in his shop. It will not take them anything to do those accounts. How many days today? How many weeks today? To tell you that what he's saying is a lips talk. To do what? To stop our people and tell you that we have a lot of things in Lagos that we cannot live there and come back. Life is more greater than the wealth that we use to train that life. So it's better for everyone to do what? To come back.
Mazi Ejike, I just want to interrupt you a bit and get your take over this. You know, most of the time, our people in Lagos will be looking up to the billionaires, Igbo billionaires we have there, maybe whether they will make a move. If they don't make a move, then they will be following them. Like you made mention of somebody like Hausa-Service, a lot of them Igbo billionaires that are there. And you know that these people mostly are Nigerian product, one Nigeria is. No matter what happened, they are not ready to move down. And our people will be looking to them. I am taking this, I'm bringing this from what you said regarding how people come down to Aba and buy things, and how innocent established and people are coming. What is your take or the advice you are going to give to our people, even if these billionaires are not coming, with them coming together, the masses, the little millionaires and the thousandaires we have in that Lagos and all those things, if they will agree with us and massively return back home and invest, based on what you have analyzed, how people still come all the way from Cote d'Ivoire, Cameroon, Ghana to come and buy, that indeed, is it possible for these people to still come and buy this their little product? I just want your take on that and more insight for our people to understand. Mazi Nwachineke.
Okay, yeah, they were supposed to agree, and they have to agree, because why they will agree? They will not go to Hausa-Service factory or showroom to go and destroy his property. They will not go there. They will not attack Hausa-Service. People they will attack is the minor, is the people, minor ones, minor Igbo businessmen. Those people that are still looking for way to come up and those that has come up and those importers, they are the people that they will attack, not person like Hausa-Service. Hausa-Service is in a place that well secured, well everything, well equipped, but not in the market where our people were doing their trade, doing other things there. They will attack them because they cannot attack Hausa-Service. That is the reason why that they will come back home. When you go to a place like that, Aba and Onitsha, you will see somebody that they settle with. They settle with 200,000, 100,000. He will start doing shoes, start doing belts. But after 6 months or after 1 year, he will be counting in millions. He will be counting in millions. Is to start something is very hard, but once you started it, you will see. If they will go and check about the merchant of Venice. The merchant of Venice left everything. He's a billionaire in dollar, in pounds, in euro, I mean. He left everything he has in Italy and go back to Israel. He left everything. If person like that can left everything, the houses and his mansion are still in. People are going there as a tourist to go and see what that man built. I don't think that Hausa-Service will have such a thing in Lagos that people will be going to go and watch. If such person will abandon everything and go back because of his own people. If the minor people start going back now, the big ones will go home because they know that they will come for them. So we are telling everyone, the little one should go back home.
I love that statement you made, Mazi Nwachineke. I would like you to repeat it again, because the minors are the security to the big one. I'd like you to repeat that again. Let our people understand what is there, because they are looking up to the major one to come so that they will follow them. But let them know that indeed, if they go, those major ones don't have any shield again. Nothing is protecting them, and the attack will go on them. So definitely, if the minor ones will be returning as we are telling them, definitely those ones will follow them, than for them to be waiting for the major to return before they will follow them. I love that statement. If you can say something about it again.
Yeah, why I say so is that because when you see the big men, the Nukumo, those billionaires, when they came to occasion, the minor one will be hailing them, and their big man is in where they show up is in the minor ones. If they don't have any person to cheer them up, to do anything to cheer them up, if they didn't see them today and tomorrow, they will start coming back because they don't have any person close to them again. They will not have somebody to go and errand to them again. They will not have all those things where they will eat food. You know, most of them don't eat in their house. When they go to those local bookers where they take their oba and everything, if those places scarce, you will see them to go home. I want to just put it in a way. Last time in Lagos, I remember when I was there, I said that I will not travel back to Esmas, that I will finish my work before going back to Esmas. But staying to 26, 27, I cannot find a place to eat food, the kind of food I want to eat. So I have to force myself to go back to East. That's exactly the thing. When everyone, the minor one left there and go, those Nukumomu will find way to come back home. Remember that your goose in Lagos, people that patronize you is your own brothers. 95% of those that patronize you is your own brothers. So I don't see a reason why you will be there. Somebody will be hitting you, killing you. Imagine that our brother on 29th, what they did to him. Imagine what they did to him. Till today, no answer. Till today, no inquiry. The Agboro are protesting in Lagos and police are shooting them. If their own boss and taxi driver will protest and police are shooting them, how about you? How about you? Remember that these people has planned this thing already. They has planned it already to collect your land. Anywhere they bomb, they collected it. We are bomb destroyed last 2 years. Government has took over there. They now start telling you there is pipeline that goes there. There is pipeline that goes there. When you check, you are not even safe in Lagos. Nwachineke, do you know that depot that is in Lagos is more than 20 depot? Because I work there. Depot that is in Lagos is more than 20. Pipeline everywhere, pipeline everywhere, pipeline everywhere, pipeline everywhere. If they have anything like explosion in Lagos, I don't think people will come out there. They just build that town without no safety, without people to go up on that one. They are still congesting Lagos. 3 seaports in Lagos. Why are you staying there to destroy your life? Before I leave here, I want to tell our people to take their families back home. Why I'm telling them to take, if you want to stay, you can stay. Take our children back home. Remember that every Igbo child or Biafran child does not belong to the father 100%. It belongs to us. And we are demanding for our children to come back home. You may be the father, but we are demanding, bring our children and our aunties and our wives back to the east, so that any day it will happen, you will not say, run to go house and go and save your family. You will start that place you are, start fighting. You will know that your family has gone back home, because you cannot be running the same time fighting to save your family. It will be too disaster for you. It's better you choose this Easter as an opportunity that you are going back home. Put them back home. They are writing Junior Wayek now. They are writing Junior Wayek now. They can go there and write Junior Wayek.
Exactly. Thank you so much, Mazi Ejike. Thank you. I really enjoy your analysis. Let them use this Easter, for example, as an opportunity. And also, there's something you said which I want our people to use it based on what the vision we are throwing to them to catch with us. During Christmas time in Lagos, everywhere is dry. So the masses should have this understanding. Even at that time, the so-called big men, billionaires, you want them to shift so that you follow them. That time they don't have option. They will just travel also because the masses has gone home. So let's see the power in our hand, because we are the one that always receive this pain whenever it happens. Your shop that you have been toiled for, labored for many years to build, to raise up, will just go down in a twinkle of an eye. Your life is not secured. But those billionaires, nothing happened to them. Moreover, they are part of them. But if we pull out, I'm telling you, they will follow us. Very, very important. And this is what we are trying to let our people know. And just as Mazi Nwachineke said, our people must know that the children does not belong to you. It belongs to us. It belongs to Biafrans. Your children, your wife belongs to us. And it will be better you bring back our children back home and let them study. Because these are one of the problems we are having. When you born them in abroad, they grew there, they go to school there, they know everything about that side. They don't know their home. Let our kids come back home and study. It will also help us to raise up a good education standard in our land. It will make our education standard to grow up. And also for people to know our culture, know where they come from. Because we are going extinct. So this is also part of it. Bring back our children home and let them go school in our land. For security issue, that one is nothing. IPOB will take care of it. Of which Mazi Nwachineke has come and said something about it, and IPOB will continue to work on that. Let me bring in Mazi Kalu Agwu. Mazi Kalu Agwu, I will hand the microphone to you. We are discussing about what our people see as a risk in returning back home, and I would like you to look into what they see as the security challenges they are giving as an excuses and all those things. What is your take over this, Mazi Kalu Agwu? If you can hear me, Mazi.
Okay, thank you so much, Mazi Nwachineke. First and foremost, the problem or the challenge that our people are facing is as a result of being attached to Nigeria, and like one of my colleagues have said here, the killings of our people started since 1945. So, and these killings has never stopped. And these things that it's happening, it is to tell our people that we do not belong to Nigeria. Why is it that our people are spread all over Nigeria doing their businesses in Lagos, in Kanu, in Maiduguri, instead of in Enugu, Aba, Onisha? It is because the Nigerian state had a plan to see that our land is deserted, that our people, our youths, migrate out of our ancestral land, so that it will be easy for the jihadis that they have already been nurturing for years to take over our land. So these are the reasons why our people are outside. There is no seaport in our land, whereas the Atlantic Ocean surrounds our land completely. There is no international diplomatic mission in our land. All the diplomatic missions are in Abuja, Lagos. So for you to travel out of Nigeria from our land, you must go to Lagos or you go to Abuja. For you to get a visa, you must go to Abuja or to Lagos. If you want to take a flight, you must go to Abuja, Lagos, Kaduna, and all the other northern regions. These are planned. These are planned. So now, coming to the challenges facing our people to come back home. Number one, those that are holding sway in at the government houses in the eastern region should, at least they are still serving the Nigerian state. Let them use their resources from the Nigerian state to make the environment conducive for our people to come back, because there is no development in our land, and this is the main challenge that faces our people. These are most of the reasons why they are not coming back home, because they know that the logistics are not there. If you bring back your businesses from Lagos to Aba or to Port Harcourt, you will still have to go back to Lagos or to drive port in Kaduna to bring back your goods to Aba or Onisha. So these are the daunting challenges that must be faced before considering going back. Now, talking about the security issue that is involved, we all know that the security challenges that we are seeing in the Southeast is the creation of the Nigerian government. They created this insecurity in order to rope in the agitation, the genuine agitation for a referendum to self-determination for the indigenous people of Biafra. It is because of that that the Nigerian state have been committing these atrocities, using infiltrators and all other paid thugs to cause insecurity in our land. Now, insecurity is one of the main challenges that our people doing businesses in Lagos and other parts of Nigeria are complaining about. Because why? If you come to the Southeast now, all the police commissioners we are stationed, they are all jihadist Fulanis. If you see most of these Boko Haram recruited terrorists, our police, they have been recruited into the police and other paramilitaries, and they are sent to the Southeast. Now, everywhere there is checkpoints in our land. So all these checkpoints are banks where the Nigerian security officials exploit and extort money from our people. So these military checkpoints are the number one challenge that must be removed, because these military checkpoints and their activities, it is what scared a lot of people away. So this is what I have to say concerning this for now, Mazi Nwachineke.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mazi Kalu Agu, regarding the security issues, and you made mention about the major infrastructure that made our people to be leaving the land, and many of the time we have been discussing about this, that it is the duty of the legislator, but now we have seen that we don't have anything like legislators to discuss this. Do you have anything to say about it? How do you think we can push in to have our own airport and seaport, despite whatever they, because this is quite clear to everybody that is well orchestrated in order to frustrate us, and we have been into this frustration for a very long time. We claim we have political leaders, they go there, they sleep, they collect their money. Even those who claim they have won election this time, they do nothing. We know the system was designed to bring us down. Do you have anything to say or to suggest or regarding how can we push to have this infrastructure despite whatever? Because indeed we know it will still affect us if those things, airports, seaport, are not being opened for us. Should we continue in that way, or do you have anything to chip in as an idea to our people, to the leadership, how we can maybe by all means have a way, irrespective of whatever it may cost or whatever? I don't know. I just want to get your opinion on this. Mazi Carlo Agu.
Yes, Mazi Nwachineke, in my own opinion, we all can see that Nigeria doesn't want us, and those that are representing us are not representing our interest, and this situation will continue like this as long as we continue to be in Nigeria. They are not going to change, because if they change, they will not get what they have been getting. So that is the reason why it is very, very important for all our people to have a common ideology. What is that common ideology? That is our common goal. That is Biafra restoration, our freedom. Because without our freedom, all these logistics will never be available in our land. Look at, since 1960 till today, there is no uninterrupted electricity generation. Everybody will go about buying generators. So as long as Nigeria is concerned, Nigeria is a state that was founded on fraud and lies, because the Nigerian Constitution is the only document in the world that lies against itself from its preamble. So, as a matter of fact, what I'm saying in effect is that all these things that we are talking about here, we cannot get them as long as we are still in Nigeria, because it is a grand plan that is playing out in Nigeria today. Our only hope is freedom, because without freedom, our economic achievements are nothing. Thank you, Mazi Nwachineke.
Thank you very much, Ekalo Agu. Before we wrap it up, I also want to throw this question to you. Even though we are preparing, telling our people to prepare to be returning back home, presently, like yesterday, we heard about a market that was burned, spare parts market that was burned in, I don't know whether you have lived in Lagos, you know the area. They say is Oluowu in Ikeja, Lagos. It's a spare parts market. This is just recently, yesterday. I'm not talking of Lodubo or whatever. The other one, they burnt down. They have taken the market. All this burning. I don't know. You live in diaspora. You live in a civilized nation or a developing nation. You know how they take care of a fire incidents. I don't know. Is there any suggestion you can give to our people? Ideas of having their own fire service or fire extinguisher, something around, in order, even when this thing comes, the way they can curtail it, because each time this fire comes, even in Biafra land, everything will burn down to zero. Is there any way, based on your ideas, your knowledge you have acquired in living in a developed or civilized or developing country, like fire extinguisher and all those things, is it possible? I just want you to chip in just in 5 minutes before we wrap up, just to sustain, so that the market, because we know that more is going to go down even before they will inaugurate the criminal that won the election, Jagaban. We know that many markets will go down. Maybe they can learn from what you will suggest to them. Mazi Kanu.
Yes, Mazi Nwachineke, the issue that we are discussing today, what we are talking about, is something that is orchestrated. It is orchestrated in the sense that these markets, these business areas that are being destroyed, goods what millions destroyed has been happening. And you know that these markets, they have union. This destruction didn't start today. These market unions, can they come together and they form a vigilante that will be in charge of seeing that the markets will not be burned? Let us forget about fire extinguisher, because the market is big. Unless if every shop should have this fire extinguisher, it is necessary. It is necessary for them to have it. And also, as a collective, the union must do something to see that their markets are not burnt. But on the other side of this issue, you will understand that this is something that is planned, orchestrated. So even if the marketers take proactive measures, these things will still happen. The point is that where we are not wanted, and we shouldn't be there. We should go back to our own homeland. That is why everybody must join this movement for the restoration of our homeland. Because if you look at those that is championing this restoration now, we are not up to 1% of our population. And this thing must be a collective effort. You come here in Malaysia, you see a lot of people, they are walking around, they don't join the meeting. Like last Sunday, we had our general meeting. It's only few of us, IPOB, but you see our people walking around, going on their own, because they don't want to contribute towards this restoration. It is our negligence that is causing all this problem. So the area we stand up to stop the burning of our businesses, and the area we join forces to see that our people are freed from Nigeria, the better for all of us. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Just to wrap it up, just 1 minute. Do you have anything to add more before I go to Bishop and Mazi Nwachineke? Just one minute as we bring the program to an end. Mazi Kaluagu.
Okay, thank you, Biafrans, lovers of freedom, justice. I want people, the world, to understand that the problem of Nigeria is injustice. In an unjust society, there will never be progress and peace. In Nigeria, they only preach peace, but nobody talks about justice. Our leader, Mazi Nwachineke, Kanu, who is championing and agitating for self-determination through a peaceful referendum, was kidnapped in Kenya and was renditioned from Kenya to Nigeria by the Nigerian state, thereby breaking international law, breaching international treaties, and today he is still being held in a solitary confinement, even after a court of appeal on the 13th day of October 2022 discharged and acquitted him of all charges brought against him by the Nigerian state. Still, till today, Nigerian state disobeyed these court orders with flagrant impunity, and the world must not sit idly and watch why impunity is going on in Nigeria, because the indigenous people of Biafra agitating for a self-determination is a right, and it is never a crime. Therefore, I urge all Biafrans all over the world, it is time for all of us to join hands together with IPOB and contribute financially and otherwise, because freedom is never given freely. Freedom needs sacrifice. We must sacrifice in order to be free. Thank you so much, Nwachineke.
Thank you very much, Mazi Kaluagu. I come to you, Bishop Adiele. Just 1 minute to wrap it up, Bishop. Just 1 minute.
Great Biafrans globally, may God bless you all for listening. Yeah, my submission to this rounding up is this. I must say how it is in my heart. Let me digress a little. Biafrans, we should understand that the only man that have ever meant well for Biafrans is Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Because of the love he had for you globally, within, that is why he was kidnapped and illegally rendition. He is now being tormented, being tortured because of the love he has for you. The so-called Ohanes Ndibo, the so-called Indes Ndibo, what they call them, they never meant well for you. The more you are submissive to these vultures, it is detrimental to your own downfall. That is why I'm asking you, please, don't listen to these people. They are machine men with machine heart. They don't care for you. Imagine what Imoya was saying, that we have properties everywhere in Nigeria. You should remain put wherever you are. Oh, because the more you remain put where you are, the more you are enriching them and the more you are impoverishing yourself and your safety. What does it profit you to develop Lagos and your soul is stripped out from you, just like what our brother says? I did literature in the past. That was in Shakespeare. Merchant of Venice, he left everything he had in Italy and he sojourned back to Israel. So Igbos, you must go back home if truly you want a better life for yourself. If truly you want to save your life.
Thank you very much, Bishop. Thank you. Mazi Ejike, you have 1 minute just to wrap it up. Do you have anything to add more? Mazi Ejike, can you hear me? Mazi Ejike, can you hear me? Oh no, it's like we have lost the connection. Just to wrap it up. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for... Okay, Mazi Ejike, are you there? All right. Just 1 minute to wrap it up. Time is not on our side.
I borrow this word from late Gideon Oka. Gideon Oka said, a dead man has no statement. Only a living can give a statement. Only a living can give a statement. There is no need of them to stay there and calling about their billions and millions of naira where they don't have safety. Every union chairman in Lagos is a member of Ohanese. I want people to take record of that. They are members, they are stooge. So the other people that are not executive should not look upon those people. They should start doing something. A general without troops is not a general. When they start vacating, their chairmanship and everything will become useless. That is where I stand. A dead man has no statement. Thank you, Nwachineke.
Thank you very much, Mazi Ejike, Bishop Adiele, and Barrister Carlo. Thank you very much for the wonderful contribution you have made on today's show. I believe it's making a great impact to our people. Thank you very much, and may the Most High strengthen you all. See you all next week. Thank you. This is Radio Biafra Hausa-Service 2, coming to you from the platform of Radio Biafra London, under the leadership of one and only Onyendu Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, Ohamadike, one of Biafra land. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is the only incorruptible leader of the indigenous people of Biafra. He's the director of Radio Biafra and her television, the commander of the armies of Biafra, and the greatest man living on this planet Earth. Today, Friday show, we look into what will our people see as risk of returning back home and the risk of staying in Lagos or outside our land, and also the advantages. By the time we start staying in our home, despite whatever we see as risk, we will use our hand to solve those problems. It's as a result of leaving our land that make all whatever we see as a problem, insecurity, whatever, increases because you are not there. But by the time you are there, those things will solve itself because of your presence. I'm telling us the gospel truth. So let's think home. Let's begin to return back home Very, very important. Check up the risk in Lagos. You suffered, you made your money, you build houses, and tomorrow somebody just come and spark, just a spark of matches, a scratch of matches, pim, and everything is gone. And there's nothing you will do. You only be crying. Just like the brother I played his video at the beginning of this broadcast. He was just crying. They took my phone. They break my head. Like some of you, they broke your head and bones and kills during the election. Has anything been done? It's only just sorry. It's only just sorry, they will tell you. And if you react today now, the so-called all these useless Nigerian activists that are saying sorry to you will be against you, that you are violent. That's why I don't believe in all those nonsense activists. Activists that will only be with you when you are being oppressed, saying sorry. The day you rise to oppose what is oppressing you, they will be against you. Nobody will help us, nothing. It's only the sovereignty of our land. We continue to say it. You don't have leaders. You don't have political leaders. All the things you have there are criminals. They are criminals from A to Z. Including your brother Peter Obi, you are talking, he cannot do anything. Even if he to win the election through, he cannot do. The system had been designed. And as a single president, he don't have the right to, the power to change the constitution. Can he create state to make more national members of assembly from our side that will oppose things, drag things for him in the house, in the chamber, before the executive can implement whatever? These things are the things we have seen left and right, and we are telling ourselves the truth. Don't follow these big men that have made it. Don't follow them. Don't listen to them. You are there. You staying in Kanu, you staying in Lagos is defending their own investment. You there is defending them. If you pull out, there is no security again over that their environment or their investment. We are telling you the truth. Understand the thing. You are the one receiving the bullet. You are the one receiving the pain. Think home. Let's begin. Love your home. Love your land. Love the land of no matter how. Begin to love Biafra land. Love it. It's a very good land. We grew up there. We play football there. We go to the bush. We follow this rabbit, squirrel, whatever in those days. We climb mango trees. These things are things of life. It's nature. Begin to love it. Think of it. Think of it. And when you love it, you will not support anyone that will come to destroy it. Very, very important. It's our home. We don't have any other place. Let's begin to think of developing it. Those things, development you have been putting in other places. Brothers and sisters, this is the time we'll be thinking how to put it there. Listen, let me tell us the secret. No matter how, they will look for us. Everything is naturally given. The trade we are doing, the commerce they know us for, is nature. They can't trade. Hausa man in the north cannot trade without you. Forget about the one that is trading. He is doing it because you are there. Yoruba man cannot trade without you. All these things are natural gifts. You can't force it to work for you. So let's understand what nature has given to us and see how we will use it to develop ourselves, to help ourselves. That's all. Let us not hoping that they are the one helping us. This time, let's think that we are the salt that is making their food to be delicious. We are the ingredients. Let's think of that. Then we begin to return back home. Very, very important. There is no two ways about it, my dear brother. We have died a lot and we have been sacrificed. And have it in mind, nobody love you like IPOB. Nobody, no organization love you. The thing is that we have bad mind. Like IPOB. We love you. What about you jump from Igbo Union, this, Igbo that, Igbo Ala, Igbo Nkari, Igbo Kari? All these things are rubbish. The only help they'll give you is the day you die. They put you in a casket and send you home. That's all. No development, nothing, no future. You just go there. You drink beer, drink hot, goji, guelu, guala, nothing. The development, the technology you want to come into your land is not coming. Ohaneze Ndigbo is just a mirage. It's just a charade. It's just something. It's a film trick. On a Maria so much. They can't do anything. They can't talk. They have already sold their soul to the Sokoto Caliphate. Nothing good will ever come out of them. We continue to tell you the truth. Think of IPOB. Love us. No matter how they have portrayed us. whatever. Love what we are doing. Love us. We are your brother. We are your people. So think of it. Begin to agree with us and return back home. Have you not voted? Your brother P2B won election. Where is he today? He can't even talk. He cannot talk. He's talking peace, peace, peace. Talking peace in hell. You go in the camp of Satan and you are saying peace, peace. Satan will be very happy now to deal with you. Unless maybe he's the group he belongs, all these Freemason lodge, they belong in London. Maybe they decide to help him because that is their cult. That is where they get their strength. If not, nothing P2B will offer to you. Unless they are Orange Lodge and all those demonic cult they belong in England that make them they go there will help him. Maybe they have decided, so, okay, this is our man. Let's give him the mandate. Apart from that, and when nothing good will come out. My dear brother. So we continue to tell you the truth. If you want to understand, you understand. But we wish you will understand. Join us. Agree with us. Begin to return home. Despite the risk, begin to return back home. And live in your land. Love your land. Love your thing. Love your own thing. That is where you come from. Love Alibo. Love it. Take it, eat it, believe in it, stay there than that of another person. Very, very important. Thank you very much, as we will be bringing this broadcast to an end. Yesterday, our brother Mazi, unstoppable, by the grace of God, God bless you. But we don't want this thing on radio again, just as I said, please. But God has really answered you. Immediately after my broadcast yesterday, I spoke with Mommy Nwada. Mommy Nwada is a philanthropist, and she has been helping, assisting our people, has been led by the Spirit of God. So I spoke to her on your behalf, unstoppable. I spoke to Mommy Nwada on your behalf, and she agreed to support you with 100,000 naira because of your child in hospital, according to her. Because of that child, she decided to support you with 100,000 naira. And I myself, Nwachineke, I still continue to give you the 20,000, so making it 120,000. And Mazi Smith Chinedu from Scotland, a good man, Smith Chinedu, is a Biafran also, supported you with 20,000 naira. Also, then our dear brother, Mazi Azwanoka from Amsterdam also wrote to me. He has sent me the payment slip. He had banking already, 39,000 naira. He put 39,000 naira into your account. And our dear brother Scavenger, of course, he came to radio and he made mention of it. And he supported you with 10,000 naira. I think a total of about 179,000 has been given to you. I have already sent my own 20,000 naira into your account. So by Monday thereabout, when you confirm all this money, I would like you to come to my program and thank all these gentlemen and our dear mother, our dear sister, Mommy Nwada as well for this help. But please, let nobody come on radio here to bring his problem or whatever. I will not condole it. It will not be accepted. Please, I just allow this one because it's the first time. We are not here for all this charity, and that is why we encourage people to belong to the family units. Most of us don't attend meeting. You don't like to go to meeting, but when you have problem, you come out on air to look for it or look for somebody you want to ask. As somebody, one of my guests here, Kalagu, said in their meeting, you are called for meeting, you see people moving about, they don't want to join the meeting. But when they have problem, they will come to the organization for help. These are the foolishness we don't like, but everybody must belong to the unit. Meeting, if you have an issue, you report through your unit coordinator or zonal coordinator national. If it is something that need the attention of IPOB Global, then it will get to the head, the DOS, they will channel it to the welfare, and from there help will be given to you. That is how IPOB function. we have our administration. Forget about all the things that have been happening. That is it. So that when we have this issue, let's go to family. That is why you must belong. Support the family unit to be strong. Not that your unit is going down. People are not coming for meeting. The unit is not growing. You are not ever, you leave it. Then when problem come, you jump out. Even if other broadcasters would condone it, I, Nwachineke, will not. Because I respect the rules of law. Very, very important. That is our rule. So support your unit, and whatever is there, happen to you, go there and they will give you the necessary help. That is how IPOB function. And it will be recorded and documented that such thing had been done. Yes, very, very important. But I'm not saying that somebody should not meet somebody personally to help you. I'm not saying that if you know anybody, you want to meet him personally, it's up to you and that person. It's none of our business. But coming to air is where I am against. You can meet somebody one-on-one or whatever to assist you. If he gives you, to God be the glory. I believe in giving. I believe in helping. I believe in sowing. I believe in giving. And God help when it comes that. But let it not come and take over our project, which is Biafra restoration. Very, very important, because there are millions of problems out there. If you open the line now, and all those things. So we will not look into it. This is like what happened in the Acts of Apostle, when the apostle now said, let us channel these things to these people, let them be taking care of them, so that we focus on the gospel. Because at a certain time, if you study deeper, the issue of welfare was a kind of trying to take away the gospel. So we are using what happens here in order not to happen to our own. Very, very important. So in case you are there, you have an issue, please do channel it to that area. That is all I have to say about this. And thank you to gentlemen that heard my voice and they came out to support our dear brother. May Jehovah Elohim, the Most High, bless each and every one of us. Thank you very much as we bring the broadcast to an end at this moment. We thank the Most High for making everything possible, and we continue to encourage you to listen to Radio Biafra at all time. Very, very important. All right, thank you. Thank you. We are back.
War advancement. It was a Soviet Union. After all, they first entered they first put Yuri Gagarin in space or in the moon. Even before him, there was one person they called Vladimir Ilyuchev. But he was on the space, the first person, not even Yuri Gagarin. But the Russians, the Soviet Unions, there is a reason, because he failed. But he entered space. The first person to enter space, but it's in their secret file. They call him Vladimir Ilyuchev. Before Yuri Gagarin, they close it. One of the reasons, because of even the man's political stand, he was a kind of against socialism that time, kind of. So they didn't promote him. So what am I trying to say? Now the story about the MiG, America was crying, saying they don't know how to get that type of technology. The MiG carries it. And that time, Mossad, Israel, was trying to lure America, because America never still have 100% trust on Israel. For your information, Because many people don't understand. Many people misplace history sometimes. The primary set of people that supported even Israel, the equipment they have, everything, most of it come from the Russia, Soviet Union. This because they were the first people to support Israel in many of their initial wars. Because the Russians, they wanted to create a socialist country in the Middle East. Do you understand? But Israel, they went there, they turned. They said, this type of government, we don't want it. Most of them come from Soviet Union. America didn't even trust Israel that time. But because the Israelis, they saw the future to be capitalists. That is ability, vision, ability to read tomorrow. It's intelligence. Your ability to see tomorrow and read tomorrow. There are think tanks in countries that have to tell, forecast things. It's their job. But Nigeria is not a country. They don't have all this. Everybody is a look of money. So what am I saying? That MiG technology, Russians were on top of America because they saw the actions of that MiG in Vietnam. Now America need that MiG by all means. A sample of that MiG, in order to get the technology, look into it and get the technology and do something and replicate it in their own way. Also, Israel want to have confidence of America because America is dealing with them, but not too much. They don't have confidence because they are seeing Israelis as bunch of communists. That is the right word. So, do you know what happened? Mossad, Israel say, you want this MiG? Come on, we can get it for you. Free of charge. CIA say you are joking. Stop this, you are nonsense. I don't want it. Israel say, we can get you this MiG. Don't worry. Just give us more time. Don't worry. Just watch and see. You know what they did? Because that time they had some supplies. Russia supplied the Middle East with that MiG in order to control Middle East. You know what happened? Israel, they have, Israel, that is why sometimes your enemies will think that they will push you. They don't know that they pushing, the way they throw you everywhere, it becomes an advantage. That is exactly what Biafra is replicating. Do you know that we have Biafrans all over the world? Do you know that in Biafra land, we have Biafrans, Chinese Biafrans? We have lost Biafrans. We have Mexican, Spanish Biafrans. What type of Biafrans we don't have? Today it has become advantage. That is the advantage of, Israel over others, because they can blend in anywhere. If we say now, if our leader come and announce now, we need Biafrans that can speak Russia to go some mission in Russia. Before God and man, before you know it, thousands will surface immediately. Do you understand? Thousands will surface that speaks and with Russian citizenship. They will come up. If you say, okay, we need Greenland. Greenland, the part of autonomous part of Denmark. Biafrans that we have mission. You will see Greenland Biafrans will come out. That is the advantage. People don't know why God didn't give us Biafra at that time. He wants to give us this advantage so that we use it to shine and rule Black Africa, to be high, to be showing example. That is what gave Israel advantage. The fact that they were scattered all over the world, European Jews, African Jews, Arab Jews, full ground, so they can blend anywhere. You will see somebody thinking he's praying Allah Akbar. He's an Arab. You don't know that he's a Jewish. He's a Mossad. You don't know. That is advantage. Whereas you Americans, they don't have all this advantage because they will need somebody that will. How can you be speaking? It's now that they are learning different languages. America. Before you start speaking, they will detect you and kill you in Afghanistan. But Jews, they have Afghan Jews. Do you know that? They have Pakistani Jews. So they can blend in anywhere and, chill. Wear their turban and chill. And if you say, okay, the advantage we have, if we say, okay, we need to infiltrate a house up, we have our people, you see them in Katangura, you will not even know that they are Igbos. They will blend. That is an advantage, an extra advantage to us in this movement. People don't know. So do you know? Let me complete that story. Mossad told the CIA, say, look, don't worry, we will get you that MiG. Is it not what you need? Because they want to build trust with America, to trust them, because America didn't trust them. They said there are things they don't share with them together because they believe that if they share with them, Russia will have it. It's during the heat of Cold War. So Mossad, they made their contacts through their agents in Arab world. And one Iraqi man is a pilot. He's an Iraqi Christian. He was recruited, contacted, and promised $1 million. He demanded $1 million that time. And they didn't even price it. He's a pilot. He's an Iraqi pilot. And he said, okay, I will carry this job. I'll bring, I'm a pilot. And I pilot this MiG. So I will bring it to you in Tel Aviv. Direct. But you pay me $1 million. Number one. Before I move, you make sure that my family, they move out of Iraq. They say, oh, they don't even, they say, we will give you anything you want. Your family, your mother, your father. Arabs, they like families. Your mother, your father, even your grandmother, anyone you want us to remove, we remove him. They planned everything. They moved the family to Turkey. Immediately the family is out of Turkey. They send him coded message. That is okay. He said, okay, don't worry, I'm coming. He entered in a routine flight. He entered flight, bam, and disappeared. He moved away. Down to, I think it's a stealth fighter even. Stealth, that is, it's invisible to radar. He came down. This thing was so secretive that only the prime minister and the head of Mossad knew about this program. No, only two of them know about this program. They knew about this program. So they say the funny part of it is that when that flight was entering, when he entered the Israeli airspace, the Air Force detected that there is one enemy. For identify yourself. The man radioed the people he's supposed to radio. The head of Mossad. The head of Mossad even didn't tell the Air Force general. He called the prime minister at that time. The prime minister of Israel they were giving an excuse. No, leave it, let us watch. Which kind of, they said, no, he entered, we need to shoot, he said, no, don't shoot first, let us watch. They said, but it's an enemy, it's unidentified. They said, no. They started giving very, excuses, flimsy excuses. Because they don't want to compromise this. They don't want to tell them that this is our program. Wait, let it come. They will say, you never know. Because this is so important. It's a key. This is the main thing that made America to trust Israel till today. I'm telling you. This history is the thing. Is the key. Until that plane landed, they breathed him. And the man came down. They said the eagle have landed. The family of the man was taken to Turkey. The family of the man. All the family were removed before the man moved. You are taken to Turkey. I think through Turkey to Israel even. You understand? So there, when Mossad contacted CIA that we have your bed, your MiG, we have it in our hand in Tel Aviv. They say, no, these people, they are the highest liars. How can these people be? How are you joking with this kind of thing? They say, we have your bed in our land. Come and check it before it's too late. Because the Soviet Union is, before it start threatening fire and nuclear strike on us. Come and check this thing. Immediately they came, they saw, lo and behold, Chineke ekwekwana ihe ọjọọ. The CIA chief, he shake the Mossad, he say, yes, you have gained our trust. Finish. They enter inside and take photos at the can. You know, this is a few, you know, this is something that will take, not take more, less, it will take less than 1 hour. They have photoed everything they want to photo, and the technicians are there. Russia was clamoring. Oh, we had that, this and that. Israel, if they say no, it was hijacked, this and that. The pilot was taken to safety. Everything was there, and they told Russia, please send somebody to come and take back your plane. It's just an incident. You understand? We didn't take it, so it's just an incident. They have taken everything. They have ransacked the whole technology they want to take. And Russia have to send somebody, they take back the plane. Do you understand? So from that day, CIA and Mossad become 9 and 6. So let me go back to the tactics used by Winston Churchill, the British Prime Minister, in order to make America enter into the Second World War, because it will be to their advantage. Okay, let me read a bit. He said, in June 1941, Americans read about an extraordinary British mission into Nazi-occupied France. Newspapers, including the Baltimore Sun and New York Post, detailed how the British parachuted into an airfield with Tommy guns and hand grenades, overpowered the guards, and destroyed about 30 planes. All of the team members made it back to Britain alive via torpedo boats, along with 40 German prisoners in tow. It was an incredible story. This is the story they put in newspaper Britain. It's the work of M16. That they overpowered, they do this, Britain, they send their crack team into Germany. Now that they overpowered this and that and brought back and killed. All these things, America bought it because they want America to feel that they are impregnable. These people are too much. So supporting them will be to their advantage. That is, they put it in newspapers. This is propaganda. You know, when our leader is telling you that, look, war is not only by gun. Propaganda is the main weapon of war. Britain used it and it worked in order to lure Americans into the war. To make American people have confidence. Unbeknown to the United States, the British Foreign Intelligence Service, known as M16, had planted the story in the press as part of a covert influence campaign to convince the country to enter World War II. Do you understand that? With Hitler aggressively gaining ground across the continent and dropping bombs over London, British Prime Minister Winston Churchill has been anxiously lobbying Frank D. Roosevelt for reinforcements against the Germans. But America firmly resisted being drawn into another bloody war on European soil. But their intelligence made it. Because as of that time, as I told you before, only 7% of Americans thought that US should declare war. Only 7%. So they don't even see it as anything. But after many things happened, of which one of these things I told you, they have to lobby, M1Cs have to infiltrate civil societies in America in order to start clamoring for support for UK. And because they have to sway the public opinion in America. Do you see what it means? To build alliance is not easy. It needs extreme intelligence. That is why, listen, when I know at the first time our leader started by attacking everybody, both the leaders. Some people, even somebody in this platform, take it personal. Sometimes I look at people, I say, look, some people are not intelligent, honestly. Somebody took it personal here, as if it's personal affair. It's not personal. It's not personal. Our leader knew what he was doing. A time came, he said, stop, cease fire. Don't attack these people again. But this useless moron don't know. A thing that is only opening mouth and shouting, talking. That is why, as you can discipline. Without discipline, you cannot achieve an advanced country. You cannot achieve advancement. Discipline is the key. Our leader said, stop attack. Because what he was achieving, what he was trying to achieve, he's seen the light. He gave order, stop attack. If we are doing meeting that time, you say, you see that useless person, you will start complaining, no, this and that. I say, come on. Somebody that knows why have told us. So, why are you arguing? An order is an order. There is a reason. So follow it. That is why, in a war, you cannot win a war without discipline. Command and control. Do you understand that? Principles of command and control is highly, it's complex. It's sophisticated. Sometimes. Fighting a war, many things are involved. Many things are involved. Let me also say, I don't know why the story is just coming out. There is this story of Second World War. This man is a very big asset to Hitler. He's an agent of Hitler planted. I think he's a Spanish. Is the person that the main key to the success of Normandy, the Normandy landing. That man is a Spanish but lives in England. He was planted by Hitler as an agent, and a very big agent for that in England. That man now, he went even to report. It's him that went. They didn't discover him. He went to Britain. He went to British M1Cs and told them that, look, I'm an agent. They even looked down on him, say, what kind of this man? He said, look, I'm an agent. Until they found out that really this man is what he said. He said, I'm here to do some job for Hitler, and I'm here for good. I think he's a farmer. He was a farmer. This man is one of the biggest assets Britain has as an agent during the Second World War, because he made the landing successful. He was the person that he made Hitler believe that the allies will not come through Normandy. That they are preparing to come through another side. That you see, when you see their preparation in Normandy is a digressive attack. That is why Hitler concentrated on the other side. There is another side that he thought that the Allied forces will come from. This man made it to work. So do you know, in order to build confidence, because when Britain really know the words of this man, I mean M16s, now sometimes they give they have to give him secret information about their troop movement. Let me just listen to this, because this is a war. You can lose a battle on purpose just to win the war in general. This man, in order to have him, make Hitler still his credibility to be on top with Nazi, sometimes they will give him credible information. Listen, Britain can send secret crack teams behind the enemy lines in order to go and sabotage things on German or French territory, because that time France is under German control. Do you know what Britain will do? The commander, the general, he will sell this information of the movement of some of his troops to this man to sell to Germany. So that when these people, when they will land, you know that he's sending people, the general is sending people. I want you to understand how sophisticated war should be. It's not a very palatable decision, but that is how it is. The general can send people, maybe 15, 20 people, highly trained crack team behind the enemy line, and he will still go and reveal it to this man and say, this man, because now they turn the man into double agent and tell the man, give this information to your people, so that they will wait for so time, these people will land. And it's true, they will land. These are British soldiers. When they land, now they will leave them. After they can kill all of them. Germany can kill all of them. That thing, now they are trying to build confidence on this their agent, that he is real. I don't know whether you understand what I'm saying. Sometimes war is sophisticated. That is why our leader wants to tell you, do this, do it. You don't know the reason, but do it. We are in a war. We are in a war. Lives can be sacrificed, but what we want is overall victory. That is it. My life doesn't matter. Individual life doesn't matter. What matters is the overall victory. Do you understand? So when I was reading this history, studying it, they sacrifice lives of people to build something more huge. Those people they send, after the whole things will be sabotaged, they will kill all of them. No person will know why, but they know, the general knows, because this type of intelligence job is only mostly one or two people. The general will know about it, maybe with the prime minister. Other commanders will be complaining, there is a saboteur in our midst, or this, but they don't know, they didn't know that there is something they want to achieve, a huge success. So now that information this man gave to Nazis, we continue putting trust, making them to have trust on the man. That look, this man told us these people are coming in the next 1 month, and that next 1 month they will jump out from from flight and parachute themselves down to so place, and they watch them. It's like that. So why can't they believe him? They will kill the soldiers after or capture some. And that is it. Because that is a soldier's life, expendability. But they are building trust on this man so that the Germans will have big trust. They will be giving him information on what they want to do. And the man is very big resource till the end of the war to the allies. Do you understand? Now, after everything, the man will be given, if the man give them 5 misinformation, he will give them 1 good information. Or if the misinformation is given them is about the landing of retaking of France. Well, because now he become the biggest asset of Germans as a secret serviceman. The same thing too, he become the biggest asset to the allies, to Britain. Do you see? The only man that received double medal from Germany, from Hitler, and from Queen of England. It's not easy. Because, it's from that invasion, the Normandy invasion of France by the Allies, Germany started crumbling. Now, let me go back to what I was saying about the importance of building coalition or alliance. Let me say it again, this one. During the Operation Desert Storm, and later the invasion of Iraq in 2003, America didn't do it alone. They first of all tried to build alliance, build coalition. And in some ways, they also use fake news and misinformation. And the cohesion, not cohesion, cohesion, C-O-E-R-C-I-O-N, cohesion. That is soft, push. They push people. They can use their money to entice countries to vote in the United Nations Assembly. This is intelligent work. Intelligence work, I should say. So, do you think that coalition is not important and these people are building it? It is about the survival of a nation, the survival of a country. That is why we always encourage our Oduduwa brothers and sisters, our Kwararafa Republic, that is Middle Belt, in order to rise up, you remove fear factor. Rise up and claim what belongs to you. We are in a coalition, or we should be. The ability to form coalition or alliance is a form of political maturity, civilization, or advancement. You cannot say, let me do it alone. You cannot. Because no man is an island. That is why we always want, like as I said before, when our leader said, stop attacking Yoruba people, many people misunderstood, but there is something very huge there. Because you attack them with the truth. When you attack a reasonable person with the truth, no matter no matter the insult, but you look beyond that insult, you see, what this man is telling us is the truth. Forget about his insult and his tune. That is the truth. That is the way to wake somebody from sleep. When he starts realizing himself, now you should know that it is not the tactics that you used before you will use again. You change tactics. Do you understand? Do you understand what I'm saying? Now let me come back home. The key factor to the Fulani hegemony we are witnessing today came from the ability of the British government in thwarting any coalition between Nnamdi Azikiwe of NCNC, Nigerian Congress of National Congress of Nigeria and the Cameroon. Yes. Although they later changed it to National Council of Nigeria Citizens. Nnamdi Azikiwe and the Chief Obafemi Awolowo of Action Group. Britain know that they created a country, amalgamated a country for their own interests. But if they didn't take care of this country they amalgamated, it will no more be to their own interest. That is why every plan for East and West, that is Oduduwa and Biafra, to coalesce, to be together as allies, Britain tried everything, their highest diplomacy, in order to what it, and they did it. And anything that made them to try to make them to form alliance, Britain thwarted it, and they use their selfishness, extreme selfishness. Both Azikiwe, Awolowo, and Akintola, I'm telling you, all of them are guilty. All of them are guilty. Do you understand? You know, Nnamdi Azikiwe was very active in Nigerian youth movement. The same thing like Awolowo, Nigeria's first. It's a Nigeria's first nationalist organization. But he failed to solidify his coalition with Awolowo despite all odds. I will tell you why. Let me tell you, sometimes you can justifiably feel bad about a situation or somebody, but you should hang on the arrangement for the collective benefit of your people. That is where our people are primitive. Look at Uchemofo. I'm not preaching about him, please. I'm just a reference. Father Odimegwa tried everything to settle his case with our leader, which is God that willed it. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been, in a patch on a leak. Father Odimegwa tried to patch on a leak. God said, no, this person, leave him. They push him and he pushed him. He left him. That demon that was in him, because our leader said, Biafra na charge more. When you have evil thoughts, if you are not genuine in this struggle, a time you cannot stay here forever. A time will come, your body will be itching you. Something you see, what you will be seeing is complain. Even the other person, what is the other obid? A time came, only complain. He will call, only complain. Our leader, he's doing things. Oh yeah, he's saying things. I say, what? Only complain. That is the time the manifestation of the evil spirit they had before. It's manifesting. It was manifesting. Father Odimegwa told Uchemofo that this is not about your interest. This is about the interest of millions of Biafrans all over the world that are following you and Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. But thank God, with Chukwu Okeabiama, Amadioha, Omapa, and the things become more better. Imagine what it would have been sometime with the formation of this ESN. Imagine Uchemofo being here. Imagine the internal squabbles every day. Oh God Almighty! That is why God didn't pity Datan and Abiram, Korah and Datan and Abiram during the biblical Moses days. Because if he pity them, they will become cancer. Every minute of the day, they will continue complaining and making people to suffer even more. So God opened the soil and they fall in, them and their family, so that they will be forgotten. And they were buried alive. That is how God does his things. Had it been, imagine with this ESN, if with Uchemofo here, maybe Father Odimegwa tried and physically amalgamated them Uchemofo into the struggle again. Every minute of the day he will be complaining. Every minute there will be problem, internal problem that will be even more worse. So that is why, once you don't have the interest of the struggle or the movement or the people in your mind, you will fall apart. Awolowo, Akintola, Azikiwe, they were to blame. I will tell you why. Some can say even Awolowo and Akintola, they bore some of the biggest blame for the lack of coalition between the West and the East. Let me read something so that you can understand. From the eve of independence, Awolowo led the action group as the leader of the opposition in the federal parliament, leaving Samuel Ladoke Akintola as the Western Region Premier. Disagreements between Awolowo and Akintola on how to run the Western Region led the latter, that is Akintola, to an alliance with Tafawa Balewa led NPC federal government. You know NPC, you know what it means? It's the party name that time, Northern People's Congress. You know any of that? They don't hide, you know, why also I admire them. They don't hide their feeling. They tell you, Korokoro, we are for the North. We are for Fulani, for our people. Now it would have been for the interest of other people like Awolowo, Akintola, Azikiwe to say, I am for the East. This one say I'm for the West. And Chekina. Okuagu. Is it not so? But this one, his political party was NPC, Northern People's Congress, not Nigerian People's Congress, so Northern People's Congress. That is Northernization. Till today, they don't hide it. That is why Bauchi State Governor can tell you anything. That the Fulani there, we bring them. Well, we don't care about Nigeria. It is not today they started it. Do you understand? They have been consistent on it. Okay. He said a constitutional crisis led to the declaration of a state of emergency in the Western region, eventually resulting in a widespread breakdown of law and order. That is in Oduduwa region. Because Awolowo is having problem with his brother. People that are supposed to, you know, have common interest and goal. No matter whatever, they come to the table and regulate it. So that when people will be talking about the problem, they don't go right to the root. Okay? Now, when Britain, because Britain, you know, Britain, they know what they are doing also. They saw a crack in these two people, these two brothers. Now they make that crack to become gully. Because that is what they want. Listen their plan and what they did. Now, excluded from national government, Awolowo and his party faced an increasingly precarious position. Akintola's followers. Akintola's followers, angered at their exclusion from power, formed the Nigerian National Democratic Party, NNDP, under Akintola's leadership, having previously suspended the elected Western Regional Assembly. The federal government then reconstituted the body after maneuvers that brought Akintola NNDP into power without an election. After maneuvers, that maneuvers they didn't explain. It's British maneuvers. Look at, they know that the West, they cherished Awolowo, but they brought a stumbling block, Akintola, disagreements. Nah, no agree. They will come this side, nah, no agree. They go Awolowo, no agree. And two of them did not know, would not even, they were not matured enough in order to resolve their problems. That is where the problem started originally. I will tell you why it is so. I'll tell you why it is so. Now, as I said, as I read before, this guy formed Akintola. He formed another party and become a leader. Somebody that formed new party. Britain maneuvered him this and that in order to, because people love Awolowo. His people love Awolowo more than, though he have followers. Instead of making themselves to have a, to conclude by themselves and resolve their differences, instead Britain went there and scattered them more. They maneuvered this newly formed party to become the premier. You understand? They put him into power without election. Shortly afterwards, Awolowo and several disciples were arrested, charged, convinced of treason, and jailed for conspiring with Ghanaian authorities under Balewa to overthrow the federal government. That is it. You understand? They jailed Awolowo, who's supposed to be, who's supposed to be on top. Now they brought his second, and because they didn't have any, they cannot conclude themselves on themselves. They cannot resolute on themselves and say, look, this is not about me, neither you, but about the future of our people. Please let us resolve this thing. When you cannot resolve your differences, enemies from outside will come and put more fire, and everywhere will be blazes. Do you understand? But now check this difference. Let me read it for you. Check the difference. What I read before. How the problem Awolowo had with his brother Akintola led his being arrested. And Akintola that formed the party yesterday, as of that time, now he become the main person. They favored him without elections. Because the British, they want to bring, they are looking for a way in order to scatter the South in general. But look at the difference. Listen, the Saduano of Sokoto, leader of the NPC, was poised to become the prime minister. But instead, he chose to become the premier of Northern Region and supported his deputy, Tafawa Balewa's candidacy for prime minister. Do you see the difference? I don't know. I don't know whether you people understand me, please. Tafawa Balewa was poised to become the prime minister. Tafawa Balewa, the Saduana of Sokoto, sorry. That is Ahmad Bello. Sorry, Ahmad Bello. He was poised. He is the person that's supposed to be the prime minister of Nigeria. But instead, he chose to become the premier of Northern Region. You know what he did? He supported his deputy. That time, Tafawa Balewa was his deputy. But he supported his deputy to have candidacy, to be candidates for prime minister. That is also kind of godfatherism. Two of them, they look forward for one common goal. Now, let me hold this knot by myself. Now you can go for the central government. That is why today Saduana of Sokoto is the main ruler of Nigeria, no matter any person in power. Do you know that? Because Ahmad Bello is supposed to be the prime minister. But he drew back. Because he saw a vision, he had the vision of tomorrow for his people. He don't want to leave a premiership of Northern Region to another person, because no person for him, no person can handle the north by them. He want to fashion the north as he want it to be. But he told his deputy, he said, now go to the center, be a candidate, and I will support you. And he supported him. You see how they coalesce for the future of their region. But Western region, they are selfishness. This one say no, over my dead body. The other one say over my dead body. How can I table? And the enemies, Britain say, yeah, this is what we want. They will go to Akintola and say, look, this Awolowo is biting more than he can chew. You are more popular. From another party who will support you. Okay? And this man, we will deal with him. So we will help you deal with him. Don't worry. And he thought that they were giving him good advice. If somebody come to your family and start advising you to kill your brother and you succumb, who is the foolish person? It's you, not even the foreigner. Do you understand? So now Akintola and Awolowo, they made, had it been they made Awolowo the body, his party, to be Western Region in Western Regional Assembly, the controller, there wouldn't have been no too much problem because Awolowo was more popular. But they carry somebody below him and made him. You see how the British intelligence, you see how they work. They know what they do. Now, this confusion between them now, the British, they say maneuver. That maneuver is what they didn't expatiate, but is behind the scenes. That is the place they told Akintola that, look, you have to be in alliance with this guy, Tafawa Balewa, okay? And we'll support two of you. He said, yes, no problem. When you have a problem with your brother, you go for the foreigner to support you against your brother. And that is where the problem comes from. The confusion between Akintola and Awolowo was exploited by the British intelligence in order to form coalition between West and the North as they sidelined Awolowo. Do you see that? They sidelined Awolowo. Also, when Awolowo was released from jail, he continued in his selfishness of aligning with North to fight Biafra. Do you see it? Evil begets evil. They sidelined Awolowo and they made Akintola now to sign, because maybe they knew that the British intelligence calculated that had it been Awolowo at the original time, the first time, if they told him to align with Tafawa Balewa, he wouldn't have agreed. Now they did something. It's manipulation. It's intelligence. They use somebody that is more junior to him in popularity. They promoted him up. Now they use him to go and form alliance with the North and put this one to jail. Now when he was released from jail by Awolowo, with the promise that he will go and declare he go again, and because of his selfishness, because I know the Northerners, they told him that, look, you see how your brother did to us, let us work together and you will become the president. They made him prime minister of Nigeria, the only civilian minister of finance, minister of finance during Nigerian civil war under Gowon. That is it. And he accepted it because of his selfishness. And that is what caused what we are seeing today. Do you understand? Also, Zeke was not left out in his own selfishness. The British, they used his selfishness of becoming the president of an empire he didn't create. He's a test for power. He wants to be a great Nigeria. Everything is Nigeria. Whereas others are, going to their region, saying, oh, Nigeria. NCNC, even combined Nigeria and Cameroon, after he turned back to Nigeria, until he met the brick wall when he won the election, and they told him, look, in Lagos, you cannot be this in here. You are an Igbo man. Go back to your place. You're an Igbo man. Do you understand? And that time he went to Enugu and started confusion with our brothers. Ayueta, pursued Ayueta. And Ayueta formed his own party. That grudge is continued till today. Which, although we have resolved it anyway. Now, today, the Fulani can easily use others in order to continue in their hegemony. Let me come back more home. I told you that with intelligence is with what you form alliance, cohesion, intelligence, and if you have vision also. Because many of all these politicians you see in our land, they are visionless. Their vision is only personal. How they can make money and buy house in Hong Kong and Dubai and America, and they and their family will be on top, or flying private jet. That is the only thing they think. They don't think about the legacy. What will our people be in the future? You know, as our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is thinking, having vision how Biafra will be, how our it's not about you and you, but about the people you're supposed to be leading. Imagine what made the devil mind to come and tell our own people, tell everybody that we as the governors in the southeast, we are not there elected. We are not normally elected to do the wish of the people, but to defend the tenets of the Nigerian constitution. What else do you want to understand? Sometimes I ask our so-called PhD holders, and you want to hold them responsible for anything? For building roads? For defending you in the Fulani massacre, Herdsmen massacre? They cannot. They will not. Because for them, they are not there for you. They told you, that is why I say the stupidity of our people now is incomparable. I cannot understand. They will tell you something, and you are still pushing. Come and help us. Come and defend us. How dare you? How can your governor defend you? He said Nigeria, he is there to maintain the constitution of Nigeria. And the constitution of Nigeria is to ruga you. Is for your forest. Your forest belongs to Nigeria, which is the Fulani. How now you are going to say, no, this is my forest. Now Fulani, the owners of Nigeria, come and take it and kill you. You want their governors to come and defend you? They are defending the Nigerian constitution, which is that the constitution tell them that your forest belongs to Nigeria. And Nigeria is for Fulani. Now, case closed. Our people, I don't really understand. The only solution is what we are doing to liberate ourselves from these demons we have in our land, in the name of politicians. Hey, build one flyover, build one roundabout. You know, that is why I say our people are highly primitive. I'm telling you, Nigeria made our people more primitive than ever. Is a governor, look at his building. You see, he built he built a flyover. He's a building flyover, leave him. He's a governor. No, Chirozo. He's only he's the governor. But what future has he for you? What is the legacy, the future for you? Nothing. Only come, he give you 1,000 naira, say, nah, be eating, be drinking. Madam, give them beer, let them be drinking. Foolish people inside them. That is what the time of Hausa was there. Every time, that's what they say. We pass and only see no here. Nah, he's giving us drink. I said, look at these people. Look at these people. Just like I check you them one. The man on attack. In that time, there was one joint. Anytime you go there, if he's there, I think he's listening in Army Fekedia. He will give everybody ngwongwo. Hey, that is the only thing our people. What type of primitive set of Neanderthal are our people? I'm telling you honestly. Just something you will eat. The following 2 hours you go and remove it through shit. You shit it out. What legacy? In the next 50 years, what legacy is he constructing for everybody? Not what you can gain. That is why people are leave him because it's our brother. He's from my community. Leave only, nothing more. But they are primitive. It's primitivity. But you are looking for visa to go to Japan. Japan is Shinzo Abe, or the South Korean minister, or prime minister. Is he from your village? It's the policy they put in place for you, for everybody to thrive. No matter your race, your religion, or anything, but for you to thrive, that is what matters. Not what you can gain directly from the person as your brother, as your sister. Primitive people, can you listen? Do you understand? I say, let me continue. Because within small time I will open my lines. Today, the Fulani can easily use others in order to continue in their hegemony. other primitive Neanderthals in Nigeria. Mietiala quickly formed the Amalgamated Union of Foodstuff and Cattle Dealers of Nigeria, AUFCDN. Have you seen this? Maybe it's not up to 1 week they form it. Immediately they say we declare blockade under the Amalgamated Union of Foodstuff. You know Nigeria is amalgamated, so they borrowed that word, amalgamation of Nigeria. Amalgamated Union of Foodstuff and Cattle Dealers of Nigeria. There are no more only cattle here. Mietiala form foodstuff. And people that they are using to form this foodstuff, they are the people that they were, these people, they are killing them. They are suffering. These farmers are suffering from the hands of the Fulani. For you to see the stupidity of black people, the indigenous people in that Nigeria is thinking. These people, they always cry, oh, they kill us. In Middle Belt, in the north, they are killing them. Farmers, Fulani, they are not farmers. Hausas are, and other non-Fulani ethnicities, they are farmers. Fulani are cattle headers. There's one thing I posted, my Facebook, Jonas, where the whole rotten tomato, they are now being eaten by the Fulani cows. Do you see how stupid these people can be? I challenge you, Hausas. Stop behaving in a very stupid way. For the Hausas and other non-Fulani ethnicity in the north and middle belt, they quickly formed the Amalgamated Union of Foodstuff and Cattle Dealers of Nigeria. Come on. And they tell you, no. We stop sending food to the south. Who is suffering it? Is it the Fulani? They want to continue making you suffer more because your products will rotten and their cows will eat it and live. You idiots, you don't understand. And you are following them sheepishly, doing their dirty job. The same way they conquered the houses, manipulated them mentally so that they conquered themselves for Fulani. The same thing they are doing today. You are watching. And they are doing it, the blockade is even in the middle belt in Niger State. Niger State, the place before they say is the center of Nigeria. That was the argument Babangida and co they use to bring capital from Lagos, remove capital from Lagos, Northern Barracks to Abuja. And you see the intellectuals in our land, they captured it. It's them that defended. Yes, Abuja is the center of Nigeria. It's good. Lagos is at the outskirts. It's good. Oh God Almighty! Today is no more center. It's the north. God, why wouldn't even the Fulani kill everybody? Because when you look at the brain, the way people reason, anyway, for the sake of IPOB. Thank God for the sake of IPOB. Otherwise, it's even good they slaughter everybody because people are foolish in that part of the world. Sometimes you punch me, I say, if I have nuclear bomb, I put it there, everybody will die off, including my family. Everybody will die off because people reason like animals there. Telling you. Why are they blocking Middle Belt? Is Niger State Abuja? Is it not? They convince you before they bring capital to Abuja. They say in Central Nigeria, everybody clap. The whole intellectuals in the south defended it. We are defending it. Yes, it's in the south. They spoke heavy grammar. You think that they are human beings? Once money enter their hands, they become lower and lower animals. Started defending the indefensible, defending the illiterates. They are manipulating everybody. Thank God for IPOB. If not for IPOB, our leader said it, I think yesterday. Everybody must have been seeing it. IPOB is making them to start doing their thing. What they plan to do in 2022, doing it prematurely, and that is why it's backfiring. Everybody is seeing it now, talking. But when we see far and start telling you start making noise, quoting how you went to Lancashire University, Harvard, Yale, this and that. You have a PhD, but you don't have common sense. Aren't you ashamed of yourself? Illiterates are controlling your life. You run away, you're in America, you're in Europe, you cannot even if you reach you are home, you are afraid. You are afraid. You hire military every time to protect you. Is it a life? Is that life? You hire militaries and you are or police carrying AK-47, even if you are pissing. You know, is it not what everybody is doing? And you think it's life? That is no life. It's no life. It's low life. The other man, didn't they kill him in Edo land after spreading $1 go? Now they didn't kidnap him and kill him with his English or this and that. If they are telling him before, okay, do something, look at what is happening. No, you people are miscreants. Look at the miscreants. Look at. I don't know how the Fulani are manipulating everybody, but thank God for IPOB at least. With the sake of IPOB, it will save the indigenous population in that quagmire. You know, when God wanted to destroy Sodom and Gomorrah, Abraham told him, if I see even 5 people, he said, God tell him go. He didn't see. That is why they were destroyed. No one person. But for the sake of IPOB, that is why you see people now are even trying to see light. Immediately they form Amalgamated Union of Foodstuff and Cattle Dealers of Nigeria. And the people were there, people that were suffering from the same Mietiala killing, gruesome killing. People of the Middle Belt, they allowed themselves to be used. No, we are food stuff and cattle here, and they are afraid to talk, to rise up and say, no, we have nothing to do with you. Do you know that if these people, farmers, they rise up and say no, in the Middle Belt and in the corner, the farmers that are planting all these crops, if they say no, we can, they issue statement, they say we are not part of this Mietiala. People in the South IPOB will campaign for people in the South to support them. But they are afraid. I beg, they will kill us and you will die anyway. And now who is losing? Who lost? You are feeding your rotten tomatoes and onions and carrots and yam that they blockaded, that you blockaded stupidly. Is he not feeding the cattle of the Fulani? Watch in social media. He's feeding them. And they are becoming more healthy because that is what they want. Instead of you to get money, now you know what they will do. The Fulani, if they campaign as they are demanding 475 billion, even if they have 200 billion, because they will give them. Now they will take maybe 1 billion and share to their idiots, the farmers. Each person will get 1,000 and say, oh, thank God. That is how they give them crumbs and kill them. Because they are lower humans. It is high time you should rise up. Middle Belters, non-Fulanese in the Middle Belt and North. It is high time you rise up. You continue this sheepish behavior, Fulani will wipe all of you out, as they are doing in your villages. We are not here to mince words. You form Amalgamated Union of Foodstuff and Cattle Dealers of Nigeria. Since when? So you are now part of Mietiala. But they will kill you. If they kill you, who will come to your rescue? Who? They are. You know, the ability of the North, of the Fulani, sorry, not the North, because there is nothing like North. The ability of the Fulani to form coalition or alliance is something that is, it makes them more smart. When we say they are smart politically, it's truth. They couldn't have done this blockade without forming that alliance. Even if it's forced alliance, they form it. That is how it is done. Do you remember when the normal National or Nigerian Bar Association? Do you remember when they removed the L5 from coming to give them lecture? I don't know. In Kaduna, is it? And immediately the Fulani, they form their own. They call it Nigerian Bar Association of Northern Nigeria. Where is it today? I think they have absorbed their fellow lower human counterparts, because that is how they behave. Not South people in the South. Sometimes I look at them, I say, look, if not for IPOB, God would have destroyed everybody. Honestly, That time, immediately they form, and you will see they will use money because these people, they are very cheap. Where is that? Which one is the bar association, Nigerian Bar Association today? Maybe it's the Northern has formed. They have absorbed this one. That is why the Nigeria belongs to them, because they control. They use money lower human beings. You will see somebody answering son, this and that from the south or Dudu or Biafra or anywhere, but he said nothing. Only small money. Just flash him some few watts of naira. He lose his sense of humanness or womanhood and start talking another thing. That is how cheap they are. Cheap people always suffer because what you go for is only for your personal gain, your personal benefit, selfish interest. You don't care about collective interest. Once you selfish, everybody continues suffering. As a people continue suffering. No, you're selfish. But when you sacrifice for the communal interest, everybody will enjoy. Do you see it? The Fulani, they know the best time to push, the best time to strike, the best time to align, and the best time to withdraw. That is intelligence. I'm telling you honestly. You know, like this time around, they didn't have too much coalition for violence. They don't have coalition. Hausa coalition and other ethnicities for violence against Southerners. You know what? They now come low, start making peace. Oh, we don't want to kill our Igbo brothers in the north. No, not that they don't want, but they couldn't. Fulani, they are very few. They cannot. What they always do is to use other people to do their dirty job. They went to Hausa and told them, come and kill Onyamini Southerners. They said, no, we cannot kill them. Go and do it by yourself. And they cannot do it. They laugh and start being the most peacemakers in this in Nigeria. You see Fulani making peace? They know the best time to push. They know the best time to strike, the best time to align, and the best time to withdraw. That is intelligence. They will, others will think that they are making peace, so they will be showing you their teeth until you lose guard. When you lose guard, they strike you. Bam! That is who they are, and that is, I call it intelligence. It's true. That is it. So you should know how to form coalition when need be, a healthy one or alliance. You should know. Our ability to form a coalition makes us more politically mature and advanced. This is why this generation should, no matter all odds, continue to build coalition in our different struggles for Biafra, Oduduwa and Kwararafa republics without fear or favor. It is for our own various collective and existential interests, instead of existing as one Nigeria, which is only for the total and exclusive benefit of the Fulani Caliphate. Do you understand it? Do you understand? It is high time, as we are fighting for restoration of Biafra. Oduduwa is fighting for the restoration of Oduduwa. Middle Belt are fighting for the restoration of Kwararafa or Middle Belt. Come out openly. Nothing will happen to you. Stop being afraid. Stop being afraid and be killed, slaughtered. As you are still afraid of dying, they are slaughtering you secretly. You are dying secretly. It is better you come out openly and declare and say, look, we are no more part of this rubbish knot. We need our own Kwararafa Republic. That is it. Cure ED. Instead of you being afraid. Remember, cowards die 100 times before they are real dead. That is it.
My voice should be coming out, and I need confirmation right across the board that my voice is coming out. I know that we are live on all other platforms like IPOB Community Radio. We are live on satellite. We are also live on radio, Biafra app. But I don't know if this new technology we are trialing today is doing the business. That is what I need to know. That is what I need to know. I do not know if it is working or not. I need to know if it is working. Please, if it is working, do try to confirm with us. Do try to confirm with us. I need to know if those watching on this very new platform, if everything is okay, because I can't hear anything at all. So I do not know if you're getting it Yes, Castro, thank you very much. Castro is saying that they can hear me. Castro is saying we can hear you. Therefore, I want this distributed everywhere. People are saying they cannot hear me. I don't know. Some people are saying there is no sound. Joseph Ekene is saying there is no sound. I need confirmation, please. I need confirmation, please. If you don't have any data, if you cannot hear my voice, it could mean that you have not completed your name registration, or that you do not have any data on your phone, in which case we ask you to go and do something about it. Because I can assure you categorically that my voice is coming out, has been confirmed. Even Chinas has confirmed it. They say there is no sound on this page, but on other platforms it is very clear. Those of them that have come on this very page to listen on StreamYard, they cannot hear anything. My secretary is saying that sound is coming out loud and clear on IPB and on FM. Somebody saying it's coming. Those saying they cannot hear anything are those in the zoo. Unbelievable. But not minding, we are proceeding. Please endeavor to share the links as widely as possible. It is an impromptu broadcast. People everywhere right across the face of this very planet, they are listening, they want to participate, and we want them to participate because we are live and we are direct, and the whole world is bearing us witness. The whole world is bearing us witness. There is no sound on YouTube or Facebook, only on the app. I don't know what the hell is going on. I have no idea. I have no idea at all what is happening. I don't know. They say they cannot hear me. YouTube channel is good to go. Biafra television is carrying us. Facebook, they say Facebook, they say there is no sound. I don't know how to rectify this now. My screen here is not on mute. I have unmuted it and I do not know what is happening. So I believe that the best thing for us to do will be to try as much as possible to be on as many platforms as possible at the same time. In which case, those of you with Facebook access this evening or wishing to listen to us via Facebook, if at all they will allow us to go in, because what Facebook tends to do these days is they shut us down across all platforms. They shut us down completely across all platforms that we may not be able to broadcast. That is what they are doing, and we are doing all we can in our little way to try and fix this very problem. I do not know why there is no voice coming out, in which case we may have to. The screen I have here in front of me, I have unmuted it on StreamYard. Still, there is no voice coming out. There is no voice coming out. I do not know what else we can do about it. I have no idea. Let us try once again to see if we can, as a matter of fact, be able to get this very platform going this evening. This is a live presentation. This is Radio Biafra. We are live and we are direct, and we are trying out new technology because the powers that be, those that want to determine how we reason, are doing their best to make our life a misery. But we are also doing all we can to make sure that they do not succeed. That they do not succeed. We are on YouTube, but I need to know where we are on YouTube, and if where we are on YouTube, people can be able to get what we are doing. Very, very important. Very, very important. Please do bear with us. Do bear with us. Please do bear with us. We are trying all we can to make sure that we fix this very program this evening. Please do bear with us. Do bear with us. We are doing all we can to come to you live and direct as we promised you we would. I do not know if we are live and direct at this precise moment, but what I can say to you is that we are doing all we can to try to rectify this problem. Anybody who understands the way we work, Anybody who knows the way we work will know that we are doing all we can to fix this. And we are about to enter our studio, and I need confirmation. I need confirmation to make sure. They said I need to click on add. I have no idea what that means. Click on add, whatever that means. I do not know. It says click on add, or else it may not come out. I have no idea. I have no idea what is going on, but let us try and go live right now to see if everything is going to work the way it is intended. We are live at this precise moment. I believe we have gone live, and I need confirmation. I need confirmation. There is no mute here anywhere. Everything has been unmuted. I don't know if people can now hear us on those very platforms on StreamYard. Can you hear us? I need confirmation on StreamYard. Can you hear us, please? If you can hear me, please let me know. If you can hear me, please let me know. We are live on direct on a couple of places. They are saying, people say they are listening, but we need confirmation that the voice is coming out on StreamYard, because we are going to do a lot of things with this device. I don't know if Facebook have actually gotten to them. We do not know. We do not know. I need StreamYard, please. I need StreamYard. Can you hear me on StreamYard, please? Because we are going to do many things, because during my next broadcast we are going to come live to you via my Twitter handle and also Instagram. So we are doing all we can to make sure that we are ripe for that very occasion. I want to know, I know that IPOB Community Radio is good. We know that things are happening. We are using StreamYard. So I want to know if people can hear me on StreamYard. But notwithstanding, we are proceeding because we know that our apps are working. We know that people are listening via that very platform. We must proceed with the time now standing at precisely 14 minutes past the top of the hour. This is a Radio Biafra live presentation. My name is Nnamdi Kanu, and I am the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, and by the very special grace of the Most High Elohim, a servant of the Most High God, we are here to serve you in truth and in every honesty. I lead IPOB, the largest mass movement on the face of this very earth. I direct Radio Biafra and Biafra Television, and we are doing all we can to make sure that our voice is heard all over the world. All over the world. On this very platform of StreamYard, nothing is happening. We will try and rectify it next time. But every other place, we are live and we are direct. And I believe even on some platforms on Facebook, I don't know if we are live on Radio Biafra page as well. I don't know what is going on. I don't know what is going on. In other words, we have to disengage from this very platform and then endeavor to try somewhere else. I do sincerely and wholeheartedly apologize for this very delay, so to speak, because it wasn't intended this way. This wasn't what we planned, but that was how it turned out. That was how it turned out, and you cannot believe what is happening this evening. Even the Facebook platform that I wanted to use has gone blank. These people are very, very strange. It has gone blank. Dear me. It has gone blank. University of Radio Biafra is not transmitting. It has gone blank. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. You need to bear with me because we are trying to rectify this very problem. If we do not fix it this very day, our enemies will think that somehow that they have prevailed. That they have prevailed. And we are saying to them that there is no way they can prevail, because what we are doing is something that Elohim directed us to do. I need confirmation that we can be heard on numerous Facebook platforms. That is what we need to know. Can you hear us on numerous Facebook platforms? I need confirmation, please. I need confirmation before we can proceed. Are we coming out anywhere on Facebook, on this very earth? I want to know. They said the voice is broken. They said the voice is breaking. IPOB community radio, that the voice is breaking there as well. They are doing all they can to try to attack us, and we are going to show them that we are more than prepared for this very occasion. The world must hear the truth about what is happening in the damnable zoological republic. The world must hear the truth, and that is what they are trying to stop us from doing. And they have failed very, very. Must hear the truth about what is happening in the damnable zoological republic. The world must hear the truth, and that is what they are trying to stop us from doing. And they have failed very, very. Gospel to preach, and that gospel we are going to preach this very evening regardless. They said it is now very good. IPOB Control Radio is very clear. Thank you very much for that. People must go down and download it. And I'm doing all that I can to make sure that we come out everywhere live this evening. I am trying to do that. Please, you must bear with me. You must try and bear with me. We are coming out also. I can see that there is confirmation. There is some measure of confirmation that we are coming out on Facebook. We are coming out on Facebook, but I also want to go and use a particular, how can I put it? I want to go and use, let us see if it is working. Go and check all those on Facebook. You can go to Agent Dillon. Go to Agent Dillon, and we are live on that very platform, I believe. That is Facebook permitting. I can see them turning here. Yes, we are live on Agent Dillon. Please, China Samuru and all the rest of them, make sure you share it everywhere. Tuning is fine. People must go and get their apps, please. By the next broadcast, we are going to rectify whatever difficulties that we encountered this evening. Then, and also my new app is out, and we are going to put that also on the market so that everybody will be able to download it. Is of course free. Somebody said Obina is listening from the Cameroon, and it is very, very clear. That's what he said, from the Cameroon, and it's very, very clear. If you go to Agent Dillon, you should be able to watch us on that very platform, and you can go there and share it everywhere else. We must now proceed, and we're going to pray. As it is customary for us on this very platform, we are going to call upon the Most High Elohim to come and take pride of place in our proceedings this very evening, morning, afternoon, night, or wherever you are. In the whole, should I say, distress of trying to rectify the problems that we had, I have not been able to greet you. Of course, we know that today is the 4th day of February in the year of the Most High Elohim 2021. And the time now is 21 minutes past 7 p.m. in the blessed land of Biafra. Allow me to say rather belatedly good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night to some of you. This is a live presentation, and we must pray so that I can preach for you what I have for you, what I have in store for you this very evening. The also says Chineke na nke pụrụ ihe niile onye kere mmadụ dị ndụ. Chineke na nke usu niile nke ndị agha. Onye ọ bụ naanị ya na-achọ onye kere ihe niile kere eke mana onweghị onye kere ya. Onye mmụọ na mmadụ na-akpụ isi ala nye. Onye ọ bụ naanị ya ka mbara igwe na-egosi ọrụ aka ya. Onye ọ bụ naanị ya na-azọpụta ndị ya. Onye si na tamarahụhụ na mkpagbu nke Ijipt wee zọpụta ụmụ ya bụ ndị Izrel. Ka sikwa na-adịghị n'ụbọchị nketa eze ndị nsọ ka i wee zọpụta bụrụ gị ụmụ gị bụ ndị Biafra. ndị tụrụ ugo nna nke Brede Ngozi site n'aka obodo ekwensu bụ zoo nke Britain kepụtara. Anyị wee na-arịọ oke iwe gbatara anyị ọsọ enyemaka n'ihi na ọ bụ naanị bụ Chineke nna. Anyị anaghị efe arụsị ọbụla na-eka nwe ntụkwasị obi ebe ọ nọ nna nke Brede Ngozi dịka isi wee nye ya n'iwu na gị onwe gị bụ Chineke nna eze Brede Ngozi na mmadụ dị ndụ agaghị enwe chi ọzọ ma tinyere gị. Anyị onwe anyị enweghị chi ọzọ tinyere gị ndị eze Brede Ngozi. Anyị wee na-arịọ gị nna nke igwe ka igwe etinye obodo ekwensu bụ zoo n'ụzọ ihere, ka igwe etinye ọgba aghara n'etiti ndị iro anyị niile nna nke igwe. N'ụbọchị nke taa ka aka nsi ha wee baa ha ọnụ, ka ha rabụ ndị kumi ka ha wee kpagbuo ụmụ gị nna nke igwe. Ndị dị etu a bụ ndị ga-etinye ọgba aghara n'etiti ha. Anyị wee na-arịọ gị eze Brede Ngozi ka ha na-agbadata ndịda na ọwụwa anyanwụ nke gị mụghị eze ndị nsọ gọziri agọzi, chụghachi ndị iro anyị azụ n'ihere nke onwe ha. Biko bịa ka iwe eme ka ụwa gbaa ha ochu, ma lekwanye onwe anyị bụ ndị nwe ịhụnanya na obi ụtọ n'ime nzọpụta gị. Anyị onwe anyị bụ ndị nwe ezi mmasị ebe nzọpụta gị nọ. Ọ bụ ya mere mgbe niile anyị wee na-abụ ụmụ anyị aha nsọ gị eze Brede Ngozi. Anyị wee na-agụ nwa anyị too Chukwu nna nke dị nsọ na ọ bụ naanị gị ka okwu dịrị onye nwe m na Chineke nna nke bi n'igwe. Anyị wee na-ebuli gị elu wee na-aja gị mma na-asị ma lee nna nke Brede Ngozi. Anyị bụ ụmụ ogbenye, mgbe ụfọdụ anyị dịka ụmụaka wee na-asa n'afọ ọsọ nna nke igwe gbatara anyị ọsọ enyemaka bịa ka igwe zọpụta ndị gị, n'ihi na ọ bụ naanị gị bụ Chukwu okike abịa ma pụrụ n'ihe niile. Ọ bụ naanị gị bụ onye nzọpụta, ọ bụ naanị gị bụ onye enyemaka, ọ bụ naanị gị bụ Elohim Adonai El Shaddai. Biko atụfukwala mgbe na ekele ụtọ na nsọpụrụ na ịja mma site n'ebighị mara onye dịbịa na-arịọ gị ise. If you have not brought out your pen and paper, please, may I recommend that you do so immediately. Janjaweed Alamajiri, bring your slate and your chalk, because this evening, once again on this glorious platform, on this very finest university on the face of this very earth, we are going to preach the gospel of restoration of the kingdom of light, the kingdom of heaven upon the face of this very earth. That is what we are going to do, because that is what we have been mandated to do. This evening we start with a very simple question, because when it comes to black people, especially in Africa, the best way to be able to tease out their reasoning capacity is to try or start by asking them a simple question. Our question this evening is this: are we prepared, those of you that call yourselves Nigerians, those ethnic nationalities trapped in the Zoological Republic, this evening, morning, afternoon, or depending on where you are, I want you to ask yourself a very simple question. Are you prepared to be honest with yourself? Are we all prepared to be honest with ourselves? Because when this whole thing started, when Chukwukikabiyama determined that IPOB should come, a lot of people in the Zoological Republic were laughing at us. They called us a lot of names. They ridiculed us. That is why when people try to ridicule you, please, 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 for goodness sake, if you're on the path of righteousness, do not listen to them. That is why they say we are very stubborn. But we are not. What I'm trying to do this evening is maybe, as always, to build a context, to try to, it's called preamble, upon which the rest of the evening is going to rest. What I want to ask this evening to the teeming audience listening to us right across the face of this very planet Earth, including our dear brother from the Cameroon, is this: are you prepared to be honest with yourself? For once this evening, or should I say for the next 1 or 2 hours, I will ask you to jettison and abandon every grain of envy, of jealousy, and of greed inside you. Try to acknowledge the truth. After this evening, you may continue to, should I say, wallow in your foolish ways, but for this very evening, I want you to be honest for once with yourselves and ask yourself this question: can I be honest with myself this very evening? And now that goes, after asking yourself this question, I now will ask you a general question. What is the cause of the present insecurity in Nigeria? What is the cause of banditry, of insurgency, of heightened state of kidnapping and armed robbery everywhere? Ask yourself this question: what is the cause of it? And before you answer this question, please bear in mind that you have the army, they have guns. It's only in Nigeria that the army doesn't defend the borders. They use them to do police work. Ask them, please. You have the army. You have the police. You have customs. They also carry arms. You have the civil defense. They also carry arms, for your information. You have have I mentioned customs? You have what's it called? The Federal Road Safety Corps, whatever it's called. They also bear arms. You have agencies within Nigeria. Should I call them security agencies? You have DSS. You have military intelligence. You have Navy. You have all these people. They all carry arms. But despite the fact that or should I say all of them are heavily armed, the right to kill or to determine who is to be killed exclusively rests with the government. Ask yourself why you still have insecurity in Nigeria. And look back a few years ago, or should I say a few decades ago, was it this way? Even under Jonathan, a highly incompetent and shambolic government, where things are as bad as they are today under Jonathan? These are questions you need to ask yourself. Should I say, bear that in mind. Are you prepared to be honest this evening? And are you also prepared? Are you prepared to answer this question? What is the cause of the present insecurity in Nigeria? If you can answer that very question, then we are in business, so to speak. Because some of you may not know, or some of you know but pretend not to know, that the present problem in Nigeria is caused by the Fulani, should I say tribe or ethnicity or group. When I say, they say you're profiling. No, I'm not profiling. Because if you look at the way they approach all these issues in Nigeria, it tells you one thing, that they are in it. They know what they are doing. They are part and parcel of this very problem. Don't take my word for it. I don't believe in the zoo called Nigeria. I am not part of the damnable zoological republic, and I will never ever be. Not now, not tomorrow, not ever. Don't take my word for it. Take the word of the governor of Benue State. I'm going to play his voice in a minute. The same thing that Governor Autumn is saying now that everybody is jumping up and down for was what IPOB warned everybody about many, many years ago. In return, instead of love, what we got was their miscreants. They are looking for who to scam. They are scammers. They are criminals. They are Yahoo. They are this, they are that. And thankfully, you see, God in his infinite mercy chose those that would be in IPOB to pilot and to propel this movement forward. Can you imagine what would have become of everybody had we listened to any of you mouthing your rubbish then? You used to curse us, you insult us, you say every manner of thing to us, but we continued because we believed in the righteousness of what we were doing. That one day all of you will see that thing that we saw, and today it has happened, hasn't it? I want you to please very kindly listen to don't take my word for it. Listen to the voice of the Benue State governor, a serving governor in Nigeria, so that when I blame the Fulani, Facebook can understand it. Facebook said I was profiling people, and I said to them, you don't understand what is happening. One day Facebook will tell us that Nazi party or those that belong to Nazi party are not Germans. That's what they're trying to. That's one day. That's what they'll tell us. Have you heard of any Fulani man rising up to condemn the rape and the killing, the pillaging, the sacking of villages and the land grab going on in the south? All they say to you is try and live peacefully. One Nigeria. Let's not rock the boat. The nation should be one. That's all you hear. Not one word of condemnation. Not one single word of condemnation. Why is it difficult for all of you to understand that the Fulanis have come to conquer, to pillage, and to take your lives over? Look at what is happening in Yoruba land. Can you see what is going on there? Can you observe what has been happening ever since? The young man that came up and is now championing that very cause, there is no castigation from any quarter. Yoruba journalists are queuing behind him, writing about him almost every 30 seconds because, of course, they control the media. No castigation of any sort. Even when the young man appeared to have cast some measure of aspersions on the Oni of Ife, they quickly prevailed upon him to apologize, and he did, and that was the end of it. Can you imagine if such a thing were to happen in the East? Because people from the East are full of greed, envy, and jealousy. Shame should befall all of you. Look at what's happening in Yoruba land. They are campaigning and raising money openly. Nobody has called him a scammer. Nobody has ever said he's a thief, he's a criminal, he's a rogue. No, not at all. Because they understand that to move from one location to another, they need buses, they need transportation, they need fuel. They understand that. There is no envy, there is no greed, there is no jealousy. Nobody, I don't see people in Yoruba land queuing up and saying, oh, that thing he's doing, I can do it as well. Oh. No, they are all queuing up behind him. But in the East, it is a different matter altogether. That is why you people were suffering before God Almighty in heaven determined that IPOB should come. And today we have saved everybody. Without IPOB, what is happening in the West couldn't have happened, you know that for sure. Without IPOB, Governor Autumn cannot stand up to say what he's saying. Because now everybody have seen that there is one immovable, should I say, number in this equation, and that is IPOB. Everybody knows that people may fall to the left or to the right. People may be cajoled into abandoning what they believe in, but they know that the soul, the heart of IPOB is strong. We are not going back, not 1 inch, not 1 iota. They understand it perfectly well. That has now given impetus to people to rise up to speak the truth. That unspeakable truth. The same truth that we were speaking, and they said that IPOB must be proscribed. They attacked us terrorists because we were saying the same thing that people are today saying in Nigeria. Now you know why I love IPOB, and you know why I believe we are better than everybody else. They say he's very arrogant. Why wouldn't I be arrogant? Something that this movement saw nearly 10 years ago, now you're seeing it. Why shouldn't I be arrogant? Why shouldn't I be? I'm a very humble person, and this movement that I lead is the most humble people in the world. If you doubt me, ask anybody. You can travel from one country to another. Once you come into that country, you say, I am looking for IPOB national coordinator, and your problems are solved. You don't understand that? We built a global family. And my happiness today is that they are unmovable. You cannot move them. I read rather very amusingly that my dear friends and brothers from my brethren from Ududuwa land, the Yorubas, that they are rising up to raise money for the young man, and I was very, very happy. And they said they want to raise for him 51 million naira. And they raised 4 million in, I think, in less than an hour. And I want them to go on and give him more, because he will need it in the coming weeks and months. And I saw people jumping up, and you know, after I read that very article, I had, please, you must forgive me this evening, I'm going to preach, but I want to talk about this IPOB so people can understand it very well. That this noble family, I call them a noble family because unless you're in, you won't be able to understand what is happening. This noble family, you people, you contribute. Oh my God, that is why I pray for you 7 times every day. The same amount of money that people were jumping up and down to contribute today is what you pay only one consultancy firm in Washington every month. Every blessed month. I didn't say our lawyers, international, I said one consultancy firm alone. The people that contribute this very money, you don't know them. Some of them do, and they say, don't even mention my name. I don't want to be known. They are all IPOB. That is the money we pay to our consultants in Capitol Hill, in Washington, every month. And that made me realize that there is something special about IPOB. Too special. And no wonder, not everybody is worthy to be part of it. That is why sometimes if you allow demon or evil spirit to get into you, you leave IPOB. How you leave, you won't know. Because God Almighty in heaven set up IPOB with a very puritanical, should I say, mindset. Unless you're clean, you cannot be in IPOB. You can't be. One day I have that, I can say, boss, what will drive you away from IPOB, you wouldn't know. You will just wake up one morning and say you're going. Because you're not clean enough. You're not pure enough. That is the reason why we won the argument in the zoo. It is no longer in doubt that IPOB, all these years, they have been right. All these years, they have been right. All these years. Now you understand it, don't you? That we are the chosen children of God Almighty in heaven. We are the children of light. We are always right. Of course, we are human. We are fallible. We all know that. We are mortals. But in the main, we get it right all the time. And I don't think that Nigeria is giving us enough credit for the wonderful work that IPOB did for everybody. We bore the brunt of everything. IPOB is like Jesus Christ. They crucified us in order for others to have life. Crucifixion, suffering, pain, the tagging of terrorism, the invasion after invasion, the massacre after massacre, Mbo, Aba, Igbocha, everywhere they were killing us. The same people that were laughing at us when they were killing us, they are now the ones saying, oh, they are right all along. But of course, you know, Yoruba journalism, shame won't allow them to say that IPOB has been right all these years. And to say sorry, to apologize to IPOB. Now, do you understand it? That is why they're chasing us all over the place. They gave money to Facebook to say, don't allow them to broadcast. They're educating people. Do you know they were blaming me for all the things that were happening in Oyo and in Ogun? They said I was the one that set it up, and heaven knows, I don't know the brave young man. I don't know him. And anybody who thinks that the Yorubas can be subdued or subjugated, they are dreaming. Because Yoruba won't allow that to happen. Not minding that they lost Kwara under some very fishy circumstance. But you will never hear a Yoruba man from Kogi say, oh, I'm Yoruba Kogi. I'm not Yoruba. I'm not from Ife. Even in Kwara State, where they have an emir of Ilorin, you cannot have a Yoruba man from Kwara State saying, I'm not Yoruba. But you have somebody from Ahaba, not Asaba, Ahaba, Habimeni, across the river. Somebody from Onichubo, somebody from Ukwane, somebody from Umunede, Umu, which means children, Umunede. Somebody from a place called Igbo Akari. They say, I'm not here, man. I'm not Igbo. Somebody answering Wike say, I'm not Igbo. I want the world to understand the hurdles and the obstacles that IPOB had to overcome to get where we are today. We are still dealing with the most difficult, idiotic race on this earth. The Igbo race. Difficult to a fault. Difficult. For no reason. Sometimes. Have you ever heard anybody say, even Fulani and Hausa will say, oh, we're Hausa Fulani? That was in those days. Have you ever heard say, hey, I'm Fulani, I don't mix with Hausa. These are Igbo people, Igbo, IGBO. The only people on this earth that will reject the identity. That tells you how difficult they are. And when you ponder how difficult these people are, and how far IPOB has come in terms of the progress we have made, not only have we not united the entire Igbo family, we have united the, let me call it Igbo family anyway. Because Ibibio means literally Igbo, that's what it means. If If you go to Google, they will tell you Ijo is related to Igbo. This Ijo is some of those schools, yapping rubbish. They're from Arochukwu. They are from Arochukwu. Talking rubbish. From Arochukwu. We don't want to mix with them. The only people that, we have suffered, I'm telling you the truth. We have suffered. My God, the pain is too much. Almost unbearable. A very, very stubborn race. To get them to where we are today, where they have now accepted that IPOB, that these people are going to redeem them. The redeemer is IPOB and Eastern Security Network. Now they know. Even to come out and say, oh, we are, in fact, some of them are confessing off camera, in secret. To come and say, oh, we got it wrong. We never knew you people were right. They find it difficult to say. How do you know that? How do you even begin to imagine how right we've been on along? See how I never knew that my Yoruba friends and brothers were waiting for somebody like Nnamdi Kanu to emerge from the West. That's why they were attacking us, because they had nobody like us in their own area. They are journalists, not ordinary people. That was why they were attacking us. They had no Nnamdi Kanu in Yoruba land. As soon as one came up, you can see the way they eulogize him every day. We now have our own. Do you see it? Let me tell you or prove to you how right IPOB has been all along. Out of greed, envy, jealousy, when you see the truth, you bypass the truth. You lie to yourselves. You deceive yourselves. You want to make yourselves feel good. But you know the truth. And that is why the Bible says that the truth shall set you free. Do you know the reason why people are now clamoring and speaking up openly or speaking out openly against Fulani Janjaweedism? Because they want freedom. And for you to get that freedom, you must speak the truth. That is why the Bible leads us to believe, or led us to believe, that for ye shall know the truth, and the truth will set you free. Without Autumn speaking this truth I'm about to play for you, his people can never be free. TV can never be free. Without Yoruba now realizing that IPOB has been right all along, they can never be free. They must speak that truth for freedom to come. That outspokenness. Even somebody said, even TV people are now saying, who's going to be our own Nnamdi Kanu? That is the truth. To prove to you that God Almighty sent us to come, not man. Remember I used to tell you, at the end of the day, we win. Eventually we win. It doesn't matter how you look at it. At the end of the day, we win. At the end of the day, Biafra must come. And once Biafra comes, some of you, your job is done. Mine will continue. I don't want to hear the name Nigeria. The way they erased the name Biafra from history books, from geography textbooks, is how I want the name to be extinct. The name Nigeria will not exist. Once Biafra comes, some of you can move on, but I will remain to make sure that the name Nigeria is buried, never to rise again. The voice you are about to hear is the voice of the sitting governor in Nigeria. His name is Autumn. You will hear him now to know that we are always right. Lord have mercy. This IPOB. If you don't respect, love IPOB or fear IPOB, what are you going to fear on this? Which other phenomenon on earth will you be afraid of? If you are not afraid of IPOB, if you don't love and revere IPOB, what else can you revere on this earth, I ask you? People that saw something 10 years before some of you woke up, told you that I told you they are coming. I didn't miss words. I said they are coming with every certainty. They are going to come. They will kill you. They will rape you. They will take your land. They said I was a warmonger. What I'm giving you is gospel from heaven. Anything I tell you comes to pass. Once I pronounce it, it comes to pass. It's a gift from God Almighty in heaven, not man. That's why I tell you with every degree of certainty and assuredness that Biafra will come sooner than you expect it. Now listen, please. I want you to listen. Where has it gone to? I don't know why. Is everything today under attack for some reason? I have no idea what is going on. Everything was okay. I tested it before I came on. Now to hear the voice, or maybe channels television, maybe they've pulled the whole thing down. I want to play the voice of a governor for you, a Nigerian governor, so you can hear him and what he has to say about Nigeria and who is responsible. Remember the question that I asked you before: who is responsible for what is happening in Nigeria today? The reason why Facebook took down my page, because I told them who was responsible. I told them who is presently responsible, and I told them who will be responsible in the future for any future mayhem or killings. I want the world to listen to us very, very carefully. Follow what we are telling you very, very carefully, because the truth cannot be hidden. You cannot hide the truth. Who are you to hide it? You cannot hide it. The truth must be spoken, and that is exactly what we are doing here. That is what we intend to do. That is what we are going to continue doing until the end of time, because some of you do not understand what the zoo has in store for you. You don't understand. Listen.
The federal government, presidency must act fast, because time is going.
Yes.
From north, west, northeast, north central, southwest, southeast, south. There is general insecurity.
There is general insecurity all across Nigeria. He mentioned every zone. And who are the people responsible for that insecurity? That is the truth that your average Nigerian is running away from. Your average Nigerian runs away from the truth. We are asking them, who is bandits here, headsmen there? Who are those people? You can't answer that question, can you? If you ask, Facebook will block you. Listen.
And this is being prepared by herdsmen. I want to repeat again. I made it a petition to the presidency and to all security agencies before.
Yes.
That if they want peace, Mayor Tiala must be arrested.
What?
These are people who have owned up. They have taken responsibility. That they have killed the man, they raped.
Yes.
And do all sorts of atrocities.
Yes. Full on him, Tiala.
Their leadership is in Abuja.
This is the same Tiala, listen. The same Tiala working with Opiano in Anambra. The same Tiala working with Ipazo. And when we say this thing, say, oh, you're insulting your leaders, your governors. Why won't I insult you if you're working with a rapist, you're working with a kidnapper, you're working with a bandit? Tiala came out openly to say, we are the bandits. And people keep pretending. The same Tiala, listen carefully, that your so-called presidency said that there are legitimate stakeholders in the governance of Nigeria, a terrorist group. Now, Governor Autumn have quite cleverly matched. I'm going to go back to him in a minute. I'll go back to Autumn in just a second. What are these? No, let me go back a little bit. What are the sins of these people? What did Tiala do? Who are the people responsible for all these crimes? Let's hear it again. Listen.
And the federal government, presidency act fast. Because time is going.
Listen.
From north, west, northeast, north central, southwest,
Yes.
southeast, south. There is general insecurity.
Yes.
And this is being propelled by herdsmen.
Who are the herdsmen of Fulani Nachinama? People, the same people they say give your land to. Give the same people that all Jews or Kanu gave land to Atlopa. They are the ones propelling this insecurity right across the board. Everywhere you go to, there's this. Who are the people causing it? They say headsmen. Who are the headsmen? Fulani, because they say that is their way of life. Moving cattle from place to place, killing people, raping them, and cutting them up into pieces. When I say these things that are obvious truth, Facebook will take offense because they've collected money from the zoo to try to cover up what is in essence the truth. These days, in this world we live in now, people prefer to excuse abomination after abomination, evil after evil. Nobody wants to speak the truth anymore. That was why they removed Trump. Once you speak the truth in this world, you're gone. You're no longer politically correct. Where Satan found this power to be destroying good people, I do not know. You can hear him. Who are the ones committing and perpetrating all these crimes? They are Fulani. They are Fulani. Very clean and clear. Fulani headsmen. Now they said do not stereotype, don't aggregate people, don't profile them. And I said, okay, I won't profile you. If it is not a grand design by the entire Fulani Caliphate, or should I say Sokoto Caliphate, why is it that they do not come out to categorically condemn what is happening? Never. They have never said we are appalled at what is going on. Never. Never. Listen, please.
I want to repeat again.
I repeat.
I've made it a petition to the presidency and to all security agencies before that if they want peace, Mayor Diala must be arrested. These are people who have owned.
They are the ones on the government of Nigeria. Yes.
That they have killed, they maim, they rape, and do all sorts of atrocities. And yet their leadership is in Abuja and nobody is confronting them.
Their leadership is where? This is a governor. He sits on the National Executive Council meeting. He is privy to some intel that I do not have. He is privy to some intelligence that I do not have. He's a serving governor of a state in Nigeria. He's telling you those who are responsible. And they are in Abuja. They are in the presidency. You have a band of terrorists. As you're so called, because of course Buhari is dead, everybody knows that, unless you're a fool. The reason why they're covering it up is because the same Anyuku, the same equity, the same jealousy, the same greed, the same envy. If we say that Buhari is dead, then IPOB will take all the credit. That is the only reason. Stop. There is no other reason on this earth. For your average Yoruba journalist, it is better for everybody to die than to get up and concede that IPOB Nnamdi Kanu has been right all along. They can never do it. Everybody knows Buhari now. If he was alive, this nonsense wouldn't be happening. You all know that. At least he will say something. You know that very well. What you have is a docile, imbecilic presidency. Who are those in your presidency? They are Miyeti Allah, according to a governor of a state. Not IPOB, not a Biafran, not from Middle Belt to TV people. If not for TV anyway, the whole of Middle Belt would have been gone by now. Because at least they are strong. They refuse to speak Hausa. TV tell them we can't speak Hausa. We have TV language. We can't speak that to Hausa. We can't speak it here. Go and ask. Do your research. Very well. People are there, and the so-called presidency. Please Google it somewhere. Presidency came out a few days ago and said, you must respect Haneze, Pandev, you must respect Mieti Allah. The same Mieti Allah, a serving governor, is accusing of masterminding rape, mutilation, slaughter, land grab with general insecurity. Are you listening? You know, Fulani, I want all these idiots that call themselves intellectual. If you go and swallow dictionary and you write rubbish, you claim you're an intellectual. Idiots on social media, fools. From the East especially. In the Okacha, they think they know something, but their brains are empty. Do you see how Fulanis defend their own? Even a Fulani presidency is defending a band of terrorists that they themselves said are from Mali, from Niger, from outside Nigeria. Can you at least learn something from them? Can you at least learn something about, of course, asking an Igbo man to abandon envy and jealousy is very difficult because it's part and parcel of their nature. That's how they are born. That's how they are wired. Naturally very envious, naturally very, very jealous. I need you to understand this very clearly, please. A band of terrorists, they have their own in power, in government. They are supporting them. That is why they are moving, because they have the support of their people. That is why they are moving in everywhere and taking over people's land. But you people in your so-called you claim you're intelligent. That I was one idiot I saw doing a video. Hey, Isikwata is in trouble. Hey, Isikwata, get us somebody like a Sunday. Let him come to Isikwata. One idiot. He's an one here taking money from Okezibazu. That was why he couldn't mention IPOB. That is how envious, the destructive, should I say, the envious nature in an Igbo man. It is better for him to die than for somebody else to take glory for something that that person worked for. It took Yoruba and every other person to rise up to say, oh, Eastern Security Network is doing very well. For them to now say, oh, they are doing very well. I will never forget. The first people to endorse Eastern Security Network is Afenifere. But Ohanese was there. Pandef is there. They will never. And you go, hey, jealousy. Hey, why must it be them? Why them? Why not us? That is why instead of an Easterner to be in a good position in Abuja, is better that for them it's better that somebody from Bauchi takes it. Why was it possible that they removed Honorin and they did nothing? Absolutely nothing. Zero. They removed this man from, give me his name, from Bayelsa, the DGDSS. From Bayelsa, broad daylight, they removed him. Lift township from Abuja. He ran back to Yenagoa. Did you do anything? All of you, in your stupidity, you don't know that once you are fragmented, once you say, oh, I'm Igbo Delta, I'm Igbo from the river, I'm Igbo from the sea, it makes it easier for your enemies to pick all of you off one after the other. One after the other. You cannot do anything about it. It is called stupidity, believe, idiocy, and foolishness. Fulani, even if they are killing you, they band together and they defend that murderer and that rapist. Even you people to defend those who are fighting the just cause for you is difficult. And I'm wondering what type of God made you? What type of evil made you people? Are you that evil? Are you that bad? Are you that satanic? That you deny who you are? Your name is Nyesomuike. You deny who you deny yourself because of self-hate. Let me see. It's better for you to go to Sokoto and give them 500 million than to pay workers in your state. That is how evil you people are. I don't know the type of God that made you. I don't know where that they came from that made you people. Learn something from Yoruba. Learn from them. Learn something from Fulani. A whole presidency will come out and defend murderers and rapists. Even the midget from Kaduna, El Rufai, that started this whole insecurity rubbish in the zoo, is not governors do something. Everybody is entitled to it because they hate IPOB. They hate Nnamdi Kanu, and I will tell you why this evening. Because without IPOB, without Nnamdi Kanu, Autumn couldn't have been saying what he's saying today. Yoruba wouldn't have had the courage to rise up. That is the truth. If you like, let us of course want to eat you up, but that is the fact. We gave them the backbone to stand. That is why Fulani hates us with a passion. They say these people, they have scattered our plans. They wanted to be in your bushes and in your forest until 2022, then they unleash mayhem. Britain will come and say, okay, they are all Nigerians, anybody can stay wherever they are. And they start building their mosques in our land. By the time you know it is over for you. Don't you understand? Chukwuka Abiyama asked us to go in 2012. I see what is about to happen. Go and stop it. That's why we are here today. And we have stopped it. Let us listen to the governor once again. Listen carefully, please.
These people are arrested. When I talk, I was being castigated.
The same way they castigated IPOB. Has IPOB killed anybody? I'm asking you a question. But the people that are killing, that is why I can forgive anybody in life. But you see, Yoruba journalists, I'm saying it clearly. I can never forgive them. Because Yoruba has what is called the media preponderance. They control the media. Evil will be happening in the East. Yoruba will not write about it. I can't understand why. I don't know why. I don't know where they get it. I don't know what we are dragging. What are we, Yoruba journalists? What is it that you're dragging with Biafrans? That when evil is happening, when this government is perpetrating evil in the East, you don't write about it. Nothing. A little boy was killed yesterday. Yoruba never wrote it. Nothing. They can't write about it. I don't know what is wrong with them. I can forgive anybody in this life, including Lucifer. But you see, Yoruba journalists, my God in heaven, the way they wrote, proscribe IPOB, what they're saying on the radio, proscribe. But the same people cannot write out of fear. Oh, judge in hand, they cannot write about Mietiala. We are the ones fighting Mietiala. If not that God made it possible for this young man to rise up. We are the ones fighting Mietiala. And that is why the coming of the young man made it possible for the world to now see that yes, IPOB are not the only mad people there, or maybe there are madness elsewhere. Then they started to investigate. They now realize that Fulani is the problem. Now you see it. People committing rape and murder, they are part of the presidency. Obiano stood up and stupidly, idiotically opened his mouth and said, they are part of my government. But the same Obiano asked the army to kill his own people, IPOB, young people at Mbo. I don't know how people want to. Sometimes I explain this and I'm thinking people don't quite understand what we are saying. Is it that you don't understand what I'm saying or what? This is a governor. They always castigate you because once you speak the truth in Nigeria, they castigate you. They call you all sorts of names. They want to ridicule you. They want to make you look irrelevant. They never knew they were going to meet IPOB. You are not going anywhere. The harder they come, the harder they fall. We keep marching. They never knew that we would come. They thought somehow he will be like Wasuike, give him a few pounds there. He will start building hotels. He will start pricing cement, a mooring block. That's what they thought. Some said, oh, he's looking for fame. He wants attention. I kept laughing at the idiots. And I will say to the men around me that they don't know who we are. They have no clue who we are. They don't know why we were born. They thought we were born to start all this primitive accumulation of wealth like hungry people. I'm not hungry. I never grew up in a hungry home. I had everything. My father sent me abroad to go and study. So I can't, when I look at all these idiots, I feel sorry for them. Small money given to you to fight for the freedom of your people, you're building hotels and hostel. Poverty. Oh dear me. We have suffered IPOB, I'm telling you. We had to fight rejection even amongst our own people, those you're saving. For many years, we overcame that. We now went outside to preach this very gospel. Today it is resonating everywhere, even with the governor of Benue. Listen.
Nothing bad that was not said against me. I am this and that. But the reality is here. It is not just happening to Benue State today. It is happening to the entire country. Why is the federal government being silent about this Fulani men? When will the federal government come out?
What did Autumn say, Governor Autumn? Fulani men. Facebook, are you hearing? Fulani men. That is a governor in Nigeria. Not an Igbo man. Not a Biafran. These are the people that fought the war against Biafra. He's saying Fulani men. And Igbo Efulefu. Umokoko, are you listening? Do you see how the government is defending their own people? And not that they're defending them to maybe go to school or do well. No. Everything they do is in your face. One Fulani IG goes, another Fulani IG comes in your face. It's called Korokoro. You'll be seeing it. You cannot do anything because you spent very many years selling yourselves down the drain. You now have no face to stand up and to say what you're doing is wrong. Because if they give you 2,000 naira data, you claim you're an intellectual. That's what I call it. Intellectual. That's what I call them. What intellectual in any people writing rubbish, writing nonsense. After writing garbage, they give you 2,000 naira. He can remember to give you 2,000 naira a week to buy data. Dear me. Yoruba, they proscribed IPOB. But when they want to write about rapists and murderers, they say whatever it's called. And you want me to forgive such people? I can never forgive them. One of the setbacks of Nigeria is Yoruba journalism. I say it openly. Yoruba journalism is evil and wicked. Evil and unless that thing affects a Yoruba person, they will never write about it. Never, ever. The height of wickedness. I don't know if they want all of us Biafrans to be wiped off from the face of the earth so they can share our land with the Fulani. I have no idea. Yoruba journalism, I don't know what got into them. Very evil and wicked people. Very wicked. Today, as you're busy transporting your wickedness to the east, Fulani was coming and taking your land. You don't do it. Because of your wickedness. The wickedness you have towards the east is so much that even when Fulanis were coming to take your land, you couldn't see them. You became blind. Because you were very, very envious. You and the intellectuals in Igbo land. Writing rubbish. Every place said they're writing nonsense. Ask them to come and do what Nnamdi Kanu is doing. They cannot do it. Okay, bring people, come out on the road. Let's see how people. They cannot do anything. All they do is writing rubbish. Every place said there. Proscribed. The outlawed group. Satan, not God. Satan will punish you people. Satan will punish, and of course you're suffering now. Are you not suffering? The people who are killers, they are saints. Those who are saints, they are demonized. That's what Autumn is saying. Let's lie in, please.
And criticize and arrest herdsmen carrying AK-47.
Carrying what? AK-47. And I asked somebody, I asked Facebook, I asked all these intellectuals, I asked all these fools, and I asked them a simple question. Somebody is in your farm raping your mother with AK-47. How do you activate self-defense? With cassava stem? Don't militarize. Nobody has monopoly of violence. But the violent man is raping my mother in the farm. How do I stop him from raping my mother? You cannot answer me. He has AK-47. Please answer that question, please. I'm begging you. Do you see how foolish people are in the zoo? That's why I call Nigeria a zoo. I say it's not an insult. is for you to wake up to see how idiotic your reasoning is. Somebody is raping my mother in the farm, cutting my sister into pieces, taking my land and destroying crops. I'm asking you a simple question. How do I defend myself? He has AK-47. You say I should go and protest. I should write to EU. I have written to EU. No reply. I came out to protest. The same Fulani in the army and police will shoot me dead. What do you expect me to do? What do you expect me to do under such circumstance? It's a simple question, but they cannot answer me. Nobody. If you go to editors' offices, be it this day in Abuja or the Tribune, they are shaking. Once they see Alhaji, they start shaking. Once they hear about IPOB, everybody close wings. Prescribed. They prescribed. What did IPOB do that you prescribed IPOB? Because Fulani Britain told them the only obstacle to your march to the sea, you see, the east. That is where the problem lies, not the west. It's the east. Subdue them. They say, subdue them, arrest them, kill them. Britain said, we are here. Nobody will hear that your case in ICC. It's Britain that is defending Fulani. Britain is defending them. Britain. Nothing will happen. Go to the east. Once you go to the east and you get them, then the west will fall. They never knew how resilient we were. That very day they came to kill me and I survived. That assassination was the day their plans ended. They knew they were in trouble. They knew it. They of course, no. The native doctor doing just for them told them that that's the end of you. Since you went to his house and you couldn't kill him, no, that's the end. Yoruba journalists saw the video of the storming of my house. They saw the dead bodies of young men. They saw the carcass of my dog, Jack. They saw everything. Yoruba journalists still, some people are born evil, you know. They still talk about IPOB as a proscribed group, people you came to kill. After killing them, you went back and you tagged them terrorists, whereas you are the terrorist. After that very incident, I hated black people, to be honest with you. That was the day I knew that black people are poor all over the world because of our wickedness. That is a particular brand of wickedness in a black man that you cannot fathom. I say it in Yoruba journalists. Yoruba journalists are evil, beyond evil. Evil. Look at the way they're serenading their own. They're selling him, marketing him their own because it's their own. Why do you think NSAS failed? NSAS failed because Yoruba journalists could not stand for Nnamdi Kanu to lead the revolution against the Zulu state. That's their only problem, nothing else. After all, NSAS was almost dead until I went on air to start gingering people, or people started phoning in. Isn't it? Am I lying? But instead of Yoruba journalists to say, allow this man to lead this revolution, oh no, he's an Igbo man, no, Biafran, Bamba, no, we don't want him. What to you? They said no. Instead of Nnamdi Kanu to lead NSAS and finish Nigeria, bring Nigeria down, it's better for all of us to be suffering. And after that, 2 or 3 months, Fulani was in their forest, raping and killing. Do you understand it? Evil begets evil. Listen to, we're only playing Autumn's this thing. Are you listening? Governor of Benue State. Governor of Benue State. Every newspaper, scores killed, people killed, everywhere. It's no longer news. The people I hold, it may sound bizarre. The people that could have educated everybody to understand the dangers of Janjaweedism was Yoruba media. They control the media everywhere. They used to give money to John Momo of Channels Television, former information minister. Didn't they? To be peddling their lies. IPOB, they thought they could demonize us. Do to me what they did to Ojukwu. Demonize Biafra, demonize. Nobody ever knew Ojukwu went to Abuja to go and negotiate restructuring. Nobody knew. He's a rebel, secessionist. And I kept asking them, secede from who? From what? We were here before the white man came. Are you mad? Yoruba journalists, repent. Yoruba journalists, you people are the problem of, you people gave Fulani Mietiara the impetus to be doing what they're doing. Because you failed to publish the truth. You failed to tell people the truth. That is a fact. Let us hear out of man proceed.
Are we second citizens in this country?
He's asking, governor.
What gives Fulani man superior to any other person?
Are you Fulani man, a governor, Fulani man, he is calling them Fulani people. They are nothing. They are not particularly bright. They are not highly educated. The only thing is that Britain chose them. Because Britain will never choose a bright race. Never, ever, ever. I would have read in England. Sorry, in Britain, so to speak. I think it was in Glasgow or thereabout. In Edinburgh, I don't know. Once you're smart, Britain will say no. Britain created Nigeria to make it possible for them to control Africa. They thought the idiots they were growing would control Africa, and through those fools, Britain can now control Africa, but it failed, woefully. Because they know that Fulani cannot do anything. They're not. Are they bright? You are bright, and in the 21st century, you're moving cattle from place to place like a deranged lunatic. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I have spoken grammar like some people. Deranged lunatic, the same sentence. And I say, hey, intellectual. That's how they write. You think they have something upstairs? Nothing. Empty. Moving cattle from place to place like demented monsters. These are the people you gave your country to run for you. He's a general. He's a no-nonsense general. Writing rubbish. Try, dear me. Autumn, please finish. Let us go and preach.
I'm not their slave. A Benue man is not a slave to any Fulani man in this country. And so federal government must do this. At a point in time, the federal government came out with a policy through the police that even those with license, then guns, double barrel and pump action should surrender to police. How many times have the presidency come out to condemn that Fulani men are carrying AK-47 all over the place?
They wanted to give them your own den guns, but they have AK-47 to take over your land and to rape your mothers in front of you. And after seeing all of these things, a human being born by a woman will stand up and condemn IPOB. I don't understand it. A child was shot dead yesterday, come back from school. In our mama, after Did Yoruba cover it? Did Yoruba journalists cover it? They will come to you, oh, surrender your guns, give it to the police. We don't want a problem, insurgency, give it to the police. But Fulani has AK-47, with which they have been raping and maiming people. Why don't you ask them to submit their own guns? No one can answer that question. Zoological Republic. Let me leave out on what he's saying is self-evident. It is the truth that is self-evident. Unbelievable. Damnable Zoological Republic. They never ever speak the truth. When the dust settles down and I will grant an interview to a frontline media house all over, they'll ask me, what do you think is responsible for what transpired in Nigeria? I will say Yoruba media. Yoruba media and the culture of brown envelopism. Very, very sad indeed. We are live and we are direct on the whole world. That's just the governor of a state in Nigeria telling you what IPOB has been saying from day one. And they said we are they're looking for that 10th customer in the polity. They're hitting up the polity. Grammar. What's it together now? Now everybody knows that we are right. Have always been right. And will always be right. Now listen to me very carefully this very evening, please. Morning, afternoon, depending on where you are. Having dealt with autumn, having established that Fulani is the problem. When will they arrest all these AK-47 wielding terrorists we find every day in our land? And again, to the intellectuals and the fulefus in the East, I want to ask you a very simple question, please. Why was it that Sheikh Gumi had to go to the forest to go and see his people, so to speak? Why did he go to the forest to go and see them? I'm asking you a simple question. Why did he go to the forest to go and see them? Why? Can anybody answer that very question? Nobody can. But Sheikh Gumi went to the forest to go and see bandits. And not only that, they went even remorseful. They came out openly to say that they can burn Nigeria down. Nobody arrested them. The presidency didn't come out to say, oh, we must arrest him, he's sitting up the polity. No, not at all. Islamic cleric Sheikh Gumi meets over 500 bandits. They know where the bandits are in the forest. Did Air Force go there to bomb them? But they were in Olu, hovering to bomb children. And you want me to live in a country with such entrenched injustice? Sheikh Gumi went into the forest. I'm telling you from the Zoo newspaper what they wrote. Now listen, the bandits are said to be those terrorizing Shinkafi local government area of the state. The bandits are said to be those terrorizing, listen, Shinkafi local government area of the state. The meeting was in continuation of the peace moves by Gumi. These are bandits. They kill, they rape, they kidnap, they extort, they murder, they torture people. They went for a peace meeting with killers. I went for a peace meeting with Southeast governors in 2017. I wasn't a killer. I came out of, I just was granted bail from illegal detention, so to speak. I did nothing. I killed nobody. I was only broadcasting my right to free speech and expression. The governor said I was a troublemaker. I should come and see them. I went to go and see the governors. After discussing with them, they did not ask me to drop my arms. They didn't say, you have weapons, drop it, nothing. They still called the army to come to my house to kill me. The same governors. But these are Fulani people with guns, AK-47. Fulani clerics are going to see them inside the forest, which means that somebody knows where they are. The Air Force knows where they are. If they want to bomb them, they can bomb them, but they never did. But they came to my house with 2 fighter jets, 4 helicopter gunships, and a full battalion on the ground to invade my compound. I wasn't armed. I did nothing to them, nothing. They came to kill me. As a result, I lost my father and my mother, and on the 14th of this very month, I'll be doing the 1-year anniversary of the burial of my parents. Of course, the Sunday, if I don't know when 14th is, if 14th is in the next 10 days, so to speak. And it will be a very good anniversary because it will coincide with the hunt of Janjaweed in our land. Yes, in fact, it's on Sunday. 14th is on a Sunday. That'll be a memorial service to my parents, of course, in my village. My parents died as a result of it. They not only killed my men, they killed my mother, and they killed my father as a result of it. Now you know why we can never stop. Now you understand why. Their own people go to the forest to go and see them. These are bandits, these are killers, these are murderers. Nobody is complaining. Nobody. If Sheikh Gumi knows where they are, why don't the Air Force or DSS know where they are? If you go to the papers every day, it's one useless group, one amorphous group, faceless group. They'll say, IPOB, Nnamdi, Kanu, don't divide our unity so they can conquer me. With the help of the British, they will conquer Biafra. And when we're at our memoirs, or when we die, in the next 6th generation, they will say, what happened? They said, no, they were being nice. As the Hausas were, and the Fulanis took them over. Now listen very carefully, please. Speaking during the meeting, top armed commanders or top armed, they go to meeting with their AK-47. Have you seen them? When they go to meet their governors with AK-47, whereas in the East, the mere fact that somebody is an IPOB family member. Do you understand it now? Do you see how foolish people are? You cannot say an IPOB. I don't want to identify with IPOB in the open, but in the north, their own Fulani bandits, they take their AK-47 to government house to go and have meetings. They meet them in their hideouts to have meetings. The Sheikh Gumi said they should kill them. But in the east, your governor, your traditional ruler will be the one asking them, come and kill them. I know where they are. You see me, people, informants will be everywhere. You see why they are ruling you? It's not magic. It's not rocket science. Because they cooperate. They are together. They know what they are doing. They are all killers. They are all murderers. Now listen. The top commanders of the group who were all armed, Kachala Tuji of Shinkafi and Kachala Muhammad, but they even know their names. The DSS won't go there. No. DSS only come to the south. And we are all clapping. DSS, they are here. DSS, Army Patrol, Joint Task Force Patrol. But their own bandits are in the forest, having fun. As a result, they said that thousands of youths do not have anything they are doing. There is no means of livelihood because they impoverished all of you. In 1960, at independence, Azikiwe and Awolowo begged the Sadan of Sokoto, Ahmadu Bello, please allow these your people to go to school. They said no. Only few families will go to school. The rest will remain impoverished. That is how they control you. So when you go to the mosque on a Friday, the imam will tell you who to vote for, who to kill, which shop to burn down, and you go and you do exactly that. Now they have risen. You know that God has a way of fighting for his children. Everything happening in Nigeria today is punishment from God for the role that these Nigerians played during the war against Biafra. I say it openly. And it will continue. It will continue until exactly 5.5 million people will die in Nigeria for what they did to Biafrans, because we did nothing to them. Absolutely nothing. They wanted to wipe us out from the face of this very earth with the help of the British. But God intervened. That's why we're still alive today. If not, our race will no longer exist. That was when they planted, they sowed the seeds of division in us. Somebody from Ahaba will say, I'm not Igbo. You're from Onitsha. In Delta, you say you're not Igbo. Huh? Hey, Chineke Nnamdi. I don't know what type of God made us, And now we are suffering, isn't it? Ask yourself, why was it that the entire East couldn't raise up a security network until we came? They couldn't do it. They were afraid of the North, of their masters. They couldn't do it. And having found the courage to, if not for ESN, do you think that what is happening, do you think that Yoruba will have the courage to go and sack Fulanis from their forests? I'm asking you a question. If not for ESN. After all, there was a Moteku there before. But it was when ESN came, they knew we meant, we don't listen to we don't hear all this useless gossip and side talk is rubbish to us. We continue with our mission. And that is why we always win. They know where their own bandits are, but they cannot bomb them. But they come with the helicopter to bomb all. And yesterday they killed a boy there. And of course, vengeance is coming. After all, it will come, and you will hear it in the same vicinity. Because if you kill us, we will revenge. You don't know that? It will happen now. You hear the story. It's not everything that we've been talking about all the time. Not everything we're talking about all the time. They know where the bandits are. But in the southeast, the zoo soldiers went to Olo to kill members of Eastern Security Network who are protecting the villages against Fulani headsmen. Have you heard of such rubbish before? No, of course, only in the zoo. Only in the zoo. Only in the zoo. Zoological Republic. And the people don't know the mess they're in. I want to read you a story that is very, very sad. I'm telling you. The decomposing body of kidnapped Edo prince was found. I'll tell you his story. The decomposing body of Atlanta-based Prince Eloni or Dennis Abuda who was kidnapped in Edo on January 30th, 2021, has been discovered in the forest. Who killed him? Fulani. A top security chief who spoke in confidence authoritatively confirmed the discovery. He came from Atlanta in Georgia in America. Now he's dead. Why is he dead? Because he's a Nigerian. Do you hear that somebody went from America to Cameroon, went from America to Ghana, went from America to Benin Republic, went from America to Liberia, and was kidnapped and killed? It's only in the zoo. And somebody will wake up tomorrow morning and tell you, let us work for unity of one Nigeria. Very sad indeed. He's dead, he's gone. Who killed him? Fulani kidnappers and headsmen along Ore Bini Expressway. ESN can go there to clear them, but once we go there and say, oh, they want to expand, they want to replicate the march to Lagos of 1967. We don't want them here. But Fulanis are there killing you and raping you. So when that time they used to tell you that, oh, you are different, you are Midwest, you are Bendel, you are God knows what, South. All Fulani was doing is to divide you, keep dividing you. They divide you to conquer you. That was something that Britain taught them. And British military intelligence officers are in Abuja right now. I'm speaking to you, advising them on how to conquer you. British intelligence, they're in Abuja right now, telling Fulani how to conquer you. Because Britain feels that if they conquer all of us, the oil will be more or less, if they were taking 100 barrels for free before, they start taking 200 barrels. You don't know that? It's the conquest of the intelligent by the unintelligent. That's what I do. That is what I have to do, and if you don't take time, it will overrun you. Look at what Yoruba newspapers are doing for their people. Compare that with BBC. Look at BBC. Rejoicing that I was removed from Facebook. BBC, they were rejoicing. They are in BBC. Hi. Oh, dear Lord, have mercy, have mercy, have mercy upon us. The same people, BBC was there during the genocide against Biafrans. At the end of that very encounter, we lost 5.5 million people. The second worst genocide in the history of man, only behind the Jewish Holocaust in Europe. It was swept under the carpet. No commission of inquiry, no international investigation, nothing. BBC made sure that nothing of that sort happened. I don't know. People are discussing all over the place that Fulanis were being given eviction order by Governor Akeredolu and others to leave the state. He asked them to leave the forest. He didn't ask Fulanis to leave the Yoruba land. No, it is those murderers in the forest to leave. But you have people now who are busy protecting them, who are busy covering for them, saying no governor has the power to evict other ethnic group from the state. And I ask you, are Igbo people living in Kanu, are they living in the forest? Are Yoruba people living in Bauchi, are they living inside the forest? And by the way, isn't open grazing banned in the zoo? I read one of them saying, give us money to buy land. You know, there are some debates they have in the zoo that makes you wonder if they're human beings at all. Are you sure they're human beings in the zoo? Of course, they're zoo animals. And that's what gets some of them, that is what actually gets them to become very, very upset with us. Do you know what frightens, well, not what, do you know what pains me about Fulani and Nigerians? Is that Nigerians are very docile, they're very cowardly, they're very foolish, and they're very, very reticent. Now listen to this. Exercise firm action against anarchy. El Rufai of Kaduna State. The same, you know, people are so funny, you know. The same El Rufai that brought Fulani bandits from the Sahel and assembled them inside Kaduna State. The same man that told you that he paid them money to stop killing, that he went to their houses in Niger Republic and gave them money to stop. Are you people, this Nigerian, these people they call, are you people normal? Are you people, are your brains working at home? This is the man that brought this insurgency. Him, the midget, El Rufai. Because Britain assured them that they are there, nothing will happen. Go take any land, go to TV land, take the whole of Benue, nothing will happen. Britain assured them. It was this midget, this idiot, that brought insecurity, insurgency, and banditry into Nigeria. Now, having family planted their people in every forest in the south, they are now telling you, every governor take action. Look at this idiot talking. Is he the president of the zoo? Of course he is now. He should come out openly so I can curse him and he will die. They're all dead, all of them. I will curse him. You let him come out and say he's the head of the cabal now ruling the zoo. Some of you are so daft anyway and very naive. I saw Buhari. I went to see Buhari. Which Buhari did you see? Which one did you see? Where is Aisha? Where is Aisha Buhari? I'm asking all of you. You zoo people. Where is your so-called first lady? Where is she? Because she's not an Igbo woman. If it were to be President Jonathan now, Yoruba media will have a field day. They will write and write and write. But when it comes to Fulani, they are cowards. Timid cowards. Pussycat. They run away. They are cowards. They are cowards before Fulani. Look at the way they took Patience Jonathan to task when she was in office. They were writing about Patience every day, making mockery of her. Where is Aisha today? She's having a good time with her boyfriend in Dubai. All of you dimwits are busy foolishly writing your junk as always. I feel sorry for you people. The man that brought insurgency has the temerity to tell you, against the backdrop of ethnic tension arising from headsmen and indigent crisis in the southern part of the country, Governor Nasser El-Rufai of Kaduna State has called on governors and leaders at all levels to step in. Step into what? This was what I told you that Britain had in mind. IPOB stopped them. Only IPOB. And at the end, only IPOB will take the credit. We will not share it with anybody. It was us that stopped Fulani from taking the whole of Nigeria over. IPOB. The same people who proscribed, outlawed. We were the ones that saved you. And your sorry asses, all of you. Do you see what El-Rufai is saying? As I told you before, that was what I wanted to do in 2022. When they launched that all-out attack, ethnic nationalities will resist, and Britain will step in and say, let's calm everything down. Calm it down, please. The tension is too much. But meanwhile, those of you that have taken land and settled in the Ebonyi state, stay there. Those in Abia, stay there. Those in Enugu, stay there. Anambra, stay there. Everybody in Delta, stay where you are. In Bayelsa, stay where you are. That will now become the new boundary. They will say, after all, you are in Sabongeri. And let me make it very clear this evening. Every Biafran living in the north, you better come back home. Allow me to repeat very clearly and tell the people who are there. Every Biafran in the northern part of the zoo, you better come back home. They are using you people to blackmail us. They say, you have people in Kanu, you have people in Kaduna, in Zaria. We are not going to stop. Anything that happens to you in the north is your business. If they are going to twist your brain to be against your own freedom, let me assure you that you're not going to succeed. You won't succeed. The hotels, the buildings that you have in the north is secure. After all, I think Abubakar has a property or properties or string of properties in Dubai. Dubai is not part of the zoo called Nigeria. Buratai has properties in Dubai. Are you listening to me? Are you listening to me? You must come back home. If you remain in the north, they're going to kill you. They will use the resistance that we're putting up back home to kill you in the north. I know some of you say, well, we're going to stay our business and all that nonsense. That's all I have to say to you. Because Biafra will have the biggest economy in the whole of Africa in a matter of years. Come back home. If you stay in the north, they're going to kill you and use us as the reason why they did it. That's what they want to do. Can't you see that's what their governors are planning? To start killing people in the north. They say after all, Fulanis are being killed in the south. They won't tell you that these are Fulani bandits, terrorists, murderers, rapists, and killers. They won't tell you that. They say Fulanis are being killed. And BBC is there, don't forget. BBC is there to carry this news for them. Don't forget that British government will be there as always, to go to UN and tell them that, oh, Fulanis are suffering. Hey, they are suffering. They are being killed. That's what Britain is going to do. If you don't know, let me tell you. So be very, very careful. Every time I made a broadcast on Wednesday where he urged leaders to exercise firm action. Firm action means stop Yoruba youths from agitating for Fulanis to leave. Stop ESN from doing what they're doing. That's what they mean by firm action. Bring the army. But if they bring their army, we will kill them. And they came to Olo 4 times. They were defeated 4 times. Now, yesterday, they went to go and kill a little child. What is going to happen in the zoo? All of us are going to Hague. Everybody will go to Hague and stand trial. I want to stand trial in the Hague. Me personally. Because there's no going back. No going back. Not 1 inch. Not 1 single inch. No going back. We must be free. We must be free. I said must. MUST must be free. The zoo, Nigeria, was created by a white man, not by God. The only creation that I respect is God's creation, not man's creation. Do you know what I think? That's, Vox Populi, Vox Dei, which is the voice of the people, is the voice of God. Listen to me very carefully. If people were to get together today to say, oh, I want to remain in Nigeria, that is their business. That is the voice of God speaking. That is God speaking. But not one deranged drunkard. They brought him back from Hong Kong, sent him to West Africa to stop the eastern advance of the French. That's all. And Badagry. And I ended up in Nigeria. That's an abomination. Some of you black people, you don't have any shame. As blacks, we have no shame. There is no shame in us. But I have a little bit of shame left. No, Betu, they can create a country for me is impossible. Only the people can. And that is why we are doing what we are doing. IPOB successfully collapsed the agenda of the Janjaweed. IPOB stopped them. Everybody talking from Governor Autumn to everybody, every activist, you owe your courage and bravery to IPOB. We are the pioneers. If you don't know, the little midget is crying because we have collapsed the agenda completely and totally. Completely and totally. History will remember IPOB. Nigerian government has failed us. We are not afraid of that. Zamfara bandits, their commander. Do you see your members writing, kill him, find him, bomb him? They are causing insecurity. No, they won't because they are afraid. Cowards should not be journalists. They shouldn't be. Have you heard them call for their head? If it's ESN, hey, you won't hear a word. But as I said before, I don't know the translation in English. All your gossip, all the nonsense you're saying doesn't concern us. You've been saying the same garbage for how many years now? Have we been perturbed? Has it stopped us from doing what we're doing? He can talk from now till the kingdom comes. It's not going to stop IPOB from doing what it's doing. They have their own bandits. The difference is very clear, isn't it? The response they gave to ESN, trying to protect our people, and armed bandits, go and check it. Look at the newspaper coverage of ESN activities. Look at bandits in the north and everywhere. Look and go and do compare and contrast. You will see the demonic nature of journalism in the zoo. Evil the people without conscience. You will come out and you write boldly and very clearly that IPOB is prescribed, but whereas the person raping you and killing you is not prescribed, and you're there, and you're a journalist. Anyway, we shall see. And as they said, there's a prayer I pray every blessed day. I never fail to say it. Anytime I'm praying, of course, I pray in the language of the ancients, in Igbo language. I say to Chukwukeke Elohim, the creator of the universe. You know what it means. Let that hand that our enemies use in trying to poison us, may they unwittingly put it in their mouth and they themselves be poisoned. And this is it. It's happening in the north. Residents flee Zaria neighborhoods over kidnappers' rampage. So as El Rufai and all these idiots think that they're going to build this wonderful Fulani empire in the zoo, they are not going to be alive to see it, neither will their children be. The northern part of the zoo will be like Afghanistan. Watch and see. That is why I want our people to follow, be very strong and resolute. Follow me. We want to draw what is left of their army out. Let us bring them to the east. They can never go back. Let us bring them. They say, oh, don't fight a defensive war. No, we are not going to fight. We want to bring them to the east. We now open up their flanks to bandits. Bandits will attack them and take over their land. Because a bandit is a bandit. That's who they are. They are kidnappers, they are killers, they are terrorists. What they want is space and resource. Space and resource. Or should I say resources in this case. So once this army moves to the east to come and meet us in the east, their land will be open and terrorists will ravage them. Terrorists will ravage them. That forever and ever, Fulani can never recover in the north again. Never. And that is the plan. So when I tell you that there is a method in our madness, please believe you me. We will not go out to meet them in their land. We will draw them to come. And then we'll swallow them up. And then their children and their children's children will suffer the consequences forever and ever. And this army will be destroyed once and for all. That is how you obliterate the zoo called Nigeria from the face of this very earth. They cannot fight on the ground. Now we know the only place they can fight is in the air. They will go like cowards, the cowards they are, they drop bomb and they run away. That's what they're going to do. Because on the ground, we have defeated them on the ground. We have defeated them completely. They know they engage us on the ground, they will die. They understand that very well. The only option they have is to go to the air and be dropping bombs and disappearing. So be very, very careful. Residents are now fleeing in Zaria. In Zaria, their own Zaria. This is El Rufai Zaria. You know, this idiot cannot remove the log in his own eye. He wants to remove this tiny speck of wood in the people's eye in the south. He has bandits terrorizing his own neighborhood in Zaria in Kaduna State. But his concern are the murderers and the killers in your own forest in your backyard. What does that tell you about these people? What does that tell you about these people? Now you understand it very well. This is my simple prayer. God, that thing that they did was doing to them today. Look at them in the ancient city of Zaria. There are rising cases of violent abductions of residents. They brought killers to come and kill us in the south and take over our land. Now the killers are taking their lives in Zaria, in Katsina. What they brought upon themselves, all because they wanted power. All because they wanted to answer and heir to the rightful heir to the throne of Ottoman Danfodio. That's all. And this idiot who called El Rufai things after Buhari is him that will dip the Quran in the Atlantic. You don't know it's a race for them. Some of you intellectuals in the south, you don't know this. You don't know that they're in competition. Who will history remember as the man that actually dipped the Quran in the Atlantic? That's the race they're all running, if you don't know. That is why they will never ever condemn banditry. That is why they will never ever rise up to condemn what the atrocious behavior of Fulani headsmen, because they want to conquer you. If you like, believe. If you like, do not believe. That is the reason why I keep wondering, what type of zoo Nigeria are people in? If you're not allowed to perform as VP, please go. Bakare is telling Mosibaju, in a place where you have a constitution, you have law, you have, supposedly, you have law. You are begging. Everything is beg. If you're not allowed to perform, a whole vice president, come back. And in Abia State, look at the stupidity of the South. In Abia State, we pay every headsman, we pay headsmen 100,000 naira for every cow they killed. Why? Because it was the so-called Fulani presidency that put them in power, all of them. And it's Mieti Allah. So if you kill any of our cattle, even if we are grazing illegally, or even if the person heading the cattle is found to have raped a woman, please take 100,000. That's what they're doing in Abia State. Now, okay, see, the people were killed at National High School in Aba. The clip is there on Al Jazeera. You ordered because you are the chief security of the state. Now I realize you people have been lying to us. When you ask all these Eastern governors, they say, no, we don't have any powers. We don't have any powers. Yes, you do. Why is it that in your state, in Ondo, how come that the army hasn't gone there to shoot people, to shoot Yoruba youths dead? Because the governors haven't actually invited them. That goes to show that it was you people that asked the army to come to National High School in Aba to kill us. It was you people that asked the army to come to Mpo to kill us. And of course, we know what Wike is up to in Igwota. Now, do you understand it? Do you understand it very well? You are paying Fulani headsmen that are raping our mothers 100,000. Obiano is paying them 500,000. And you want respect. Of course, a few days ago, Ibasu started to speak as if he's a human being. I don't know where he got the courage from. I don't know where. Maybe ESN, he has seen ESN working, so he knows he's protected. And he wants to talk like a human being. Very, very sad indeed. This is live and direct. The time now is 7 minutes to 8 p.m. in the blessed land of Biafra, and the same number of minutes to the top of the hour, regardless of where you are. 7 minutes to the top of the hour. That tells that we are live and we are direct and the whole world is listening. The Nigerian army executed our people. They said they gave them a reprieve. They didn't actually execute them. We want them to produce the 6 boys so they can say something to the world, so that we can know that they are alive. We need to know that they are alive. Please, very, very important, because nobody in their right senses, can believe anything that comes out of the mouth of the Zoological Republic, especially their army. There is one fool called MC Asuzu. He said he's a lecturer somewhere. He's a modern day version of Obabiasika, the same University of Ibadan. You know, that's where they groom proper Igbo saboteurs. Punk one is University of Ibadan. That's where they groom them. There is this man at the University of Ibadan. His name is MC Asuzu. He wrote something about keeping Nigeria one. I don't want to go through all the nonsensical garbage the idiot was writing. He claims he's a lecturer, he's a librarian somewhere. He was in as usual. You go online, you copy, you paste, you copy, you paste, and then you join the grammar with is and by, and therefore you jumble everything together. You're intellectual. He wrote absolute garbage here. And from the nonsense he's writing, he's trying to tell the world that I want to tell you, he's an Igbo man, Igbo, IGBO, Konkwan. He's in the University of Ibadan, the modern day Obabiasika. You know, I love when people write this disparagingly about me. I love it. I love to read it because it amuses me a lot, and it reminds me that I shouldn't fail. You know, that's why I read it. That's why I love it. It reminds me as to why we cannot fail. That is why you need opposition and criticism. It keeps you on your toes all the time. It makes you conscious and aware of how many people that want you to fail. And when you think about it, you become energized. Now listen. After this man must have finished writing his junk, he's an Igbo man, he's complete and useless Igbo man. After writing all his junk, he came, he said, unfortunately, one young man, I am 53 years old, but they call me a young man because my God loved me so much that he made me as handsome as I am. So of course some of them are jealous. So if we cannot say, give you your dues, because of the way you look, we are going to say you're a young boy, and I love it. May I continue to remain young. You see, I don't know what people actually bother themselves. When people say that young man, I claim it, I say, how in the name of the Most High. When you say that small boy, I love it. That is why I look small every year. Despite the fact that I'm 53 years old, I look very, very young. Because you don't know, it's when people say you're small and you look small, you look young. Please don't let people say you're old. Once they say you're old, you start looking like the hotelier. Unfortunately, this man wrote, Asuzu, one young man in the southeast whose section of the country has been considered by the present federal government as the primary and first target of their envisaged national military conquest allows himself to be fooled. Evil man writing, I allow myself to be fooled into the asshole of that thinking. He's speaking English. This is what a whole Guardian newspaper published. Guardian of all people allowed such words to be used on the publication. Do you know that this man is an intellectual, so to speak? Intellectual, the Konkwan, the stinking ones, intellectual in Ibadan. He's writing. So this man is telling us that he doesn't see anything wrong with Fulani in our towns and villages, raping our mothers, building their settlements. He says nothing wrong. He's in Ibadan. And I don't know why bandits and kidnappers cannot go and catch such a person. And they killed that young prince that came back to his hometown all the way from Atlanta in Georgia, USA. When there are food. His name, find this man for me. MC Asuzu. One complete idiot. He said that we are fooled into thinking that the Fulani want to conquer us. He's an intellectual. At Ibadan. Hey, Igbo, who did this evil self? This your self-hate. You want your people to be conquered. Who did this thing to you? Who, I'm asking you? Who did this to you? You hate anyway. People who can rise up one morning and decide to use their grandmother for ritual. I mean, what would they do? Very sad indeed. This man went on to say, maybe he's working for Britain. So, he's talking about me. In Guardian newspaper, this is their opinion column. So, he organizes a guerrilla warfare outfit and talks a lot of rather very silly and militarily incoherent responses to this other Buhari military stratagems within a so-called... He has written like one idiot that I know. He's after messing up with words, you call him an intellectual. To us, he is an intellectual. Mad people everywhere. I am simply defending my villages and my towns. I'm defending the East. That's all. He says I'm fighting Buhari. Intellectual in the University of Ibadan, where they groom saboteurs from young. Anybody who went through University of Ibadan is a potential saboteur. Sabo, betrayer and the traitor. That's why they groom them. This one is there. I don't know. Maybe he's a librarian or he works in the zoology department. I don't know. He has written. And a security network that was formed to protect our mothers when they go to the farm. A security network formed to drive away illegal terror encampments in our land. Somebody is saying something completely different from our objectives. He's an Igbo man. Maybe he wants to be a minister or maybe a commissioner in your state by betraying your own, by writing rubbish. Now, what Britain will do is they will take it and say, oh, can you see what this man wrote? This MC Asuzu, find his picture, please. This MC Asuzu is an Igbo man. He doesn't believe in what Kanu is doing. He doesn't believe they are all for one Nigeria. That was why he wrote this joke. Does it bother us? Of course not. As I told you before, you know now Okwabawan will live to Kenya. If you keep frog or a toad, you are giving that toad a lift because it's going to jump anywhere. All these things, they energize us. They infuse us with courage and determination. I never take these things as anything at all because we are determined and very resolute. Either Biafra comes or we all die. It's as simple as that. Some people speculate. They don't even know where I am. They are just speculating to dampen your spirit. They write all Johns they know you're a black person. Once they write something into your spirit will go down. But I thank Elohim for IPOB. Very resolute and determined. These people, History will remember you people forever and ever. The history of Africa will never be complete without IPOB being mentioned. You people single-handedly stopped the zoo from being swallowed up by Fulani Janjaweedism. You are immense. You know me, I like good news and bad news. You know, in those days when you write a term paper, when you write an essay, as well as it's called in the UK, if you write something, let's say they ask you to choose a topic to write about, and you submit your paper having either extolled the virtues or castigated that very subject that you're treating. When you give it to your lecturer, he or she will say to you, no, that you are not balanced. It means that you have to weigh the pros and the cons. You have to tell us the good and also the bad. And then in your conclusion, you tell us why you have fallen for either side of the argument. You can never come and say something is good, there must be something bad about it. So that is why it's always good to have balance. Always take the praises with the criticisms that comes along with it. It's a very beautiful blend. It's very good. And that is one thing that IPOB, this evening I'll talk about IPOB so much because they single-handedly saved every indigenous ethnic population in Nigeria from falling at the feet of Fulani Islamic Janjaweedism. That is why I honor IPOB. And there is something else that happened in Edo which is very, very critical. And also Bayelsa. Our mothers in Bayelsa are protesting. Those in Edo are protesting. Tomorrow now, when the history will be written as to how this revolution started, people will not remember that it was Bayelsa and the Edo women that started street protest against what the Fulanis are doing. So I want us to place it on record, please, that when the history of this new phase of revolution that is coming is written, we must acknowledge Igoromi women and also those in Bayelsa for their courage, their fortitude, and their determination. They came out on the streets to protest. And we must also encourage what ESN is doing. Protecting also is a very difficult task, but they're doing it very, very well. And as we've always known, they will come. The Janjaweed will come with everything. The police, the army, they will try to intimidate. You know, the whole thing will last about 8 months. And then after that, they will give up. We know how they work. We know their psyche, we know their brain. They will try everything. They will use the traditional ruler. They will use the governor. They will use the operators. They will use a slave. This MCS, find the idiot's picture, please. We want to find him and ask him if he wants to take over from Opa Abiasika, because Opa Abiasika, the arch betrayer during the war, was also a lecturer at University of Ibadan. Surprise, surprise. Bayelsa women must continue what they are doing. They are raping them, they are killing them in the farms, and anybody against ESN is also against our mothers, is also against our farmers, and we don't want that to happen. And in order to fool everybody, they have said to people, return home, northern elder, tell headsmen. And you think they're going home? Is that what you think? Is to lure you into a false sense of security, and then they strike. They're not going anywhere. That's the way they behave. If they leave today, I'll be the happiest man in the world. And as they are going, all of them in our bush, I said there will be no illegal settlement in our... It doesn't matter what you say. I don't give a damn what you're going to say. It doesn't matter what you say. If you are in the bush, we have how many days? Is it 9 days we have, or is it 10 days? If you are living in the bush, we don't care where you live. You must come out into the township. If you don't do that, then anything that happens to you is your business. Every illegal settlement in the east will be dismantled. All of them. Nobody is ethnically cleansing anybody. We are asking them not to occupy our forests. Go to the townships, go to the cities, rent a house like every other human being and live there. It's as simple as that. Please, if you don't know what intellectual means, please try and Google it. There are idiots mainly from the east who join two words from the dictionary together and think that they're making sense when they are making an absolute mess of their own idiocy. They are everywhere, especially on Facebook. Return home, they are trying to trick you. If you fall for that trick, then you're finished. allow every citizen to buy AK-47. There are some fools who are saying, oh, why are you armed? Why are you raising a militia? Not a security network, no. So even Mietiana that are doing the raping and the kidnapping, they have their own vigilante group. These intellectuals call them vigilante. But when we formed our own to defend our land, to stop our mothers from being raped, they call it militia. That's how you know a saboteur. Sabo Konkwa, that's how you know them. Sabon Tike, that's how you know them. They are working for the enemy. They are trying to use English language to deceive you. English that they cannot speak. Because do you know why I call Zoo people pseudo-intellectuals, as Ojukwu referred to them, or half-baked intellectuals? You see all that grammar that they write, when you read it as, hey, Ziki, Kwoncha. If you want to know how daft they are, just simply thrust a microphone in their face and ask them to make a sentence or to make a speech. All that grammar that you're seeing they are writing will disappear overnight. That tells you that they are not the owners of what they claim that they have written. That's how you know fake people from the real ones. Allow every citizen to buy AK-47, according to Governor Ishaku. Which state is this man from? Taraba State Governor Darius Ishaku on Wednesday asked the zoo government of Nigeria, or should I say all of them, the zoo government of the zoo, to allow all citizens to own licensed guns and AK-47 for that matter. What does that tell you? The zoo has fallen. The zoo has fallen. Is that very clear to all of you now? A governor in the north, they are Fulani Lord. A governor in the Darius Ishaku, I don't know if he's Fulani, of course it could be, who knows where he's from. He could, for all I know, he could come from Cameroon. And after the place beside, he joined the zoo. Nobody, we don't know who is you anymore. Or maybe he came from Niger, from Chad. This man is called Darius Ishaku. He's the governor of Taraba State. He's asking government to allow everybody to bear arms. And people have the guts to question the reason why ESN is bearing arms. Do you see the foolishness of some people? Even those that sent their murderers to come down south is now appealing that everybody should have a gun. Why is he saying it? He said that 15 local government chairmen in Taraba State paid him a condolence visit following the death of one of his colleagues who was kidnapped and subsequently killed by gunmen. So Janjaweed in the north, they are begging and pleading for guns to be made available to people to defend themselves. And some idiots are questioning why ESN should be armed. I can't. Hey, you believe a warrior. Foolishness everywhere. That tells you that the zoo is finished. And there is one thing that I do not like about this. I'm not going to do that because it's local politics, but I think it's very, very terrible. There is a particular man, he said he's a pastor. He was talking about, anyway, I'm not going to go into it. Let's leave. It's about electioneering, and we don't want to go into it. But there's something that actually amazes me. People ask us, why do you agitate for Biafra? Why do you do what you do and all the rest of it? And I said to my people all across the board, those from the north and those from central part of Biafra and those from the coastal region, have you ever asked yourself this question before? Why is it that Warri Seaport is not working? Why is it that Iguacha Seaport is not working? Why is it that Calabar Seaport is not working? Why? And you all believe in one Nigeria. Why is it that only Lagos port is working? Because that is why I have regard for this new generation of Yoruba agitators right now, wanting to be free. Because there is something that's been going on, and I want to ask my Yoruba brothers this, please. Yoruba, I want to ask you a simple question. If the roles were reversed and only Calabar Seaport is the only viable and functioning seaport in Nigeria and Lagos is there, how would you feel? It's a simple question. How would you feel to come from Lagos all the way to Calabar to clear your goods and then take it to Lagos when there is Atlantic Ocean also and a port in Lagos? How would you feel? It's a simple question. If you can answer that question honestly, then you now understand the way we feel, that there is something wrong with the zoo called Nigeria. There is port congestion. Apapa, you cannot go through it. Every time it's congested. But you know, we have a seaport in Warri, one in Iguacha, Port Harcourt, and one in Calabar. But because some of you want to consume everything, you see, that little alliance you went into with Fulani, you scratch my back, I scratch your back, the rest can go to hell. It's unraveling now, you see. Can't you see that it's unraveling? How can you be comfortable to sit in a country and talk about equity, talk about unity, talk about fairness, when you people are the ones allowed to have a seaport? Is that fair? Is there any country of this world, and maybe apart from Germany, that is almost landlocked, where you have, I think it's only Hamburg, that is a seaport, where you only have one seaport? Britain, that you got your independence from, they have seaports dotted everywhere. Why this level of wickedness? Why do people love to collude and connive with Fulani to cheat other people? Is that a good thing to do? Now Lagos is congested. The port is congested. Why don't you move some of those ships to go to Warri to offload? For those who are in Edo, those who are in Delta, to proceed to Iguacha, to Port Harcourt, to offload for the southeast, to proceed all the way to Calabar, to offload for people who are in that part of the world. What is wrong? Why this level of greed? Why? I'm asking. Now the port is congested. Is that a good thing? Do you see why we want Biafra? Why we want to be on our own? Because there is a level of insincerity and wickedness in Nigeria which I can't tolerate personally. Why should Lagos be the only viable seaport? Why? Answer that question. And I'm sure you can't answer it. You cannot, can you? And when people from the coastal region of Biafra talk about nonsense about Nigeria and other rubbish, I pity them. Stupidity of the highest order. Stupidity of the highest order. Nigeria's unity is a joke, a pathetic, wretched joke. Britain that is supporting you to keep Nigeria one. How many seaports do you have in Britain? Southampton, Liverpool, just name it. It's all, just Google it. It's all over the place. But in order to punish the East, in order to make us prime targets for conquest, everything must go through Lagos. Is that fair? The same ship will offload in Lagos, and the same ship will go to Gabon. Will even go to Cameroon to offload. We'll go to Gabon to offload. Why not stop in Calabar or Port Harcourt, Iguacha or Warri? What is wrong with you people? What type of wickedness is this? Is this the type of country that if I'm asking my Yoruba brothers, all of them, everybody, will you be happy if the only viable seaport in the whole of Nigeria were to be in Port Harcourt, in Iguacha? Will you be happy? You now come from Lagos to Iguacha to clear your goods. Will you be happy? Supporting evil is not good, you know. It is not a good thing. I'm saying this thing because I love the Yoruba people. I love the Yoruba race. Those that I respect today, they're all Yoruba people. But there is a level of injustice you can't allow to continue. It is evil and it is not good. And that is why we want Biafra. I'm sure that you can understand and relate with that. And somebody said, in continuation of what I'm saying, the insecurity in Nigeria, you should blame the Yoruba people for the emergence of Buhari. It is called political expediency, and I'm very, very happy today that such nonsense will not happen again. That this revolution we're about to embark upon, or we have embarked upon, will continue and survive any effort by Tinubu to try to hijack it for his own purposes. Come 2023, that we stay very strong and very resolute. Remember the generations unborn and do the best we can to ensure that we leave a future for them that everybody will be proud of. A future of freedom, prosperity, progress, camaraderie, togetherness, and oneness, in truth and in every honesty. That's what we want. Nothing more, nothing less. Kazaure, who is he? He gave an interview. He said that the North knew that Buhari was a spent force. He was idiotic Senator Ibrahim Kazaure. The North knew Buhari lacked the capacity for leadership. They knew it. The North knew that he couldn't lead. This is from his own people, Ibrahim Kazaure. Who put Buhari there, and today they're killing us, today they're killing Yoruba people? was those who were foolish enough to follow Tinubu. Here we are now, and everybody is suffering. Everybody is in pain, and everybody is complaining. And that is why we must bring this whole nonsensical zoological republic to an end, because the more Nigeria lives, the more people are going to die. It is a country of not just wickedness and unbridled thievery. They have taken stealing to a whole new level altogether. None of they import. They don't produce crude oil. They dig up crude oil from the ground. Instead of taking it to the nearby refinery, which is at One, they take it to the ones that I have built in Morocco and in England and in Equatorial Guinea. They refine it there. And the money they used to build all these refineries came from Nigeria, mind you. Let's call it Nigeria. They stole the money from Nigeria. They went out to go and build refineries with it. Now export the same crude oil outside, refine it, bring it back, and pay themselves. What's it called again? What is that thing they call it? Oh my goodness, is it old age or what? Subsidy. But there are 4 refineries. 4 refineries. 4. And now let me shock you. Those 4 refineries, how much did they cost to maintain for last year? I'm just asking. The total value of output by the refineries for the period under review was 0. But the recorded operating deficit of 5.49 billion naira. The refineries are there, they're not doing anything. But you still paid the Janjaweed managing it 5.49 billion. Now, what happens to crude oil when it comes from Nigeria? They send it abroad to refineries, but meanwhile, they have their own. No? They refine it. And as the spirit is coming back, you now pay subsidy on it. Tell me which country on this earth is more idiotic than Nigeria. That's absolutely none. And on that note, we make every assertion, every claim that the only alternative is freedom for all ethnic nationalities trapped in the damnable zoological republic. And for that very reason, there is no other option than freedom. I thank all of you for listening this very day. Next time we're going to get it right. Next time we're going to try as much as possible to also broadcast via Twitter and also Instagram. But I must thank you all for listening. And for those of you who are going to propagate this very message, I wish you all the very best. We are not going anywhere. ESN is not going anywhere. All the propaganda in this world they can bring to bear on our activities, we are not stopping. If they kill us, we are going to kill them. Many of them. I can assure you of that. Anything they want, we give to them. And with all the love in my heart, from me, from here, on this glorious evening, it is good evening. Good evening, wonderful people, great Biafrans, wherever you're listening to us from, lovers of freedom all over the world. I welcome each and every one of you to this very special address this very day. Today's date is the 12th day of December in the year of our Most High Elohim, 2020. The time now approximately is 7 p.m. in the blessed land of Biafra. This is a live presentation on a very special day that Chukwukika has designed, that we must do all we can to save ourselves from extinction, from a people who are determined to come down, to take over the lives of the children of the Most High. A day that we have drawn a line in the sand from which we can never ever retreat. We are not going to surrender our land to Janjaweed. It is not going to happen, not now, not tomorrow, not ever. I welcome each and every one of you, and as I do so, and as it is customary with us here, I will urge you to welcome other people as well, because the whole world is listening. on all our platforms. They are listening. And if you are doing so, it is very, very important that you pay particular attention to the announcements we have to make this evening. Very, very important that we do so. But as always, and before we go any further, we must hand over our proceedings to the Most High. But before I do so, I must always say good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night to some of you. This is a very special broadcast, and of course, we must pray. And prayer we must this very evening and always going forward. And I will pray in the language of heaven, because Chukwu Kikabiama is in control of all that we have been doing and will continue to do until Biafra is restored and all the suffering indigenous populations in the damnable Zoological Republic are set free. Chineke nna nke pụrụ ihe niile Chukwu Okike abịa gbanye nyefe wena aja ha nsọ ya mma mgbe niile. Onye ọbụla na ya na-achị eluigwe n'ụwa na-agba akaebe ịhụnanya gị na ebere gị amara gị n'ọmịiko gị ebe ndị gị na-eze ebere ngọzi. Anyị wee na-etoghị agbanyeghị atụmatụ ọjọọ niile nke ndị iro. Iwe nye anyị ndụ na nke dị ndụ n'ụbọchị nke taa. Anyị wee na-asị na ịja mma niile otu niile dịrị aha nsọ gị. Onye ọbụla anyị aka ikere nọ n'ọbadara aka ya. Anyị wee na-akpọkụ gị na-asị gị na nke ọma anyị ga-ekele gị, nke ọjọọ ma anyị kelee gị. Anyị wee na-aja gị mma, wee na-etoghị, wee na-asọpụrụ gị n'isi ụmụ gị niile bụ ndị ikwu ndị wee eze oku mgbe a kpọrọ ha ka ha wee chekwaa ala nsọ gị bụ Biafra onye na Chineke na ihe ndị kwuru anyị nkwa na omekataghị ka ndị iro wee were ala nsọ Biafra onye na Chineke na nke bi n'igwe. Agbanyeghị atụmatụ ọjọọ niile nke ndị iro ma ndị na-agba mgbụgba ebe niile dị iche iche onye na Chineke nna n'ihere bụ nke ndị dị etu a n'ụbọchị nke taa. Anyị wee na-etoghị, wee na-asị onye nwe anyị na Chineke nna nke pụrụ m ihe niile, onye ọ bụ naanị ya na-azọpụta, onye ọ bụ naanị ya bụ okwu ya niile bụ ihe na amen. Anyị wee na-asị ezi ebube dị ngọzi na otuto na ịja mma na nsọpụrụ site n'ebighị ebi ma ruo n'ebighị ebi. Ise ise ise. As I said, this very evening we are going to announce our preparedness to defend the land of Biafra. And having waited for very many years for the governors in our land, the entire East, by which I mean the Southeast and the South-South, to do what their counterparts in Yoruba land did, and even what the terrorist Mietiala also managed to do, which they have failed to do up until this very day, we have decided to take it upon ourselves to defend the land of Biafra. We are determined and we are resolute, and we are not going to stop until we eradicate every trace of Fulani terrorism, every trace of hegemonic Janjaweedism in our midst. Until that happens, we are not going to waver, we are not going to retreat, not 1 inch, not 1 iota. We have come that we may do the bidding of the Most High for that which we were sent, or should I say born in the first place. We are going to defend our land against the ravages of Fulani terrorism. We are going to defend the lives of our people against state-sponsored extrajudicial killings by the zoo armed forces. We cannot allow what happened in Obi, Watompo, in Aba, in Afaruku, in Emene to happen anymore. It can no longer happen in our land. Today, we are sending a note of warning, or should I say caution, to all those that delight in shedding the blood of Biafrans and innocent people right across the length and breadth of the Zoological Republic called Nigeria. That from this day onwards, any attempt to kill innocent people will be kindly reciprocated. Any attempt by the zoo army or the police to kill innocent populations the same way they did in Obibo will be met in equal measure. Therefore, it has fallen upon this very generation to defend our land against the excesses and ravages of foreign terrorism and the hegemonic tendencies of the Sokoto Caliphate. For years, our mothers have not been able to go to the farms. Our daughters are being raped and cut into pieces. Everybody is aware of what transpired at Nimbo, at also warning what is happening right now in Delta, what is also happening in Ebonyi State, and also in parts of Abia. We cannot allow it to continue. We have cowards and spineless, lily-livered idiots as governors. They have given over our land to the Janjaweed to occupy in perpetuity. This very generation, this very IPOB will not tolerate it. Not now, not tomorrow, not ever. We would rather all perish and die than to allow our land to be taken over by the Janjaweed. It cannot happen. This is a warning to all the governors who are conspiring due to one political consideration or the other to give our land to infidels and blood-sucking demons from the Sahel. It cannot happen. Not under our watch. It's not going to happen. Not now, not tomorrow, not ever. Our invaders, we are being told, come from Senegambia. We are being told they come from Mali. Some are from Niger Republic. Some are from Chad, according to the governor of Kaduna State, El Rufai. Therefore, we are setting up the Eastern Security Network to combat the excesses of these vagabonds and criminals from across the Sahel. Along the same lines as Amotekun, and even the ones set up by the terrorists themselves, Mieti Yala. What we are launching today officially before the congregation of a global audience is the Eastern Security Network. Not a Biafran army, no. Anytime this army will march, we shall let the world know. But for now, and for our present purposes, we are there to defend the land of Biafra against these marauders from the Sahel, against a very determined incursion being led by terrorists, Fulani terrorists to be precise. What we are doing is no different from what Amotekun is seeking to achieve in Yoruba land. What we are doing is not far from what Mieti Yala, the terrorists themselves, are seeking to achieve in the northern part of the damnable Zoological Republic. Our response to the endless cycle of insecurity, lawlessness, mayhem, destruction of lives and properties in Biafra land is the launch of this very Eastern Security Network. This very day, in the coming days and weeks, you will see them in their uniforms. You will see them performing very critical and vital functions of ensuring the security of our land. I urge each and every one of you to give them your maximum cooperation. Attempts in the past to resolve this very raging Fulani terrorist incursion into our land has been very fragmented and piecemeal. It has never worked. Just a few days ago, we received reports that Delta State under Governor Ifeanyi Okowa launched what he referred to as Delta Safe Operation Delta Hawk, only for Delta State. Whereas Yoruba governors launched Amotekun to safeguard the whole of Yoruba land. Mieti Yala launched their own vigilante group to safeguard the interest of Fulani Janjaweed all over the Zoological Republic. When you come to the east, by which I mean the southeast and the south-south, all the governors there are cowards. They have not done anything to secure our lives and our properties. That is why we felt it is necessary for us to do the right thing to protect our land, or else we will go the way that the Hausa people went. And we are not going to allow that, not under our watch. They have managed to fragment our people. They have managed to divide us. No governor in the southeast or south-south has the courage nor the conviction to stand up to defend the people. Therefore, we must. Therefore, IPOB must defend our land to the very last blood in our bones. We are not going to stop. Not now, not tomorrow, not ever, until we rid our farms and our forests of every vestige of Fulani Janjaweedism. This evening, I'm announcing it, that our forests and our farmlands shall be free of Fulani terror presence. They cannot dwell in our bushes. They can bring down their cattle to do their business, after which we expect them to domicile in our cities and in our towns, to rent houses like any other group of people. If they decide to venture into our forests and into our farms, they will have us to contend with. We do not care who they come with. We don't care if they come with their army, their air force, or whoever is supporting this caliphate relentless incursion into the south. We shall meet them head on. We shall confront them. I do not want to hear about any rape of a mother anywhere starting from this very night. I don't want to hear that any daughter of Biafra has been abducted anywhere in our territory, because starting from this very evening, our forests and our farmlands are no-go areas for Fulani terrorists masquerading as headsmen. Because the Fulani very cleverly discovered that the only way they can defeat our people is by dividing us. That is why all the governors of the South and the Southeast never got together to float any security outfit capable of defending our land. None of them did. Absolutely none. Even what their counterparts are doing in Yoruba land, they cannot replicate. What ordinary terrorist group like Minyet Yala is doing, your so-called governors cannot do it, because they are cowards. They are beholden to the caliphate. They have come to do the bidding of the Fulani Janjaweed, and we can't allow them in our land. If they want to serve the Fulani caliphate, they can go to the north and do it. Not in Biafra land, not anymore, not from this very night. That is why this very announcement is being made before the full view of the international community, that they may understand how serious we are, how determined we are. As somebody quite rightly said, the only way to eat an elephant is by cutting it into pieces. The only way the Fulani Janjaweed can overwhelm us is by dividing us. If you are an agent of Fulani Caliphate, if you have come to do the bidding of Fulani Janjaweed in our land, I am asking you this very evening to retrace your steps. Because again, starting from this very day, anywhere Biafrans are killed, any governor, any police commissioner who tolerates the massacre of innocent people will pay very dearly for it. Will pay very, very dearly for it. Do not underestimate our resolve. Because this evening, first of all, I speak as a human being who is possessed of a compatriot spirit and empathy with the suffering of human beings everywhere, especially in the zoo that Britain created called Nigeria. Second, I speak as a witness to the suffering of Biafrans at the hands of their so-called fellow citizens in the zoo called Nigeria. And what we want to make abundantly clear is that we are warning everybody who is a stakeholder in the zoo about our determination and our resolve to ensure that our land is defended. This is a resolution we have reached, and it is cast in stone. I know that some people may say that Amotekun has some veneer of legal backing from their various houses of assembly in the West, that we must also seek to do the same in the East. We are letting them understand this very that our land is under occupation. The land of Biafra is under occupation with the tacit approval of those you call your political leaders. They have sold us down the drain. They have benefited from the relentless onslaught of a government determined to exterminate Biafrans, especially their youths. We are not beholden to them, because today we present to the world our first and our last line of defense against Fulani Janjaweed inspired murderous anarchy and mayhem across the entire Middle Belt and the South. The Eastern Security Network is here to bring to an end years of Fulani Miyetti Allah terrorism in our land. This very security outfit is modeled, as I have said before, along the lines of Amoteku in the West, and even the vigilante group formed by Miyetti Allah themselves. Therefore, we are going to secure the entire Southeast and South-South, which is the former East, with the necessary assurance that crimes such as kidnapping, armed robbery, illegal abduction of innocent people is brought to an end very imminently. We must bring all these things to an end. We must understand that years of torment has come to an end. I also appreciate the fact that some of you, those who are in the service or in the pay of the Zoological Republic, I know that some of you cannot fathom what we are about to unveil this very evening. You thought that pictures were overwhelming. After this broadcast, the entire video will be released. That all of you may understand how serious we are, that we have come determined to do the will of the Most High Elohim. What is our story? I ask. Our story is that we have been killed for very many years. Just days ago, Fulani Muslims, yes, Fulani, call them headsmen, call them Miyetti Allah, call them Boko Haram, call them ISIS in West Africa. They murdered over 100 rice farmers, purportedly Christians, in cold blood in Borno State. Am I upset about it? Of course I am. Are we grieving? Of course we are grieving. But it is very, very disheartening, very, very discouraging that up until now, the international community have failed to do something about the murderous outrage perpetrated by Fulani terrorists on a daily basis against innocent indigenous populations in the zoo called Nigeria. Sometimes I feel disconnected, sometimes outrage and anger over these killings and the insincerity, the duplicitousness, and the profound lacking of seriousness, or should I say, stark appreciation of history. Our people, we do not learn, we have never learned, and until we rise up, all of us, one after the other, to support these very glorious efforts we are making. You might ask, what is history? It is a very dark, hideous history of our people, banned by those who rose to power on the ashes of a genocide they themselves committed. It is a history banned in schools out of a sense of denial, yet it is a history still accessible to anybody and everybody who is willing to learn. On the trajectory that we have decided to embark upon, There is no going back. People are going to call, I know that for sure. There are those who may be interested to understand the reason why we do things the way we do it. In the fullness of time, they will come to appreciate the benefit of our tenacity, the benefit of our dedication and devotion to ensuring that Biafra land is secured. There were those in the Middle Belt in years gone by who stupidly joined in committing genocide, dishonestly, I must say, against the people of Biafra. They called it a civil war. They said they fought that very war to unite Nigeria. That same Nigeria is now killing everybody, or should I say, presiding over a reign of terrorism from Fulani Janjaweed. All of you are now regretting it. History is now repeating itself. What transpired against Biafrans, all the conspiracy against Biafra, is now being visited upon those very people that helped the Fulani Janjaweed terrorist caliphate to inflict what amounted to the second worst genocide in the history of the world. Some of them are weeping. We are all weeping. But none of you wept for Eastern Nigeria, so to speak, which is the land of Biafra. None of you wept for the Igbo when they are being massacred. None of you wept for the Efik. None of you wept for Anang. None of you wept for even Ejo and other ethnic groups that made up Eastern Nigeria. None of you ever wept for us. We died that your useless Nigeria may be won. And today, all of us are dying. But one day, weeping must come to an end. We have decided not to weep anymore. We have decided not to cry anymore. We have decided not to complain anymore. We have decided not to petition anybody anymore. But I'm sure by the time the Fulani Janjaweed gets exactly what they're looking for in our land, the world will be forced to intervene. This very security outfit is very proactive. It has been set up that very way. We are going to confront every enemy. We are going to confront anybody who will come to kill us. Because trust me, they will come. As somebody once said, there is a method in our madness. We will draw their army down into our land. Their flanks will be opened up. Their villages will be occupied by bandits and terrorists that they themselves created. That by the time they are done and we have sent them packing from Biafra land, they will have no home to go to. All of them don't have no home to go to. The zoo is finished and there is nothing anybody can do about it. We are not going to keep on weeping. This very evening we want to remind the world that Fulani terrorists massacred us at Nimbo. They killed us at Ozowani. They came to my house with uniforms and killed over 28 people, as a result of which my parents died. These people will continue killing. All of you are witness to what happened in Obibo. We cannot allow such to happen again. And any governor who foolishly sides with the zoo to inflict death, pain, and suffering upon our people will be held personally responsible, himself and his family. Himself and his family. And all of you that participated or encouraged the slaughter of the innocent at Obibo, you all will be held accountable at the right time. You cannot go free, including Wike. You cannot go free. I assure you, I'm saying it so that the world can hear. So that the day you meet your nemesis, they will know that I announced it live on air. If they want us to go to ICC, we go to ICC. Any court in the world they want us to go to, we'll go there. But we cannot go free. Not now, not tomorrow, not ever. And the same goes for any other idiotic governor that may want to kill our people. It will no longer happen. In the coming days and weeks, people are going to come out to protest. This very Eastern Security Network will provide much needed security for protesters across Biafra land. I repeat, they will provide security for peaceful protesters across Biafra land. Any idiot in uniform that wants to dare us, you're more than welcome to do so. But you will bear the brunt and the consequence. I repeat, they will provide security for peaceful protesters across Biafra land. Any idiot in uniform that wants to dare us, you're more than welcome to do so. But you will bear the brunt and the consequence. I repeat, they will provide security for peaceful protesters across Biafra land. Any idiot in uniform that wants to dare us, you're more than welcome to do so. But you will bear the brunt and the consequence. We want to remind the world that Fulani terrorists massacred them there. Should the need arise, you cannot go about killing innocent people and you expect them to do nothing. It is impossible. Absolutely impossible. It cannot happen. We have come to die for what we believe in. We have come that we may be free. The zoo called Nigeria was created by a white man, not an African. Named by a white woman, not a black African woman. It has no right to exist. And anybody that kills in the name of Nigeria will be held responsible by us. Because it seems that the ICC doesn't want to do anything. It seems that all the courts of the world are silent as innocent people, men, women, and children are being slaughtered on a daily basis in Nigeria. We can't allow that to continue. Not now, not tomorrow, not ever. This very Eastern Security Network is not, and I repeat, is not the army of Biafra. When the time comes for us to raise the army of Biafra, we shall announce it to the whole world. It is merely a vigilante group, the same way you have Amotekun and Miyetti Allah's national vigilante in Nigeria. That is why we must all be very, very measured in how we approach the issues that confront us at this very critical time of our history. We must remain resolute and determined. All those in the pay of Janjaweed, they will come to try to discourage you from supporting this very wonderful initiative that none of your governors were able to do. As some of you will see in the video that will be posted or published after this very broadcast, you will see that we are united all the way from Kogi down to the Atlantic Ocean. We are one family and indivisible. We are not going to allow ourselves to become distracted by paid agents of the damnable Zoological Republic. Self-defense is a constitutional right. Self-determination is not a crime, but a right under the laws of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and customary international law. Therefore, I make no apologies for pursuing Biafra relentlessly and determinedly. It can never stop. Those who underestimate our resolve do so at their own peril. As I've said before, we are not alive, we are dead already. When you see men, you will understand how determined we are. But there is one thing we have resolved to do. From today onwards, the death of every Biafran will be avenged. If you kill a Biafran, you will be killed. No matter who you are, we will keep pursuing you until you die. You have no peace and you have no rest. I'm saying it on video that the whole world may understand. In 1966, the world kept quiet as Biafrans were slaughtered in their numbers, 300,000 in the north. 67 to 70, over 3.5 million people were killed. Nobody stood trial for it. Rwanda lost less than 100,000 people. ICC and international courts were convened to try those who were responsible, or should I say those who were culpable. The same thing in Liberia. But because you killed us between 66 and 1970 and nothing happened, and from 1945 to 1966 and nothing happened, that was the reason, or should I say, that is the reason why the Fulanis will keep coming to kill us on a daily basis. Right now, from this day onwards, if you kill us, we are going to kill you. The men are ready. They have come to defend Biafra land, not to separate from Nigeria, no. We are going to accomplish that via a referendum. But if you come to our villages now to rape our mothers or abduct our sisters, you will die in the process. Any governor found aiding any of these people or giving our land to Fulani Janjaweed will be in trouble with us. Let me make one thing abundantly clear to all of you listening. We have resolved to die for what we believe in. And our belief is simple, very, very simple, that we are going to defend the land of Biafra with all our might. Not in pursuit of secession, as the idiots would say, but in pursuit of the defense of our land so that our mothers can go to the farm without the risk of being raped and torn to pieces. Some of you saw what happened at Uli. How a very beautiful young Biafran lady went to the farm and never came back. She was not only raped, her body was mutilated, cut into pieces and strewn all across her farmland. None of you did anything. Anambra State governor did nothing. Instead, he went along to appoint the same people that committed such heinous crime against the land itself into his cabinet. These are the idiots we are having to contend with in the land of Biafra. And we are saying enough is enough. If you're part of this very conspiracy to emasculate the children of God, to destroy Biafra land, then you are grossly mistaken. I know that the Fulani Janjaweed are not highly educated, they are not polished, they are not discerning, they cannot reason very well. Let me make this very, very clear. The Eastern Security Network is what it is. An organized vigilante outfit, rather than restricting the activities of the defense of our land to maybe Enugu State or Delta State or even Bayelsa State, for instance. We have resolved to defend the entirety of Biafran territory. Allow me to repeat, because some of you are not educated enough to understand what we are saying. I am addressing this to the Fulani Janjaweed. Allow me to repeat. The Eastern Security Network is there to safeguard our land, to stop Fulani terrorists from Mali, from Gambia, from coming into our land to kill us. Our mothers must return to their farms, and our daughters must be able to move about very, very freely. The only way out of the mess people are in Nigeria is that people should stop talking and doing the work necessary to free everybody from this Fulani-inspired bondage. Today, people died, or should I say a lawmaker was killed in Yoruba land. This same day, today, in Benue State, 4 people were killed. Even in Katsina, young boys were abducted, and girls, as a matter of fact, from the dormitories. That is the level of insecurity in Nigeria, and people are dying on a daily basis. Are you going to sit down, just lament, talk about it, and nothing happens? Or are you going to join us to ensure that this reign of Fulani terrorism and insecurity is brought to an end? That is what we are for. That is why this very security outfit has been set up. And that is the work they are going to do. And nobody, and I repeat, nobody is going to stop us. Extrajudicial killings will no longer be tolerated. Any police commissioner, any commander of whatever army unit you are, you bring out your men to come and kill innocent people, you and your family will also die. Because that is the only language you idiots understand. When people keep quiet, you kill them. You have stifled peaceful protests. You have killed people. You have lied about it. And you think you will go on killing innocent people. It can no longer happen, not in Biafra land. Elsewhere you can try it, not in Biafra land. Although the ICC have belatedly decided to investigate atrocities by the Nigerian Army, police, and politicians, sadly, their intervention has come very, very late. Very, very late indeed. A lot of people have died, and a lot of families are angry and they are grieving, and they want vengeance. And I do not blame them. And I can never blame them, regardless of the enormity or gravity of action or actions they may take in order to avenge the death of their loved ones. Therefore, if you're a politician or a commander and you are involved in the killing of people, know that your life is no longer safe. I can assure you. Cut what I'm saying and send it to ICC, send it to the US government, send it to everybody. I want us to go to that court in ICC and we present the catalog of destruction and mayhem and of terrorism perpetrated by the Nigerian government itself. And we'll see who will be convicted. If you think that the likes of Wike can do your dirty job for you, then you are grossly mistaken. Because Wike understands the mess that he's in. He can never be a free man until the day he dies. I'm saying it in the public so the whole world can hear. Wike doesn't deserve to live. He doesn't. And that goes for any other governor that will preside over the killing of innocent people. They have made the zoo ungovernable, not us. Our job is to defend our land, and that is exactly what we are going to do. You know, they love doubting us all the time. They think we are joking. But from tomorrow, the music will change. I thank all of you very much for listening this very evening. Those who doubt what we are doing or the sincerity of our efforts must understand that we have come and there is no going back. And that Biafra is going to be restored in our time, not through the efforts of the Eastern Security Network, but as a result of overwhelming support for the independence of Biafra via a referendum. Anywhere you attack our mothers again in our land, we will attack you back. If you leave us alone, we will leave you alone. We are not going to go into any war, no, not at all. But we're going to defend our land. I thank all of you very much for listening this very evening, morning, afternoon, or night, depending on where you are. And for those who can appreciate the enormity and gravity of the mess we are in as a people, we welcome your understanding. If you know you cannot do anything, you stay out of the way. From me, from here, good evening.
Good evening, wonderful people, great Biafrans, wherever you are on this very planet that Elohim created. We welcome you to hopefully another very exciting edition of Radio Biafra live broadcast. We also pray that it shall remain uninterrupted on this very day, the 24th of the 11th month of the year 2019, with the time now standing at approximately 16 minutes past 7 p.m. in the blessed land of Biafra. It gives me unique pleasure and it is my privilege to welcome listeners from right across the surface of this very earth
In the 24 time zones of the world, there is Biafra, there are Biafrans gathered around their listening devices to partake and to participate in this very gospel of redemption, this very truth that we much preached here, this very day, this very time, this very hour, this very minute. The foundations of the damnable zoological republic is vibrating because they know we have come with the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. That is why the zoo will collapse. That is why the inevitability of the division and disintegration of that damnation created by the British must come to pass in our time, that Elohim may be blessed, that Chukwokika Biama may be magnified, and those who have passed on in this very effort, that their death may not be in vain. I say good morning, good afternoon, good evening to each and every one of you, and good night to some of you. Unlike any other, we are here under divine instruction, behind this very microphone, to propagate relentlessly this very message of hope, of freedom, a message of liberation, a message of knowledge, a message of enlightenment on this very day, because I assure you, the life of everything in that zoo will no longer be the same, because this night there will be thunderous revelations, I assure you. All the things they have hidden from you, we are going to lay bare. But before we proceed, we must commit our proceedings into the hands of Elohim. Sometimes people wander out of confusion. Sometimes some people are spiritually tormented that they do not know where they are going. But I stand on the same gospel that was preached by the ancients at our temple in Arochukwu to proclaim this very evening that Chukwokika Biama will take control of our proceedings. As we embark on this very solemn journey to restore the land of Biafra by preaching the truth that has been handed over to us, regardless of what we encounter, regardless of the pain and the anguish, regardless of the torment and the betrayal, regardless of the strength of the enemy, we shall prevail, and Biafra will come in our time. Therefore, Heavenly Father, our Lord and our God who resideth in heaven, the creator of everything that was made and will be made in the future, we hand over these very proceedings this evening unto your care. We feel sorry for those who do not know you. We feel sorry for those who do not know that you said, let there be light, and there was light, and from it everything that was created came forth. You do not change, because you are the same yesterday, today, tomorrow, and forevermore. Your word is yea and amen. Anything you speak must come to pass. You have decreed that Biafra will come in this very generation of IPOB, and we beseech thee this evening, O Heavenly Father, for the sake of all the pain, the anguish, the torment and the humiliation, the blood that have been spilled on this very journey. May it touch your heart, O Heavenly Father, to rescue your children the same way you delivered Israel. So shall Biafra be delivered in our time. Because you made a promise to your children And you said, I will scatter you, and when the time is right, I will gather you once again. The manifestation of that very prophecy. We live with it every blessed day of our lives. With the state of Israel, and Biafra will come as you promised us. Because your Lord and your God of all creation, we ask you to continue to guide and sustain this very IPOB, that we may remain resolute, defiant, uncompromising, determined, never to retreat nor surrender until Biafra is restored and beyond, that your kingdom may dwell upon this very earth and in that very corner of Africa, where you decreed long ago that your light will shine, and through Biafra, light will come into Africa. We pray and we ask for the fulfillment of that divine proclamation, that this very IPOB will remain the vehicle through which your proclamations will come to pass in the lives of men. Therefore, we ask you, O Heavenly Father, to accept every praise, every adulation, every adoration, every bowed head, every bended knee, in total submission to your will, that your will, O Elohim, may be done in the lives of your children and those who believe in your redeeming grace. All this we ask in the name above every other name, the creator of time, space, and everything else in between. Now and forevermore. He said, without further hesitation, we will proceed this very evening to preach this very gospel, as has been handed down to us to preach, because anything we speak behind this very microphone will inevitably come to pass. All that we have said have come to pass. All that we prophesy will come to pass. And in the end, Biafra will come. There is nothing our enemies can do about it. We stand here, or in my case, we sit on this very hallowed chair this evening, behind a Radio Biafra microphone, to proclaim the truth that will sink the damnable zoological republic, that very hellish British creation. It was never designed for human habitation. It is a country with no name, a country with no history, no culture, no class, no panache. That is nothing, absolutely nothing. Only a bunch of animals roaming around aimlessly and directionless. A country where cattle is more valuable than human beings. A country where mediocrity is celebrated, where ignorance is exalted, and where plagiarism is accepted as the norm. That can never be the portion for Biafrans. Not now, not tomorrow, not ever. This very evening we have come with three simple topics. Very simple. Who started hate speech in the zoo? All of you celebrating and adoring Dr. Azikiwe. I will not call him Nnamdi Azikiwe, because he never behaved like somebody who answers to that very glorious name, Nnamdi. Nnamdi means my Redeemer liveth. The name that I bear means my Redeemer liveth, which means that Chukwokika Biama is with us at all times. Azikiwe was a failure. This evening we shall prove it. And we come to Alan Onyema he has discovered, to his great shock, that once you utter any set of words against IPOB or against its leader, your world will come crashing down. What is happening to Alan today will be a warning to every future Ifulefu that they will never love you. But we shall get to that later. This evening we commence, and I ask you to bring your pen and your paper. If you don't have a writing material, if you don't have your pen and your paper, this lecture will be lost on you, because we don't want the zoo to become the same again after tonight. Therefore, you must write that you do not forget, so that you do not forget this very lecture this evening, because I assure you, after this very lecture, we will play this broadcast over and over again. We will make sure that everybody, every human being, every animal, those who are flying in the air, those that are walking on all fours on the ground, even those caged, they will understand that there is nothing called Nigeria. There is no hope. They are all a bunch of hypocrites. All of them are hypocrites. Nobody loves Nigeria. It is impossible to love something that is artificially created. It is impossible for you to love something that Elohim did not make. So artificial is unbelievable. All of the idiots who pride themselves in saying they are one Nigerians, tonight is your shame. And we start very methodically, very diligently, that the world may bear us witness that this very agitation led by IPOB is not only righteous, but is the right thing to do at the right time, because there is nothing called Nigeria. The Fulani Caliphate is messing up with everybody. They are toying with our brains. They have deceived us. They are killing us. They are making life intolerable. Nothing seems to be functioning. No education, no viable school system, no health care, no roads. There are no jobs. Life is meaningless. Only for the criminals, the looters, the cheats, and the liars. No human being can stay under such a regime, only if you are an animal. And that is why I call Nigeria a zoo. I call Nigeria a zoo because they do not reason. The people cannot reason. Even dogs are better than them because they have brain, but they cannot reason very well with it. They have eyes, but they cannot see. They have ears, they do not hear. I do not understand. I begin to worry. To ask Chukwokika Biama in heaven, are you sure you created these people from West Africa? What is wrong with them? No wonder the Europeans came to West Africa to harvest us to the Americans, to work for them as farm animals. There is something wrong with our brain, I swear it. There is something wrong. Nobody can see what is happening in the zoo and wake up the next day to say they are Nigerian. There is something wrong with your brain, I assure you. He said, you must be very sick. Alan Onyema have just discovered it, that you cannot serve Nigeria. It is impossible. Once you try it, you will be destroyed. Once you try it, Elohim will take away his protection and his glory from you. Once you try it, you become a person non grata to IPOB. And once you try it, you'll be destroyed by the zoo that you seek to serve. Heaven will bear me witness that I do not lie, and I am at Wasi. I do not lie. That is why this IPOB, I assure you, will ensure that Biafra comes in our time. Tell your friends, if you've not told them, tell them to bring their pen and paper tonight, that posterity will bear us witness that we want this generation of Indomie eaters and cultists who do not go to school. Even Jonathan is lamenting. Your universities are filled with cults because you do not study. You don't study. That is why a senator can plagiarize a law written by the Singaporean parliament and bring it into the zoo, and the journalist is interviewing him, asking him about the laws on hate speech. When this stupid journalist from Channels Television should be asking that idiot, where did you copy this from? It is called copyright infringement. It is called plagiarism. If you try it anywhere in this world that is civilized, you go to jail. But only in the zoo, all of you are not ashamed of yourselves. A senator that you claim you voted for went to Singapore, downloaded Singapore laws online, brought to you, to your so-called Senate. They brought it to your Senate. And that is what you're debating. Instead of you to ask the idiot, where did you get this thing from? Was it originally crafted by you? But the zoo is accepting plagiarism. We must proceed this very speedily. Let me say this. Any Igbo man or Biafran, let me just say Biafran. Anytime the Fulanis want to destroy you, they first push you to insult IPOB. Before IPOB, they push you to insult your people. It didn't start with Alan Onyema. Zeke is the beginning of all our mess. And tonight I will try to prove it. With all due respect to our elder and father, Mbazulika Mechi, that worked under Zeke, and they feel like him, I want to prove to him and the rest who are listening this evening that Zeke is an abject failure. Total failure. And the beginning of all our problems. They call to the Fulefu. All this nonsense residing in Lagos and in Abuja, in Kanu and in Kaduna, those idiots, they are responsible for what is happening to us today. And I'm very glad that Alan Onyema have now felt it. To understand that no matter how much, no matter how expensive the gift it is that you give to the child of your mistress or concubine, they will only call you uncle, never father, because you're not. You are not a Nigerian before the Fulani Caliphate. You are just Nyamri and a Biafran agitator. That's who you are. And today they have proven it to you. We'll get to that later. But try to understand this. They push you, they prod you to perhaps be insolent towards IPOB because they know it's only IPOB who can save them. Only IPOB can. Once they isolate you and take you away from the position of IPOB, then you're gone. The reason why Desi Anematweke was not deported, or should I say repatriated from England, from London, is because of the very robust and consistent campaign we mounted. By the end of this evening, we'll decide if Onyema is worthy of our protection or not. But first, let's look at hate speech. There is a man, the scion, by which I mean S-C-I-O-N, the scion of the Caliphate, a descendant of Othman Danfodio, a royal prince, this man, Ahmadu Bello. The Northerners looked up to him. By the Northerners, I mean the 13 Al-Majri states in the north, the Sharia states. They looked up to him to try and save them. He was their Messiah. And he did everything. The British trained him, groomed him. Because when Britain went to the north, as I've explained time and time again, the hatred of Britain towards Biafran people is because we resisted them. The Benin people resisted them. We fought them year after year, decade after decade, until Arochukwu fell in 1904. I've been saying this all the time, but I don't think that our people actually understand the importance of these history lessons that we give for free on Radio Biafra. When they went to the north, when the white man went to the north, the missionaries as well, with them, the colonial masters and the missionaries, Fulani said you can come in and do whatever you like, but don't bring your Bible here. That's what they told them. We don't need your education, we don't need your Bible. The same Boko Haram you have today, it didn't start today. It started from the time before Ahmadu Bello was born. We don't want to go to school. That is Boko Haram. The terrorist group that you have to Boko Haram. That from us, Britain, they will tell you. Britain will tell you this. So there's like, you must get your pen and paper, please. It's very, very important. This man, Ahmadu Bello, he's a Fulani Caliphate lord. They were based in Sokoto. Sokoto was called Gobert. Sokoto is a Hausa territory. Understand this? This is something that Nigerians do not understand. They do not know this. They don't know the way the mind of the caliphate works. They came into Gobert. You know how they managed to take over Sokoto? The same way they took Ilorin, but we'll get to Ilorin later. You know how they took Sokoto from the Hausa people? They said to them that we have come to fight corruption. We have come to bring a purer form of Islam. We have come to make sure that the burden of dictatorial leadership is gone. The same thing they're telling you today. So the same rubbish they're telling you today, they told our Hausa people nearly 400 years ago. It didn't start today. It's not a new thing. That is why I wonder when people say we are educated, we are intellectuals, we are professors, I look at them and I laugh at them. And we that are educated, we in IPOB, to them we are not educated. But after this evening, we will know who is educated and who is not. The Fulanis came and said to the Hausa people, do you know that man called Nnamdi Fodio, the founder of this new, should I say, Fulani movement, this jihadi onslaught, the man that boasted that he would dip the Quran in the Atlantic Ocean. He came into Hausa land disguised as a teacher. Understand this very well. He came into Hausa land disguised as a teacher. He came in as an ordinary teacher. I'm just trying to lay a foundation for this whole hate speech nonsense to prove to the world, because I know everybody is listening to this very broadcast. I want to prove to humanity that Fulani people brought hatred and evil into Nigeria. And I want to tell you how they brought it in and from where. And I'm telling you this evening, they started from Sokoto. Nnamdi Fodio was an ordinary teacher at the house of the king of Katsina, the Habe monarchies, Habe. The Hausas had a very thriving civilization. How we see this, Hausa people had a thriving civilization, one of the most advanced in West Africa. 380 years ago, the Hausa people were manufacturing their own guns with pellets. Go and ask. That was why Flora Shaw liked the Hausa so much, because her father was a military general. And she was wondering when she went to Kanu, she was wondering, in fact, when she passed through Zaria, she was wondering, how come these people, as far back as 380 years ago, of course, that time it was nearly about 290 to 300 year old. As at that time, how come these people that we thought were very primitive from Africa could manufacture their own guns? Hausa people were manufacturing their own guns. Fulani only came with bow and arrow and cattle, nothing else. Some of you do not understand this. That the evil that you see in some Fulani people, especially their leaders, came from the fact, or should I say, comes from the fact that they don't eat beef. Some of you don't know that. They drink the blood of cattle. Go and do your research. Go through your history books. It will confirm everything that I'm telling you this evening. Go through it very carefully. The Fulanis, they came. They said to the Hausa king of Katsina, oh, we want to teach your children. I'm a scholar, I'm from Senegal. I want to teach your children how to read and write Arabic, how to read Quran and all the rest of it. Do you know, as this man was busy teaching, the same thing that when Buhari, when he was alive, the same way they convinced some of you idiots to think that he's a reformed Democrat that is coming to fight corruption. The same thing that Nnamdi Fodio did. They allowed him into the palace. Because he's a scholar, he's a teacher, they saw him as an intellectual within the Islamic world, or should I say Islamic studies. They allowed him in. He started to work on the gardeners, the domestic servants. He started to preach to them. We have come to fight corruption. We must fight corruption. Corruption is killing everybody. The same rubbish you're hearing today. That was exactly what they told the Hausa peasants. And the Hausa peasants stupidly aligned themselves with the Fulanis, and all their kings were killed. Are you following what I'm telling you? This is Fallen Onyema and his type. Before we come on air, before we sit here to preach this very gospel, we have done our research. I challenge anybody at all, any janjaweed, any alamajiri, to counter what I'm telling you. Listen, of course they can't. They know it's the truth. Instead, they will abandon the topic and they'll be talking of something else. They cannot challenge what I'm telling you this evening. That was how they got into the Hausa people. Hausa foolishly allowed them. They killed every Habe monarch you had in the north, and in its place brought emirs. The emirs that you're seeing in the north is a modern Fulani thing. They came with it, with their cattle. Some of you don't know this. There were no emirs in the north before, none whatsoever. What you had were kings and queens. The Fulani brought their emirs. Before the Hausa people realized what had happened to them, it was too late. Everywhere is a Fulani emirate. And to cover the whole nonsense up, they brought Islam, their own version of Wahhabi Islam, to confuse what is left of the brain of the Hausa man. And the Hausa man became useless. That till today, the only thing he has is his language and nothing else. The Hausa people, they are useless. So it's actually in the interest of the Hausa people to support the emergence of Biafra. That is the only way they can go back to who they used to be, to their former glory and greatness. Ahmadu Bello is the first very primitive xenophobe you had. And you ask yourself, what did the Igbos do to this man, this Ahmadu Bello who was knighted? Admittedly, he speaks very crisp and clear English. Did Igbo people kill any Fulanis in the north? The answer is no. What is the crime of the Igbo people? This is something that Allen Onyema never knew, but I'm telling him tonight for free. I am telling Ohaneze, Nyanwodo, I am telling the so-called governors, all of them, from the so-called South and Southeast, the entire Biafra land. I wish they can listen and learn that these people, the same thing for Chibika Mechi. You think if you pretend you're not Igbo, you're from Ikure, I'm not Igbo, I'm descended from Bini people, they will allow you to go in, you're mad. You are insane. Ahmadu Bello, listen very carefully. Today they are bringing hate speech bill into the zoo. I want to prove that it's the same people introducing hate speech bill. They are the hate speech makers. They brought hate into Nigerian politics. They brought hatred into. Let me say this thing to people, because I read today Junaid Mohammed, as usual, that glorified Alamajri. He was on from both sides of the mouth. That the Igbos, with them in power, there will be no Nigeria. They killed the leaders of other people. There is an impression I wish to correct this evening for the whole world to hear. The reason why Nzoku killed Ahmadu Bello was because of this speech. And the speech that Ahmadu Bello also gave in 1959 when he came to Sandhurst. Some of you know Sandhurst, where they train their soldiers. Nzoku was there. And so, a few other people. Some of you don't know history because you don't read, you don't study, you don't learn. All you do is you gossip, you get your 2 gigabytes of data, you go online, looking for Babcock sex video, looking for Big Brother. That's all you do. And you say, okay, can I raise the volume up? Talking absolute rubbish. Your mates are all over the world, protesting and learning, studying and trying to grasp how a functioning modern society should run. But you're a lazy youth in the zoo. What do you know? Listen very carefully to this. It was, you see the same Fulani people telling you about hate speech. It's not good. Hate speech is bad. They are the ones that brought hate speech. You see the same Fulani telling you, we are fighting corruption. Onyema is corrupt. This person, they are the granddaddy of corruption. Go and check them everywhere. The only thing they know how to do very well is to protect their collective interest. They know how to protect one another. And that is the only thing working in the favor of Onyema this evening a bit. Because we need to protect our own. You remember Ibrahim Lamode of EFCC, how much he stole? We are going to remind FBI, since the Department of Justice, let me not go to that. Let me finish first. Ahmadu Bello was the first hate speech maker in the zoo, number one. These are the people that hate everybody who is not like them. And Britain created what I would call an experiment in the zoo. Nigeria was not meant to be. Britain knows this. During the time of independence, they asked Zeke and said to him, have you seen what happened in India? You now have Pakistan, which is predominantly Muslim, India, which is predominantly Hindu, and you have Bangladesh as well. Do you want to divide? Zeke said no. He had this very distorted view of what Pan-Africanism is all about. But I will educate Zeke posthumously about Pan-Africanism because I'm a Pan-Africanist myself. I believe that Africa should be one. But the problem is, how do you get there? That is the problem. And that is where Africa is failing. We shall deal with that on a later date. Fulani, we are the first to utilize hate speech in order to dominate the political space. They want to stifle debate. They don't want you to criticize them. When they bring cattle to your village and slaughter your mothers and rape your daughters, they want you to keep quiet. Because anything you say is hate speech. I hope you understand it. That is why they bring, but some of you are so daft you don't understand. Some of the idiots that work for Channels TV, I don't know where they brought those idiots from. They can see what is happening. Maybe some of them are Yoruba Muslim. Who knows? You know, conquered from, you know, that Stockholm syndrome. Once you're conquered, you copy everything from the conqueror. You become very subservient and very loyal. That's what happened to Yoruba Muslims. And it's very sad. Very, very sad. I want us to please listen. It's on my wall, of course. But some of you, I can't understand for the life of me why people don't want to delve into what Ahmadu Bello said. This is the man they call the founding father, one of the 3 founding fathers of Nigeria. When you hear the Alamajri from the north say, oh, this is our founding father, they are talking about this man. Some of you claim you love Nigeria. Let's make Nigeria great, green, white, green. Now, let us go and see and play it for the whole world to hear what this man actually said right from the beginning, who he is and what he's all about. Let us, I want the whole, because sometimes our people, maybe it's due to lack of, there's no electricity to charge your mobile devices or whatever you use to browse online. But this is, I'm going to play it for the whole world to hear. The children of this man are today lecturing us about what constitutes hate speech. I want to ask Alamajiri in the north, please, to tell me what this is all about.
One thing I've noticed, Premier, while I've been here, is that Northerners seem to have, I might almost call it obsession about the Igbos.
This is the BBC. What you're hearing here is a BBC reporter talking to Ahmadu Bello. Listen carefully. This was before independence. Or should I say shortly afterwards? The British government, they knew that the Fulani people are obsessed. You know what happens when you have obsession? When you want something and you obsess it, it leads to mental, it leads to insanity. This BBC reporter is now asking Why is it that the Fulanis are obsessed with the Igbo people? So the hatred did not start today. I hope Alan Onyema is listening. I hope Nyanwodo is listening. I hope the useless governors are listening. I hope the idiot with the 2x2 hotel in Jalingo is listening. The hatred they have for you did not start today. A white man is now asking Ahmadu Bello, why do you hate the Igbo so much? What did they do to you? Let us hear what the man has to say. Because some of you don't know history. We try as much as possible to educate some of you, but it goes in through one ear and pops out through the other ear. You don't pay any attention. You don't retain any information. But this evening, by the grace of Elohim, you retain something tonight. I want to prove to you that the basis of your so-called one Nigerianism is flawed. I want to prove to you that you people are the miscreants. I want to prove to you that you people are the touts. I want to prove to you that you people are the illiterates. I want to prove to an average Nigerian tonight that all their education is useless and hopeless. You cannot love a country created by somebody like this. Let us hear what the man has to say.
Could you perhaps explain that to me?
Well, the Igbos are more or less the type of people whose desire is mainly to dominate everybody. If they go to a village, to a town, they want to monopolize everything in that area. If you put them in a labor camp as a laborer, within a year they will try to emerge as headman of that camp, and so on. Well, in the past, our people were not alive to their responsibilities, because you can see from our northernization policy that in 1952, when I came here, there weren't 10 northerners in our civil service here. And I tried to have it northernized, and now all important posts are being held by northerners.
Is this policy of filling all key posts in the...
Are you listening to what the founder of Nigeria is saying? This is the man that Buhari, the dead one, borrowed all his philosophy from. This is the man that is the spiritual guide for Junaid Mohammed and Nanga Abdullahi. All those Janjaweed Al-Majri senators that you see, this is the man that they look up to. Are some of you hearing what he's saying about you? Alan Onyema, are you listening to what he's saying? You people, you dominate. So anytime they see a successful businessman from Biafra land, they must shut the person down because the person has now come to dominate. Do you see the basis of all the lies? This was before the war. Some people will say, oh, Igbo people are domineering. But this was way, almost 10, 11 years before the war. Can you hear what Ahmadu Bello is saying? A so-called founder of Nigeria. Let's make Nigeria one. Nigeria must be united. Is Gowon listening? What did they, at this point, when this man was saying this thing, are you telling me that Igbos were planning to rebel, that Biafrans were planning to break away from Nigeria? I want to ask them, what prompted this? Because of sheer hard work and blessing of God in heaven. We are a blessed people. And because we are a blessed people, because Biafrans are blessed, you will always have enemies. People will be envious and jealous of you. It's in the scriptures. Joseph and the brothers. Once you're beloved, once you're loved, the same thing is happening to Israel in the midst of enemies. Once you're loved and appreciated, you will have it is in the nature of black people. They will create enmity where there is none. I want to ask those bringing hate speech, what will you call this comment by Ahmadu Bello? I played this thing in 2015, and Buhari was all over the place. What will you call it? This man said Igbos are domineering. We won't allow them. There is no way we can allow them. to be part of Nigeria, the same Nigeria that Alan Onyema said, oh, they were singing national anthem. As I picked them from South Africa, they broke into Nigerian national anthem. I was looking at the idiot, and I was thinking to myself, can you see how stupid people are? In a country that you don't know that you are not wanted, they are okay with you if you can obtain a PhD and open a small 2x2 chemist. They are okay with it. But once you become a successful millionaire and inventor, once you become somebody important, you better be that important in USA or in Europe, not in the zoo. Because once you're in the zoo, you're finished, you're gone. Unless you're prepared to be doing what Emefiele is doing, which is washing toilet for them, to answer CBN governor. He goes into the kitchen to fetch tea for them. Haven't you seen him? He's a boy, that's what we. So if you are a Biafran and you want to be reckoned with in government, then you must be their slave. That's why Obiano will be begging them, take off his cap and be begging them, please rig election for me. I want to go in and I'll do anything you want me to do for you. And that's how they brought Fulani headsmen into Anambra State. All your governors, that's what they're doing. If you don't know, let me tell you. That's why you have a governor today who say one thing, tomorrow he will say another thing. None of them is consistent. Not one single soul. They're all terrified. Because Fulani will remove them from power. Because Britain will look the other way. After all the media in Lagos and Bado and Abuja, anything the government says they should write. If the government can control the judiciary, how about ordinary newspaper? Of course, they're chaff. This is what the founder of Nigeria said, your so-called founding father. That means that from the inception of Nigeria, Biafrans were hated. Till today, they still hate you. But you don't understand it. You think we just came up one that started doing Biafra for the sake of it. No. The hatred is too much. The resentment is too much. The neglect is too much. No human being can live through this. I have said this before and allow me to repeat. If you don't have your pen and paper, go and get it. I am from the mold of those slaves they captured in Onitsha and took them to Georgia, to Savannah. And instead of them to be slaves to white people, they drowned in the creek, in the savannah. I've been there myself. That's where people like us come from. That's from the Efulefus you see every blessed day, talking nonsense about their useless one Nigeria. You have seen it. The founding father. Tomorrow they'll come up and say, oh, we must try and build Nigeria. But the person that brought the foundation stone, laid it in such a way that there will always be hatred against you. They will always hate you. Let us continue to hear what he has to say.
Solely with Northerners and not with other Nigerians, a temporary or permanent one?
In actual fact, what it is a Northerner first.
A Northerner first. Is that not what they're doing today? Chief of Army Staff, Northerner first. That was what it came to. I warned you anyway. I warned you many years ago, but some of you won't listen. So what you're getting today is what you deserve. Northerner first. Northern Army Chief of Army Staff, Air Vice Marshal, whatever for their Air Force Chief, Customs, Chief Justice of the Federation, Attorney General of the Federation. Everybody is a Northerner first. All the army formations, police commissioners, everywhere Northerners first. Can you see it? So where is the Nigeria you're talking about? This is the man they claim founded Nigeria. He's the founding father of Nigeria. So Nigeria, with the help of the British, is a Northerner first creation. Has that not reflected in the number of heads of states that they have produced? All failures, by the way. All failures, bar none, all failures. Look at them again now. In office, failures that they can't even legislate, they can't even craft any proper legislation. They have to go to Singapore to go and copy. And they brought it and useless Yoruba journalists in Channels TV. Hey, can you tell us about your bill? The bill is not his own. He plagiarized it from Singapore Parliament. You people have no shame. No shame whatsoever. Let us hear what Ahmadu Bello has to say.
If you can't get a northerner, then we take an expatriate like yourself on contract.
Do you know what they're saying? This is what Alamajiri is saying to you. If we cannot get a northerner to fill a position in a so-called Nigeria, we will go and bring a white man to do it. And you want me to say I'm a Nigerian? So that all of you, God should punish all of you. You people are evil. You people are evil. Alan Onyema and idiots like himself. You want me to say I am a Nigerian? When the founder of Nigeria said that he would rather give a job to a white man than to give it to a fellow black African, and tomorrow you tell me Africa should be one, let us come together in Africa. Are you stupid? Are you insane? Do you see how foolish we are? They found is it not hate speech? What else is hate speech? I won't give you a job, although you're a Nigerian, although I am a Nigerian, but I'd rather give a job to a white person than to give it. And this is Ahmadu Bello. They celebrate him every year. They name the university after him every year. That is how stupid Southerners are. It seems to me that the more you live to the Atlantic Ocean, the more useless we are. I'm telling you the truth. I'm being honest. You know me, I love to be honest. The closer you are to the Atlantic, the more foolish you are in the brain. You can no longer reason. And they're saying Northerners first. You think they're going to promote Hausa people? You're dreaming. It's only Fulani. It's only Fulani. Malam Aminu Kanu had to fight his way into relevance. Aminu Kanu didn't join them. They formed the MPC, Northern People's Congress. Aminu Kanu, a true typical Hausa man, formed his own political party. Not that rubbish they're doing there. Because Aminu Kanu knows the history of the Fulanese. But today, because they conquered the Lauren part of Yoruba, and because Yoruba media dominates the space in the zoo, they just, oh gosh, I don't understand these people. Do you see why they say that blacks are a bit funny in the head? You see, when a white man says that blacks are a bit foolish in the head, you can see they have a reason now, don't you? Can you see that they're justified in what they are saying? It's not that they're racist, of course they're not. They're just telling you reality. Have you seen or heard a white man insulting the Japanese? Of course not, because Japan is advanced. This is the founding father of Nigeria. That some of you are carrying green, white, green. I'm a Nigerian. We believe in Nigeria. These are the idiots that laid the foundation of hatred. The foundation of hatred that's eating us up. That very foundation led to the pogrom of 1966. That foundation led to the death of nearly 2 million children, 67 to 70. That foundation is why Asoloka, or should I say was why Akaloka was killed, beheaded, Gideon. That is why that same foundation, why Arewa Almajiri, those ones doing Babiala on the streets, can get together in Abuja. I don't know who wrote the speech for them, saying that all Igbos are now expelled from the north. It's not hate speech. You can see how foolish. Instead of people to rise up and confront evil, you'll be asking yourself, but what did Zeke say about this man? Nothing. You know, typical, the same, you know, that line of a fulefu. Anything Nigeria does, as one of our brothers wrote, I think is Nicholas, if you slap an ifulef on the right hand side in Abuja, he will say, oh, wait for me in Lagos, and when I come, you can slap me on the other side. Ifulef, they never reason. They can never ask themselves, why is it that every commissioner is from the north? Every commissioner is a Fulani. Every commissioner is a Muslim. In your own land, police commissioner all from the north. You don't reason. You don't ask yourself questions. But here we do. Instead of them to give the job to an Igbo man, we better give it to a white man. And you want me to be in that country? Oh dear. Let us continue. We must listen to this man. Oh? This is the man, founder of Nigeria. Listen to him. He's Fulani. This is the basis of all the hatred against you. It will never ever go away. And the fact that Nzogu killed this man, hey, the hatred, they magnified it 1,000-fold. That's the man that Junaid Mohammed is. Junaid Mohammed will not play this video for you. You will not, channels will not play this or call panelists to debate this. Never. Never, ever, ever. Newspapers will not carry this very broadcast this evening. They will not. Because it will offend the Fulani masters from the north. I'm sure now you're following what is happening. We must listen to all of it.
If we can't, then we can employ another Nigerian, but on contract too. This is going to be permanent, I should say, as far as I can foresee, because it will be rather dangerous to see the number of boys who are now turning from all our learning institutions coming out with having no work to do. I'm sure whichever government of the day might be, it will feel rather embarrassed, and it might even lead to bloodshed. Doesn't this damage the idea?
Did you hear it? Hausa people, Hausa Fulani coming out of schools without job might lead to bloodshed. From the beginning, bloodshed. Bloodshed. These people are unrepentant killers. They love shedding blood. There is no war going on. But Ahmadu Bello is telling you that there will be bloodshed. If they don't have jobs, there will be bloodshed. That's why Jonathan went and they stoned him. Nothing happened. If you try that in the south, every Yoruba, every newspaper, hey, they stone the president. They want war, they stone the president. It is in the same Nigeria that ordinary referendum, that people can check up the meaning in a dictionary. Where the Adamawa today, Ambazonia, had referendum in 1961. But to an average Nigerian journalist and commentator, if you say referendum, you say is war. You want to bring war? You're saying, but I'm talking about referendum to ask people to... No, it's war. You want to fight a war. You said to them, no, sir, it is not it's referendum. Can I please refer you to the nearest dictionary? No, it's war. Channels will pick it up, it is war. They want to cause war. I said, no, I am asking for a referendum. The same thing that just happened in Ethiopia a few hours ago. Is that war? No, but in Nigeria it's war. You can see how foolish they are. In Nigeria it is war. I'm only on one video, just one single video, to lay the foundation so the world can understand that Nigeria is not viable, that the world may know that Nigeria cannot survive, that Britain may know that that cage, that zoo they built and caged everybody is unsustainable. Unsustainable. Let heaven fall, but that zoo must fall first. It must come down. That zoo must collapse. It doesn't matter what they do. It doesn't matter. Hate speech bill. You people are the founders of hate speech. The 13 Sharia states of the north, you people are the granddaddies of hate speech. You want to do to us what you did to Hausa people. You think we don't have sense. You convinced Hausa because I don't know why you convinced them all, but you can't convince us. All this your nonsensical program, war against corruption, war against hate speech. Our country will divide. You look at Rwanda, it's hate speech. It's all rubbish and bunkum. You tried that with Hausa and it worked for you. Not with us. It won't work. So if there is no work, they will go to war, there will be bloodshed. That's what they're saying in effect. You know, we black people, we have a very funny way of feeling sorry for ourselves. We don't like telling ourselves the truth. We are not self-critical. We don't appraise ourselves. We don't sit down and say that what we are doing is wrong. That is why anytime you tell them, that's the way we reason like animals. You see a lot of people getting upset, but I say the same thing to myself. That is how you acquire higher state of reasoning. By being critical of by being self-critical, self-analytical. That is how you get to where you're supposed to be. And people should stop feeling sorry for themselves, for goodness sake. That is why Africa is in a mess. Every time pity. Give us aid, give us handout. We are dying. We are drowning in the sea. Oh, come and help us and fish us out of the sea. Now somebody rightly said a few days ago, why people, if you bring a ship now to Iguacha and say that you want volunteers who will be slaves in America, people will bring their own chains with them. Don't worry, don't bother bringing any chains. We will come with our own chains. That's how hopeless our land is. And we are IPOB and we are doing the best we can to fix it.
Yes, of
all people in all regions in Nigeria being fair citizens of one country?
Well, it might, but you are, I mean, new to our region, but how many northerners are employed in the east?
The white man is asking Ahmadu Bello, but all of you are Nigerians. He said, no, it doesn't matter. We are in the north. The journalist asked Ahmadu Bello, but all of you are Nigerians. He said, no, it doesn't matter. We are from the north. What matters to me is the north. Which has always been their policy from day one. And I'm asking myself, all those efulefus, your so-called governors, your so-called politicians in Abuja, the Allen Onyemas of this world, don't they have access to all these materials? Somebody should send it to them. That's all. Let me tell you what we're going to do, IPOB. I've asked all of you to go to Twitter. You don't want to go to Twitter, all of you. Go and open a Twitter account, all of you. Send this very clip of Ahmadu Bello to every senator. Send it to all of them and ask them, are these people proposing this hate speech bill? Is this not their father? And the whole nonsense will die off. And then we are busy discussing rubbish. Tweet this very video to all the senators, and you see their shame come to light. Now we must proceed because the time now is approximately 13 minutes past 8 p.m. in the blessed land of Biafra. You can now see what a disastrous colonial experiment that the zoo became as a result of fusing together diverse cultures, religion, value system, everything is diametrically opposed to each other. That is, I'm sure that I posted it before on my wall, Mazi Nwachineke, and I'm sure Amaka is reposting it also on my wall. This is the man who is a spiritual guide and the eternal leader of Junaid Mohammed and Ango Abdullahi. I remember playing this video in 2015 to warn idiotic Nigerians what they're in for in Buhari then, but they didn't listen. Today is playing out. Is there anything I said before that hasn't come to pass? Is there anything I said? Of course, it's only one thing we're waiting for, which is the coming of Biafra. And Buhari said I lied against him. Then it was reported, and I came on Radio Biafra to tell Buhari then, when he was alive, that you are not educated enough to speak the level of English or grammar that Ahmadu was speaking in that very video, so it couldn't have been you. He didn't pass his primary school, secondary school, no certificate. How he got into army training college is anyone's guess. He even forged his certificate, and today, of course, he's no more. Somebody is ruling on his behalf. He became head of state. Only a Fulani man. If it's a Biafran, you find fellow Biafran saying, I am holding 7 PhDs. How can this man be going when I have 7 PhDs? But at least they can learn something from the Janjaweed, from the Alamajiri Fulani, from the north. It was these same Fulani people that used their hate speech. These same people, these same Fulani that used their hate speech. For those who do not know, they used their hate speech to convince and brainwash. You don't talk about brainwashing. Hell, Kanu is brainwashing them. But I'm asking the Fulani, when you came to, are you people from the north? Are you not migrants? When you came to Kobe, which today you renamed the Sokoto, what did you come there to do? Without brainwashing the Hausa people, do you think you would have succeeded in replacing their kings with your emirs? Simple question. Because they succeeded in brainwashing the Hausa people, and we are here educating our people to counter them. That's why there is brainwashing. Kanu is brainwashing them. Because we know their secret. You know Fulani now. They think they're smart. They can do all their smartness with the middle belt, with the baggy people, with all those TVs. They can mess them up. Not us. We are Biafrans. We are naturally endowed with common sense and the ability to reason. From a very early age in the village, we begin to tell you stories about the tortoise and all the rest of it. It's to train you to learn how to reason properly. That is one thing our ancestors gave to us, the ability to reason. That is why this gospel is sinking into the heart, soul, and mind of our people, because we have something that others do not have. we can reason, others cannot. That is why they hate us. They say you brainwashed Hausa people, isn't it? Where is Hausa today? I'm asking even Hausa people, where are you people today? Are you not gone, almost extinct? Except for your language? Isn't it ironic that it's Biafra that will save Hausa people? Isn't it very funny? It's a very strange thing, isn't it? All those minorities in the north that they have smothered to extinction, only Biafra can save you. I'm appealing to those of them in the north. It's only Biafra that can actually save you. Because we want everybody to be free. From the zoo. From that British-built zoo. It was the Fulani that brought in hate speech. Nobody else. Look at Hausa peasants today. Are they any better off after betraying their leaders? I'm asking Onyema and all those people that talk nonsense against IPOB and its leadership. I want to tell them something. After even Afonja that betrayed his own people, the Yoruba man, the Yoruba king in Ilorin that betrayed his people. After betraying your people to the Fulanese, what becomes of you after that? I just want to know. What becomes of your life after the betrayal? Look at, when you see an Hausa man today, some of them may claim they are Fulani, but actually when you see an Hausa man today, ask him, what is the benefit, or what have you benefited from betraying your kings to these vandals from heaven, from Senegal? What have you achieved? What they achieved is that Gobert was renamed Sokoto, and all their kings were killed or sacked and replaced by Fulani emirs. All their governors, Fulani people till this evening. That is the price of betrayal. For Hausa people betrayed their kings, and today they're suffering it. Nobody knows who they are. Apart from their language. BBC Hausa-Service, and like jumping over. After, are you going to eat BBC Hausa-Service? What is your status in life? All those things that Malam Aminu Kanu fought for. Where are they today? Because you betrayed your forefathers, betrayed your leaders, betrayed your kings. The same way some Fulefus are busy today running around trying to betray IPOB. Of course, we know them, they can't succeed. Because we came with education and enlightenment, very critical in the life of an average Biafran. That is what the only thing we have. Once you speak sense or reason into a Biafran, they will accept it. They don't need to go to school. It's just they just do 1 + 1 = 2, and that's it. That is why we are formidable. We're in the hearts and minds of our people. We are in their soul. Everywhere is IPOB. I said everywhere is IPOB on the ground. Both the old and the young. I said everybody is IPOB. They now recognize the need for us to be free. I feel sorry for Hausa people. They should fight. They should form IPOB. Hausa should form IPOB in Kanu, in Katsina, in Zaria, in Kaduna, all those places that they own. They should form IPOB, their own IPOB, and fight for the liberation. Hausa peasants are everywhere today doing Babiala because they betrayed their leaders. The same thing became of us immediately after the war. All the betrayers, the Ifaginas of this world, the Wodos of this world, all the families that betrayed us, where are they today? They're the ones kneeling down and begging for governorship, kneeling down and begging for presidency. Are they the ones begging? Are we begging? The answer is no. I keep saying it, that the same trick the Fulanese used on poor, unlettered Hausa peasants of 17th century is what they are using on the South today. My friend writes about this a lot, and I love reading what he writes. Fani Kayode. He writes about it. The South is so useless. We want to repeat the mistakes that the Hausas made. We must not forget, look at how they operate. We must not forget that the brainwashed Hausa people helped the Fulanese that conquered them to conquer the Wagi people and all the so-called minorities of the Middle Belt. You know that Babangida, you know the former head of the Babangida? His father is Yoruba, but his mom is from Bagi, is Bagi woman. You know that? In case you don't know, I'm just letting you know. He's Yoruba, but his mom is Bagi. He is a very clever man. So he ran to his mother's people very, very early That's why he got away with all the things that he got away with. They're not probing him, but they're probing Onyema. We'll get to that later. We'll get to that later. We must not forget that Hausa people helped Fulani conquer the Hausa. Hausa helped Fulani to conquer the Bagi people. And the rest of the Middle Belt, the TVs, all of them. If they conquer you, help them to conquer other people. That is what they're doing. But some of you are too blind to see. You cannot see it. Ask yourself, how did Islam spread to Kogi State? Have you asked yourself that question before? Are they people of Kogi? Are they Igala people? Are they Fulani or Hausa? How come there is Islam there? Oh, so you think Quran fell from heaven and landed in somewhere in Igala land? No, of course not. It's through conquest. Fulani people are very clever. I must give them, to be honest with you, they are clever in a way. They are very clever. Once they conquer you, they brainwash you and tell you the other person is evil. You go and help them to conquer them. That's what they do. But in Biafra, they have failed. They have met IPOB, an immovable rock. Immovable. You cannot move us from where we are. It's impossible. You cannot. Not today. Never, ever. They know you can you bribe me? The answer is no. Can you buy over my conscience? The answer is no. So, there is no alternative than Biafra. We are unbuyable, unbribable. Not in this world, not in the next one. We remain determined to get our Biafra. Do you know that they conquered the TVs, the Domas, the Gala, and the rest? And you know what they did during 1967? This is how clever they are. And I now believe with the help of the British. You know what they did? You are not... Oh, God. The TV people did not get angry with the Fulanis that conquered them. You know what they did? They now said to the TV people, the real enemies are the Igbos. Oh, you come and conquered me. I thought you would have been my enemy. Somebody invaded your land. Took over everything that you had previously. Raped your women. Trashed your land. And you're saying you're not the enemy. That the enemy is those people over there that never did anything to me. That's what, but somehow they succeeded. They succeeded in convincing... Oh God, Zoo, Nigeria is very strange, honestly. They succeeded in convincing the TV people and the rest to go and fight the Biafrans, to go and kill Igbo people as much as they can. I use the word Igbo because that's what they use when they want to foment hatred. They use the word Igbo. You know why they use the word Igbo? So they can draw on the sentiment and sympathy of our cousins, the from Akwa Ibom, from Cross River. That's what they do. Very clever. Divide and rule. Very clever people. That's when you see somebody from Akwa Ibom, say, I'm a minority. I'm from Akwa Ibom. I'm a minority in Akwa Ibom. People are so daft. How can you be a minority in your father's compound? How many are there in Luxembourg? How many are there in Wales? And they said, English has to be your lingua franca. Do you actually know that the island, the mainland of Britain, everybody speaks a different language? Do you know that they have something called the Welsh language? That is what they speak, not English, but they are British. They live side by side with the English. Do you know that the Scottish people, they speak a form of Gaelic? I think is Gaelic language they speak. Are you aware of that? But they will come to Africa, they will band all of us together, they say your language is now English. Some idiot will tell you, there is strength in numbers. I don't know where they got that rubbish from. How big is Luxembourg? Oh yeah. Black people. I wonder for you people. I'm telling you, sometimes I ask Elohim, I ask Chukwuka Biama, but how did you, is it the same brain that you gave other people that you gave us in Africa? Or is our brain different? Why, how come we cannot reason properly? What is wrong with us? What is wrong with us? The entire infantry of the Nigerian army, we are made up of middle belt people. Their hatred is Igbo people. Why do you hate them? You say you want one Nigeria. You heard somebody hate speech from Sadwana. There was corruption rife everywhere. Zogo carried out a coup. And some of them are saying, oh, Igbo leaders were not killed. But was Michael Okpara corrupt? Was Azikiwe corrupt? But you know, it's in the zoo. It is a quota system. If you kill Hausa people, if you kill Fulani corrupt leaders and hate speech merchants, you must also kill your own people too. That is how daft your average Nigerian is. If you ask the Middle Belt why you're fighting the Igbos, they say the Igbos are domineering. Have they invaded your land before? The answer is no. Did they kill your relatives? The answer is no. So how are they domineering? Oh, they come and even if they're a slave, they go to slave camp. After a month or two, they become the foreman because they are blessed. You can't take away the glory of God from them. They are blessed people. That is why we have writers, inventors, designers, everything, intellectuals. Not these days, I mean before. The likes of Professor Ninjoko. I'm talking about men who are well-read and learned, not all this chaff that call themselves professors these days. They know nothing. I'm talking about Professor DK, that class of pure intellectualism, brain. At universities these days talking absolute garbage. Ask the Middle Belt man. But today, isn't it very strange? The Danjumas of this world that fought and killed Ironsi. He killed Ironsi. He's the one telling you to go and arm yourselves. Things are happening. And now they quietly reminded him of his oil interest, his oil blocks, and he kept quiet. And the Alumajili came in with their cattle, slaughtering them at will. You can know because you've been compromised. You can no longer say anything. People like us say whatever we like because we are uncompromisable. The zoo understand that. They didn't stop there. You know what they did? You know they're very clever with the help of the British. They convinced Chief Obafemi Awolowo, a learned man for that matter, that starving and killing Biafran children and stealing the money belonging to Biafrans after the war was justified as payback for the much hated Igbo man. Now we are on the second founding father of Nigeria. He's the second one. You've heard what the first one said about you and how he hates Biafrans. This is the second one. Who are the founding fathers of Nigeria? It's Nnamdi Azikiwe, Ahmadu Bello, and Awolowo. The second founding father, what did he do to us? But let us perhaps build a picture of what led to the coup. The reason why Nzogo and Co carried out the coup was to install Awolowo as the president. So it couldn't have been a tribal coup. Yeah? But during the time that the Fulanis came to kill all of us, to kill our parents and to kill us, Awolowo joined them. Awolowo no longer remembered that Igbo officers carried out a coup to make him the president of Nigeria. He joined them against us. That's another second founding father. Your second founding father, people are saying to me, oh, why don't you work for Nigeria? I just want to ask you a simple question. The first founding father that made Nigeria, you claim founded Nigeria for you, of course is a lie, is Ahmadu Bello. He hates our people. He hates my people. He said it openly. Instead of me to give a job to you, I give it to a white man. The second founding father that we ran to and we thought this founding father is better. We did coup for him to make him the president. He now turned around and starved 2 million children to death. He wasn't satisfied. I don't hate Oduduwa people. They must understand this. Some of my good friends are Yoruba. I don't, but I'm just speaking the truth. Awolowo actually opened his mouth and said, despite every international convention against his conduct, he said that starvation is a legitimate weapon of war. He's a war criminal. But you will not have the Yorubas admit, oh, how can it be his Baba? How can it be? Because they believe in covering evil. In Biafra, we cannot cover evil. If I do anything bad tomorrow in Biafra, I expect myself to be ostracized and hated for life. Regardless of what you've done in the past is irrelevant. What you did today is what matters. I will join them. Let me repeat, when you hear some Yorubas who are not educated, some of them, not just them, of course, you have Efulefus, they are bound everywhere. Idiots are even more in Biafra land than elsewhere. When you hear them talking, oh, what Baba did was good. But the coup that the Fulanis used as justification to kill 3.6 million, of course, not just them, but the whole world, killed 3.6 million Biafrans, is to put a Yoruba man on the seat of power. Nzogu did what he did as an Igbo man to make Awolowo the president. So where is all this hatred from Yorubas coming from? I just don't get it. Of course, the coup failed because another Igbo man thwarted it. Excellency. Do you understand? Now, I am struggling this evening. I want to paint a picture for our people to understand that believing in one Nigeria is the greatest idiocy anybody could possibly involve himself with. We carried out a coup to install a Yoruba man as the president. The Yoruba man turned around and presided over the killing of 2 million children. I didn't say adults, they're only children. And after the war, Awolowo took all our money from the banks. Nobody complained. The so-called intellectuals you have, that was why I said that it is the Fulanis that formed Ohaneze. Ohaneze never went to any international criminal court. They never went to the International Criminal Tribunal. They never went anywhere to recover all our money that Awolowo stole. No. Or the killing of our people. No. It's us IPOB doing it now. This same IPOB, we are the ones taking them to court. And of course, they will hear our case event. Of course they will. To hold Gowon and Co accountable. That is the second founding father for you. And do you still want me to believe in one Nigeria? After hearing what I've just preached this evening, do you still believe in one Nigeria? When the two founding fathers of Nigeria hate us so much that they want all of us dead, how can I belong to that country? It's absolutely impossible. Awolowo, with all his education and intellect, agreed and served the caliphate with distinction, not minding that Nzogu risked his life to make him the president of Nigeria. They moved to the coastal regions. You know, they're very clever. This is them moving. It's a pincer movement. Their approach is to destroy Biafra, to emasculate, because they know that for Biafra to exist, you need an Igbo man in it. They know the Igbo, of course. It's the truth. I'm not going to hide the truth. They know you need an Igbo man to make Biafra work. So what they did was a classic pincer movement. They moved around us, hoping to encircle us, deny them access to the sea, make their own brothers to hate them, and then we have them where we want them. How did they manage to do that? They moved to the coastal region. Meanwhile, in Nzogu, on whose account they came to kill us, 3.6 million Biafrans died because an Igbo man carried out a coup. Who is that Igbo man in Nzogu? Do you know, funny enough, Nzogu's village and his people, they are not Igbo. They are Nyoma, they are separate. They are Delta, they are Bendel, they are South, they are Niger Delta. You see how they do it? These are the merchants of hate speech. They twist everything. Fulani is very clever. Them and their counterparts in Lagos, Ibadan media, they twist the truth. They turn it upside down. But during the war, you killed us because an Igbo man carried out a coup, trying to plant a Yoruba man as the president. They came and killed us because an Igbo man then after killing us, they now said, oh, no, you know one thing, that Igbo man that carried out the coup, on whose account we killed 3.6 million of you, he's not Igbo anymore, he's from Delta. Oh, Lord have mercy. Oh, dear me. Zoo. Let's continue. They moved to the coastal regions of Biafra land. You know, they went to Calabar, they went to the Efik, they went to Akwa Ibom, the Bibio people, they went to everywhere. They started to brainwash them. Do you see that man called Edwin Clark? Do you know him? Edwin Clark, you know him very well. He's an elder statesman now. He's an elder. The chairman of PANDEF. Do you know he was a saboteur during the war? They made him Federal Commissioner for Information to betray Biafra, and he did. You know me, I respect, but I don't fear them. I tell you the truth. If you know the one, I did, you come out and say it. You see that man, Edwin Clark, Edwin Clark. Do you know he was a saboteur during the war? He worked for Nigeria against Biafra. They made him Federal Commissioner for Information. I'm sure some of you didn't know that before. They are the leaders you have. They are your elder statesmen. Saboteurs are elder statesmen in our land. The same thing the Fulanis did to the Hausas is what they are doing. Then very slowly they bring their Ruga, and with that they start their small Fulani village, and from there they get their own Sariki. From there they get their own Emir, and in the next 126 years we will cease to exist as a people, the same way the Hausas no longer exist. Is that what you want for your children? I'm asking, is that what you want for your children? I'm sure not. They went to Niger Delta, the so-called Niger Delta, and South, and Delta, and Bendel, and all the rest of the rubbish that goes with it. They swallowed the lies, hook, line, and sinker. Ken Seruwa went to my alma mater, Government College Online, formerly Fisher High School. And by the way, Chino Achebe was there as well. And so was Cyprian Ekwensi. Is that correct? Yeah, I think so. All the great and the good, they went to Government College Online. And I too was there as an Omahian. There they teach you everything you need to know in life. I'm telling you. Ken Seruwa went to Government College Omahian with the scholarship of the Eastern region. But he left when the war broke out. He joined his good friend Abacha, thinking he can betray his people. Before Abacha killed Ken Seruwa, Abacha said to him, "You think you can betray me the same way you betrayed your people? Ask those who survived that trial, like the likes of Mite. I think one of them is called Mite. I think he's a lawyer. You watch. Ask him. He'll tell you. He will tell you." Abacha said to Ken Seruwa, "You want to betray me as you betrayed your people." Who are his people? Biafrans. After everything that Ken Seruwa did, you know, we don't learn. We Biafrans, some of us, we don't learn. They still killed him. But I'm very glad and very happy for the Ogoni we have today. And I'll tell you why in a minute. Still, in a few homes in urban areas, they call them Niger Delta. They prefer the Fulani murderous headsmen to their own hard-working cousins from upland. You know, some of the pigs from there, when they talk, you can sense it. As soon as Hausa and Bagi new Islamic converts helped the Fulani to defeat the Yoruba army at Ilorin, the Yoruba raised themselves, were recruited into the Caliphate anti-Igbo, anti-Biafra agenda till today. Because Otman Danfodia said, "My mission is to go to deep Quran in the sea." So their approach is very simple. The British told them that the only obstacle you have are the Igbos. So you must devise a means to conquer them. So what the Fulanis did very cleverly is, anybody they conquer, they did something to the Hausas, to the entire middle belt. Everybody in the middle, they took them. The Bira people, everybody they took. Once they conquer you, the first thing the Fulani Caliphate drums into your head is hatred for the Igbo people. That's all. And now, instead of fighting them, you turn around and start facing somebody who did nothing to you. Can Yoruba say that we fought a war with them? The answer is no. Have we taken your land before? The answer is no. Did we force you to worship Amadioha? The answer is no. Have we ever forced you to do anything? The answer is no. So, where is the hatred coming from? And why is it that the likes of Allen Onyema cannot see all this? Why is it that Ohaneze cannot see it? Why is it that those that own cosmetic shops in Lagos and in Abuja, they cannot see this? Why is it that those that are selling spare parts in Canada can't see it? Are you people that blind and foolish you cannot see the hatred coming towards you? I ask every other person in the zoo, what did Biafrans do to you to warrant the level of hatred that you have towards us? Just give me a simple reason. Is it because we are blessed by God Almighty, the same way Israel is blessed? You can't take it away from us. It's called blessing. You can't. You can't. As soon as they took a lot from the Yoruba people, Yoruba has faced the attention towards the east and forgot their enemies from the north. Despite the carnage in Odi, you know, in Odi, in Bayelsa, Obasanjo flattened Odi. Some people from Izon, some pigs from Izon, they prefer one Nigeria to Biafra. But they came and they carpet bombed the entire Odi. They sank it into the Middle Ages. Can you imagine if an Igbo head of state were to order the leveling of Odi by the Air Force, the same way Obasanjo did? Do you know what will happen today? But it seems to me in Africa, in West Africa especially, the more you hate us, the more you come against us, the more we love you. Ask Odi people, Odi in Bayelsa, it's his own land. What happened in 1999? Odi was leveled. But the person responsible, Obasanjo, hey, he's the ex-leader. He's a statesman. But ask them about any Igbo person and they tell you that we hate them. They are not part of us. That is how sick some black Africans are. Sick in the brain. Our collective stupidity did not stop there. It didn't stop there. Our idiocy did not stop there. It didn't stop there. Now they moved into Igbo land proper. I hope all people are writing all these things down for reference purposes. When they finished with our cousins, the Efiks, the Bibios, the Anans, the Oron people, Ejagam, when they finished with them, they now came into our land. They kept shrinking us. From the north of River Benue all the way to Opobo was Igbo land before. Now they kept shrinking us. Until they squeezed us into 5 states only. How did they do it? Hate speech. They went into our land to decimate, to gerrymander our boundaries, to divide brother against brother, sister against sister. Take Egbema for example. Egbema. People say, oh, how do Egbema go to the government area? Take Egbema for example. Do you know there is Egbema in Delta State? Egbema, the same Egbema in River State. Do you know why they divided us? They want to shrink us. They want to make us smaller. The smaller we are, the easier for the final conquest. And how did they intend to achieve that? They will first place Efulefu governors in government houses. They use Roga, they push in, and that's the end of us as a race. We are finished. Because Egbema, part of Egbema is gone. Part of Ohaji is gone. There is Ohaji in River State. If you go to the same family, the same name in River State, they will tell you they are not part of whatever thing that you're doing. Yes, we are Ohaji. Yes, we speak Igbo. Yes, my name is Wike. Yes, my name is Chinda. Yes, my name is Woji. But I'm not Igbo. Have you seen such stupidity in your life before? Somebody is answering Fumilayo. You are born in Ondo State, Fumilayo. You say you're not Yoruba or you're not Oduduwa. Are you not insane? But that's what they have done to us. Very cleverly too. And as they're doing it, they're giving you your little position, federal minister of this, permanent secretary. So when you come back to the village, people will look up to you. Say, oh, don't mind those Igbos. Let's get together and celebrate. We are no longer part of them. That's what they've done. They kept shrinking us. They took 3 local government areas from Ebonyi. They gave it to Benue. I said Benue is part of the north. And nobody is saying anything apart from IPOB. Nobody, no governor, no politician, no Hanese, no sociocultural, no this group, that group, this gathering, that, none of them. Only this same IPOB is fighting to unite this great family. And of course, we are succeeding. There is Eboma everywhere. But Eboma, your brother answering the same name. Maybe Yeshua in the other part of Eboma. You go there. Now I'm Niger Delta. Or don't come here with that. You're saying, but you're my brother. We are the same until that Hausa woman drew the boundary. No. I'm now Niger Delta. Who did this to us? Who did it to us? You just can't be the Fulanis alone. Let me come to the beautiful land of Ogoni and ask them what is the crime of an Igbo man. I know I am deviating a bit. I'm deviating to tell you the effect of the hate speech and hate actions coming from Fulani people from time immemorial. The effect on the ground. They talk about if it leads to death. But the hate speech you brought into our land have divided family against family, brother against brother, sister against sister. Some of you do not know that I was on my way to Ogoni land. The day the Nigerian army attacked me physically. They shot at me at Obakala. Very soon I released the video. That was the first direct assault I had. Thankfully, there was no loss of life that very day. They shot at us repeatedly at Obakala. Ask anybody before Obakala post office. That army checkpoint there. I was on my way to Ogoni. Maybe they felt that if they allow me to go to Ogoni, then I will finally succeed in uniting the whole of Biafra land against them. Ogoni elders were waiting for me. They invited me to come. I was on my way to Ogoni when I was attacked at Obakala Junction. Attacked. They were shooting at us. Oh dear. The reason for that attack can be traced back to the fact that Fulani house niggers who are merely caretakers for the British did not want me to preach the gospel of Biafra restoration in Ogoni land. But I'll still go to Ogoni land someday soon. It was the great work the Fulanis did with their hate speech that made it possible for the likes of Chibika Amechi to be answering Rotimi, an Igbo man. When he suits him, he is Chibika Amechi. When he suits him, he is Rotimi, the lion of Niger Delta. No longer an Igbo man. Chibika Amechi is his name. He's eating with the caliphate. The day they will strike him, idiots will come here and say, oh, let's try and defend Chibika Amechi. If you ask him, he say he is from Rivers, not Igbo any longer. Only when he shoots him will you hear him say he is Igbo. They moved into Igbocha and succeeded in convincing our own people, the same people from the same family, that we are no longer the same. You know, in the same so-called river, so they have people, Omuadolu, the children of one lone daughter, not Omuada Fumilayo. Madolu. They say they are not Igbo. Oh dear me. But I love Igbo. I love all of them, of course. What they did when I went to Igbocha was exemplary. All of them. Everybody. I went to Niger Street. I didn't announce my visit to Igbocha to see our brethren from the Joy Youth Council Elders Forum. I want to address them. In Niger Street, if you know Igbocha very well, Niger Street at the heart of the town, within 30 minutes, everywhere was blocked. People came out to see us. It was marvelous. I love everybody, but you know me, I'm self-critical. So when you hear me say some of these things, it's because I want you to repent and to change. Not because I hate you. No, I don't. I say it out of love, compassion, and care. We are one people. But Obibo in Igwacha. Obibo. They are very special to me. Very dear to my heart. Because everywhere in Igbo land has dual name. You have Afara in Abagana. Afara is where I come from, in Ibeku. But there's Afara in Abagana, there's Afara in Ikeduru. But there's only one Obibo. Only one. The heart. And they behave as if they are the heartbeat of this very movement. And I commend them for that. Obibo. I'm telling you. I must commend them for that. But they told us that it's called Oyimbo, or whatever rubbish they call it. It's like telling me that Kanu is no longer an Hausa territory. It's just unbelievable. They would have succeeded if not for the coming of IPOB. Very little they would have succeeded in taking even Obibo. The heart. And once they capture Obibo, we are gone. That is the heart of our land. But that is why I believe that the capital of Biafra will actually be in Iguacha, to be honest with you. Because it has everybody in there. Everybody is represented in Iguacha. But that's a debate for another day. Some people may disagree with me, but that's what I think. Capital of Biafra should be in Iguacha. I'm telling you. Before the coming of IPOB, that's before, not now anymore, a badly informed Ikwere man will tell you he's from Bini, but his name is Njoko. But all that is gone, it's in the past. But I'm just trying to let the world know the effect of the hate speech and hate actions from Fulani. How damaging. That we are the ones that felt it. We've been feeling it for the past 84 years. Fulani hate speech and hate action. My pride for Obibo knows no bounds, of course. The same way that I feel an affinity to Aba Onisha and Aba Kliki. I'm indeed proud of Obibo, I must tell you. The same hate speech the Fulanis used with the help of segments of unprincipled Nigerian media to demonize IPOB that made it possible for the Efulefu Brigade led by Ohaneze and Igbo governors to rise with such venom against their own freedom fighters started from Ottoman Danfodio, perfected by the British and executed with precision from the time of Ahmad Bello till date. That is a fact of life. Look at all those that claim they went to Oxford or to Cambridge, all of them, those from the East, and tell me if any of them reason like a human being. All of them that claim they studied in England, as I did, from Hunniamode to the lowest boot-licking Fulani lapdog in a government lodge, they are all against IPOB, despite the fact that we are fighting to save them from certain death at the hands of their caliphate masters, not also minding the fact that their caliphate masters are the principal sponsors of cattle-herding terrorists in our land, killing us today. That is how stupid we have all become. We celebrate failure. You celebrate failure. Those who are saboteurs are those you're eulogizing, praising them to high heaven. Oh, leave him. Oh, he's our son, he's from our village. But he was a saboteur. He was responsible for the death of your people. He is serving Fulani Caliphate. Can't you understand it? Now let me ask this question. Do you think if Boko Haram were a Biafran group from the south, that any of us will travel abroad or be alive today? Believe you me, Britain will send nuclear bomb to level the entire place. People who are sponsoring 4 terrorist groups are telling you that they love you in one Nigeria and you believe them. Are you not daft? ISIS in West Africa is called ISWA, the one led by the son of Muhammad Yusuf, that Buhari, when he was alive, personally recruited. He was in a court of law. Some of you don't know this. He was released, the son of Muhammad Yusuf, al-Banawi. He is the head of ISIS in West Africa, recruited by Buhari when he was alive to head that terrorism. He was arrested and released by Justice John Soho. You know Tozo, John Tozo? Released him for lack of evidence. A terrorist. You also know about Al-Qaeda in the Maghreb. That's why US said that they're turning their firepower now to West Africa. Because our diplomatic moves, of course they are working. Of course they are working. Have they said that before? We went to USA and now they're moving into the... I told them categorically. I didn't hide anything. I told the US lawmakers and policy maker formers in America, the Fulanis are the ones sponsoring ISIS in West Africa, of which the son of Mohammed Yusuf is their head. They are the ones sponsoring Al-Qaeda in the Maghreb. They are the ones sponsoring Boko Haram, and they are the owners of Fulani headsmen, 4 terror groups from Fulanis from the north. And they tell you that they want one Nigeria, and you believe them. Are you daft? Imagine if Boko Haram or any terror group were to come from the south, what they would do. They will use that as justification for everything. But when they come out to run for high office, nobody reminds them, or no one says to them, oh, but you people have now generated 4 terror groups. How come? Because they conquer, you know, the effect of the loss of a Lauren on the Yoruba psyche is very damaging. That is why Nigeria is the way it is today. Because the Yorubas control the media. So they have significant influence in day-to-day public discourse. But some of them are Islam. Are you telling them that they're going to work against their Islamic brothers from the Caliphate? The answer is no, they can't. That is why Nigeria is in such a mess. Now you know. I hope you're writing everything down this evening. Because the zoo cannot be the same after tonight. You know that. We'll repeat this broadcast almost every day for the next 7 days so that the whole world may know the truth about Nigeria. Hate speech, Maboko. Obasanjo destroyed it, nothing happened. He said 12 police officers were killed by unknown gunmen. But the same Obasanjo visited the houses of the leaders of Boko Haram that were busy slaughtering both military, police, and civilians. He went there to beg them to stop. Remember why they killed the brother of Mohammed Yusuf? Because he allowed Obasanjo to visit him. They are killing people. Obasanjo went to see them. Inodi, 12 policemen allegedly were killed, and he sent Nigeria Air Force to bomb everywhere. Because then Biafrans were not one, we were not united. But in the north, you can't do that to Boko Haram. Because their senators, their governors, their ministers, everybody is behind them. But in Biafra land, the Fulani will put pressure on our governors, on our ministers, and our senators to abandon IPOB fighting peacefully for their freedom. But those using terror to get everything for the north, they just allowed them. The same Obasanjo will visit Boko Haram. But in the case of Odi, they call it, he sent Air Force to kill every woman, man, and child. I hope you're following. This is how foolish we are. No wonder Europeans concentrated their efforts on the coast of West Africa because when they were looking for animals to work in the farm in America and in the Caribbean, they came to West Africa. You have seen how foolish, even the Fulanis, ordinary Fulani, they are making use of our brain. Fulani man will come to Ogoniland and tell you, see that Igbo man there that did nothing to you, he's your enemy, and you're busy fighting an Igbo man while Shell is busy destroying your land. Who is foolish? Unbelievable. The same illiterate Almajiri senators from the arid north should be guided by these facts, that they are the ones that started hate speech. All those Almajiri senators from the north talking about hate speech this, hate speech that, you must all know that you are the ones that started hate speech. Some inhabitants of the abominable damnation, especially those from the south with their warped and misguided sense of patriotism, still accommodate these very obnoxious and downright ignorant views of the Janjaweed unity-begging, desert-dwelling, cow-loving reprobates. Of course they are. I actually wrote this on my page. I have asked Britain to humanely dismantle their zoo. their big African zoo called Nigeria, to help put the animals inside it out of their misery. I am begging Britain, please put your zoo to an end, because the suffering is becoming unbearable. There is nothing the Fulani can contribute to the advancement of daily life. They are not noted for having founded any growing civilization. None whatsoever. They'll just copy, adapt, steal, and pillage. The undisguised and raw hatred from the core Arewa North is represented by the founder, so-called founder of Nigeria, Ahmadu Bello. And even today, before we come on air, listen to this very carefully. There's a headline that came, 2023 presidency will vote for only northern candidate, irrespective of political party. This is the chairman of the Arewa Consultative Forum, which is the group that the Fulanis use to rule everybody else in the north. They are saying it openly. If this were said by a Biafran, they will say it's hate speech. How can you want to divide Nigeria? But they can say whatever they like. He is the acting chairman of Arewa Consultative Forum. His name is Alhaji Musa Liman Okwande. He said that Northerners will only vote for a presidential candidate of the North. Why then are you talking about one Nigeria then? I'm struggling to understand this. They have told you they don't want you. The only reason why there is Nigeria is because of the oil and gas coming from my father's compound. That's all there is to it. Nothing more, nothing less. They don't give a damn about you. And of course, for the age-long desire to dip the Quran in the Atlantic Ocean. He said this today in Lafia, Nasarawa State. I am expressing my opinion as a full-fledged northerner and a citizen of Nigeria. As a full-fledged northerner. That is how they trick all of you. I'm a Nigerian. Look at what Arewa Consultative Forum is saying about their preference. And this is from the same Ottoman Danfodio line, isn't it? And they will tell you, they will rig the election, because INEC chairman is a Fulani man. So they will rig the election and tell you it's the will of the European observers will come around. You know, the British ones that ran away from Gogi. When they saw dead bodies of youth coppers, they ran away. But they will go to Britain and they will write that the election was free and fair, apart from 2 polling stations somewhere in one local government by the corner of the road. There was a bit of a problem. But don't worry, that is not enough to nullify the whole vote. Black, this Yogi. Hey, unbelievable. Unbelievable. Who made it possible? I have somebody must shoulder the blame. Who made it possible for the bloodthirsty Fulani terrorists to be the ones calling others terrorists today? They are the ones killing people. They have 4 terrorist groups: ISIS in West Africa, Al-Qaeda in the Maghreb, Fulani headsmen, and Boko Haram. But when you hear them talk about IPOB as a terror group, you will think that we have killed everybody on this earth. But they're the ones doing the killing. They're the ones bombing, doing banditry and kidnapping in the north. That is the warped sense. I can't reason this through, honestly. I put it down to those I call the intellectual efulefus, led by Dr. Azikiwe. I have now come to Azikiwe. The same way Ahmadu Bello is the father of modern hate speech in Nigeria is how Nnamdi Azikiwe is the father of Igbo One Nigeria efulefus in our land and beyond. It was Nnamdi Azikiwe that brought betrayal into Eastern political mentality. When you see the likes of your governors today and the likes of Ohaneze Ndioshi, models of this world, when you see them behaving the way they do, when they come out and they say they're going to sabotage Biafra again, their granddaddy is Azikiwe. I've now given you the 3 names of those that founded Nigeria. Now tell me if you want to live in a house built by these men. They didn't found Nigeria, of course. Lugard did. 3 of them. This is the Efulefu. He believes in selling his own people. Anybody celebrating Nnamdi Azikiwe is daft and useless. You are beyond useless. You don't know anything. I'm not a crowd follower. I give you the facts and I defend it. And I shall do so tonight. Nnamdi Azikiwe was a traitor and no intellectual juggernaut has claimed. Rubbish. He's nothing. He was an appeaser and a man dominated by the desire to rule an empire he did not conquer. Look at the breed of traitors that Zeke produced and their children who are today either living in Lagos, Abuja, in Kanu or elsewhere. They are the most useless traitors and Fulani apologists we have. Who can dispute these very facts? The wickedness and spineless idiocy that characterize Modos Ohaneze and the present crop of Ifulefus in government houses, they call themselves governors, all stem from the politics of treachery of Azikiwe. Don't take my word for it. We are going to hear from Azikiwe himself in his own words, because Nigerians are ahistorical. They lack historical knowledge and wisdom. They are not properly tutored nor educated, and sometimes I think they can best be described as indulging in intellectual banditry and poor reasoning capacity. As you go on, you buy too much, it's not very good. But I'm just telling you, Zeke of Africa, he was nothing. I want people to now listen to this very man called Zeke and tell me what you make of him. This is your so-called Zeke that they are celebrating somewhere in Anambra State. They say he's a heavyweight. He's a this, he's a that. Zeke is a disgrace. I'm sure he's in hell somewhere. An utter and unmitigated disaster against our people. We are suffering today because of him. And let us hear what he had to say when he went to London. He was running from our people and he traveled to London. I want to hear what he has to say so that people can judge for themselves. So that our people can judge for themselves. The man is something else. Something else. Let us see if we can get him.
On Friday, September 5,
this is Zeke.
1969, I alighted at the Lagos airport at 2 p.m. and I spent the next 21 days in visiting the capitals of the 12 states of Nigeria, including 4 university towns and certain parts of the liberated areas. On Friday, September 5.
Now, did you hear him?
It has made it clear to me that all of us have now realized the mistakes we made in the past by fighting one another.
This is after the Fulanis must have finished killing our people. This is Nnamdi Azikiwe. He took money from Shell BP in London talking rubbish against his own people. He is calling our gallant soldiers rebels. Nnamdi Azikiwe. I can't call him Nnamdi, please. I can't. It is a very big shame. Very big shame. Azikiwe calling, oh my goodness, calling Ojukwu a rebel. Azikiwe, because Ojukwu did not give. The same thing they're doing today. He wants to be the leader. Anywhere he goes, he wants to rule. He wants to rule. He wants to be number one. Hausa people, Fulani rejected him. He ran down to ask Ojukwu to vacate his office. The same thing he did to Eyoita. Why did we have enmity before IPOB came? Was it not because of Eyoita? What this same man did to Eyoita? Eyoita was the head of government business in the East. He was sacked. He went to Yoruba people. He was kicked out of Yoruba parliament in Ibadan. He ran back to Enugu and asked Eyoita to leave. That is why they said that Igbos don't know how to share. It's because of this man, this idiotic Azikiwe. Some of you don't know history. After I call you on the online, people who don't know anything. You know who is Eyoita? If you went to UNN as I did, you know about Eyoita. I'll go and Google the man. Eyoita, EYOITTAH, if I'm not mistaken. Or is it ITTA? Eyoita. That's his name. He was the head of government business in the East. It was because of Nnamdi Azikiwe that he was sent back to Calabar. And from that day till now, the ethics have not forgiven us. This same useless Azikiwe. Let's hear him more.
Feeling, which is widespread, but all are now determined to turn a new leaf and help repair the damage we have inflicted on ourselves.
This man is saying that we inflicted the damage on ourselves. Our people were being killed in the north. The Fulanis came to our land to kill us, and after losing nearly 3 million people, this is what we brought it on ourselves. Can you believe such nonsense? Can you believe such nonsense coming from the lips of Azikiwe? Can you believe such utter garbage coming from the lips of this idiot? This idiot called Azikiwe. And anybody from today onwards, I assure you, anybody who comes out in public to eulogize Dr. Azikiwe, IPOB will go after that very person. I assure you, I swear it. Let's hear what the Fulefu has to say.
Not only that, there is now a deep-seated desire to have effective central government which will hold the federation intact so that in the future no component of it shall be in position to challenge the fatherland.
Have you heard it now? This is what this man said.
That an enterprising people like the Igbo have been tongue-tied and emasculated, that they have allowed tyrants to blindfold and hoodwink them.
He is studying. You see all the language the Fulefu use. Nnamdi Kanu is hoodwinking you people. You are blindfolded. They got it from Azikiwe. Azikiwe is saying this thing about Ojukwu, that Ojukwu hoodwinked our people. Ojukwu, the people's general, fighting to save his people from extinction. This is what Azikiwe has to say about him. Or had to say about him. Can you believe that? Can anyone in their right mind believe this nonsense? Do you see what we're encountering at the hands of these Fulefus? Can you see how terrible that they have become? Anybody eulogizing or praising Azikiwe is a compound fool. A fool forever and ever. I will never be forgiven. I assure you, we will never ever be forgiven. They thought this type of things would not come to light, but it has come to light. This is you're hearing the voice of Azikiwe. The same way that I played with the voice of Ahmadu Bello is how you're hearing the voice of Azikiwe. This is Nnamdi Azikiwe calling Ojukwu a rebel, calling Ojukwu a bandit, saying that we brought the destruction upon ourselves because he has been conquered by the same Fulani mentality. Fulani got to him, they conquered him. That was why he remained a fool until his death. A complete fool, a complete idiot. He is. Azikiwe backwalk in hell.
So that in a war alleged to be fought for their survival.
He is saying that we are alleging. You see where they got their alleged nonsense from? In a war that they allege that they are fighting for their survival. Hey, Chineke, I'm telling you, this man, his head should be dug from the grave and burned. I said this thing in 2009, 2012. People castigated me. They did not understand what we were going through. They did not understand because they are ahistorical. They don't know anything. This is Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe uttering garbage in London. Shell gave him money. That is why they cannot believe that Nnamdi Kanu will resist every advancement, every overture, every attempt at bribery. Because I said no. I will continue to say no until Biafra is restored upon the face of this very earth. We are not like them. We can never be like them. Because we are chosen for this very noble work. Chosen by Elohim to do the work that heaven commanded must be done by the sons of men on this very earth. Azikiwe is calling Ojukwu a rebel. Azikiwe is calling Ojukwu basically blaming us. Fulani people are killing us. Do you see where they Fulefus? That is why when they kill IPOB family members, when they slaughter us, you have the same Fulefu from this line, from this breed, the same rubbish. You brought it on yourself. Why must you march? Why must you gather? Why must you assemble? The same idiots. You see where they got it from? You see where they got his nonsense from? We hold them responsible. Now you understand. When I go hard against some of the Fulefus, the politicians, now you understand the reason why. I know them. I see them from a million miles. I've been preaching against this man, this Dr. Azikiwe, from the beginning. can't understand how evil this man was, because he gave your father scholarship when Awolowo was busy, not even scholarship, to one or two people. Awolowo was busy spreading scholarship everywhere in the West. Zeke was busy selecting a few people, those who be loyal to him. What utter garbage. What utter garbage. This is Azikiwe. Now you see where your problems started from this idiot. That is where the genesis. That is why Allen Onyema, all these idiots shouting one Nigeria, you can see that from the mold. You can see them from the mold of Azikiwe. You can see them in a straight line. I can name all of them for you. Useless set of people. Unbelievable. He said he has a PhD, 7 rubbish. A village bricklayer is more intelligent than Dr. Azikiwe. Very, very useless. They say you don't respect. How can you look at? Can you compare what Azikiwe is saying with what the Sagwana is saying? I will defend my people. I will die for them. I will not give job to any man. Look at what this idiot is saying. Fulani came to kill us, and this is what Azikiwe is saying. I don't know who did this to our people, but anyway, thank God for IPOB, the greatest family on this very earth. Without IPOB, by now, I think some of you will be giving birth to children called Amina or Dalhat. I'm telling you the truth. You people should thank, any day you wake up, you thank IPOB. I'm telling you the truth. Unbelievable. You've heard from him. You will see these retards every day parading their naturally endowed ignorance from the pages of newspapers or as guest panelists on channels television. They are as daft as a Fulani lawmaker in the Senate. You know that the daftest of all, a Fulani lawmaker in the Senate, is the most useless you can get them. They don't come more useless than that. Even in the zoo, their youths are worse. Place them on a stipend of maybe 2 gigabytes of data and a second-hand Chinese phone, and they will deploy it to gossip. And once they do that, you have made their day. Is it their self-important politicians or elders? They don't even understand the extent to which Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe destroyed our people. He is complicit in the death of our people between 67 and 70. In 2009, I said that Nnamdi Azikiwe's head should be dug out and burnt. Today, I repeat the same thing. His grave should be dug out, his skull severed from the rest of his skeleton, and it should be burnt in public. Because that man is evil. Many were led to believe that Azikiwe is one of the greatest Igbo men alive, but in reality, he was the problem of our people. We are still suffering today because of his antecedents. Do you know that Dr. Azikiwe appealed to the French government to stop sending aid to Biafra, referring to us as rebels? He was upset with the images of skeletal children on the pages of newspapers all over the world. He asked the French to stop sending aid to Biafra. And he's a great Igbo man. All of you that celebrate Zeke, God will, all of you will suffer. All of you will suffer. All of you will suffer. I assure you. All of you will suffer. There were even a white woman realized that Dr. Azikiwe took money from Shell BP. I don't know what is wrong with our people. Anybody you give money to, they forget their principle. I thought it was it's more or less a recent phenomenon. I don't know, it's been existing from time. Shell killing us. The same Shell went to Ojukwu in Enugu, and Ojukwu said no, that the oil belongs to the people, and they left to go and support the Fulanis to come and kill us You went behind our backs, you went to London and you took money. The same thing is happening today in this struggle. The same way Ojukwu was demonized is how some people are demonizing the leadership of IPOB. The same people working for Fulani, it has now been proven. Before now, people thought that the criticism of Ojukwu by Azikiwe was well founded. But you can see it's because Shell gave him money. And I'm sure Amaka is putting up all those pictures with the placards and the posters. Very sad indeed. I have the transcript and I think it will be published. The transcript of what Zik actually said. After everything he did. No wonder another Ifulefu, Willie Obiano, declared a public holiday for him. You know, birds of the same feather. And they flock together. See how useless they are? That drunkard declared public holiday for Azikiwe that put us in the mess we are in today. That tells you all you need to know. Only Professor Chinua Achebe, I'm telling you, anywhere he is, may his soul continue to rest in peace. The greatest mistake this generation will make will be to trust all these Efulefus. All of them, as you see them in the government, because they're handpicked. If you're not a loyal Fulani servant, they will never ever rig you into power. It's not possible. It's not done anywhere. They will never rig you into power. Unless you are a loyal Fulani servant. Let me now give you the names of our genuine frontline leaders in Biafra land. Genuine frontline leaders in Biafra land. One is Mazi Nwachineke. Write it down. People talk about leaders. I'm giving you the names of our leaders. Mazi Nwachineke, Dr. Michael Okpara, Brigadier Timothy Onwatuegwu, Colonel Joe Achuzia, the Great Hannibal, Dim Chukwemeka Odumegwu Ojukwu, the greatest of them all. The greatest of them all. The greatest is Ojukwu, the number one of them all. Philip Effiong, Dr. Kanu Ibiam, Professor Eminjoko, and Sam Mbakwe. The rest are basically chaff. These are your leaders. How do you know an Efulefu when you see them? As somebody who quite rightly argued, even if you slap an Efulefu or come and replace him with his so-called northern brother, they will still tell he's not tribal. Remember the case of the Chief Justice. What's his name again? Somebody needs to remind me. Our brother that was removed, the Biafran that was removed before the Fulani put in their own Sharia Chief Justice of the Federation. I need the name, please. It's escaped me. I need somebody to give me the name of our... I need the name of the Chief Justice. I'm not getting it. What is going on? Is there any delay or what? I need Uche. I need the name of the Chief Justice that was replaced. I need his name, please, by the Fulani Sharia Tapa. Did they say anything? It just ended. His name is Onogen. Thank you very much, Ikechukwu. His name is Onogen. Remember Justice Onogen that was removed to pave the way. And Justice Onogen, before he was talking about one Nigeria, how to keep Nigeria one, how to make Nigeria one big happy family. And they removed him after 2 weeks. After 2 weeks, Ethiopia. They brought in a... Nobody complained. So you're telling me that in the zoo, that anybody can come and appoint all their village people and there will be no uproar. But they're doing it, the Fulanis are doing it, and all of you are quiet. You cannot say anything. You cannot do anything. It is very, very sad indeed. And if we will see that the zoo is going down in the drain and still believe that it can be salvaged, let's help Nigeria. Nigeria will rise again. When did it rise in the past? When was it written anywhere that Nigeria was ever great? People didn't have much oil. You were selling oil. You had so much money that Gowon, as foolish as he was, didn't know what to do with the money. He appointed Jerome Udoji to head an economic panel. And Jerome Udoji, look at a black man trying to practice Keynesian economics, which is demand-side economics. He felt that if you pay workers 4 times their salary, that somehow they will stimulate demand and growth in the economy, not knowing that he was in Africa. All that happened was that you had quadruple inflation the next week, and the money became useless. That's the legacy of Gowon to the zoo through Jerome Udoji, practicing white man's economics when they are in black Africa. The record of Zeke doesn't speak very well. Let me go to Onyema and conclude very speedily, because people are now complaining about their data, as usual. The AP CEO is a clear message to used saboteurs, because it's been used, that no matter what a slave does, he can never be the heir apparent to his master. I think it was actually Elochukwu that wrote this. I read it and I felt it was appropriate that I touch upon it tonight. People have actually asked me, including, I thought the deputy asked me this, to clarify something about, I said this during my last broadcast about the visit of Alan Onyema to my house. And I believe that what I said during that broadcast may have precipitated this very investigation by the zoo through the FBI at the instigation of the U.S. Department for Justice. What some people do not know is that Alan Onyema came to my house. He visited me, and we talked about the zoo and what was happening in the zoo. He talked about the consequences of the quit notice, the hate speech by the Alamajiri, those Babiala kids in the north. But of course, I knew it was their master speaking through them. One thing he forgot was that I am a Biafran first and foremost, and I'm incorruptible. He said he wanted to see how there could be peace, at least how people will not be killed in the north. And he said to him, anything you want to do, you can do. I too am against our people being killed in the north. And that was it. The next line I heard, of course, people love taking pictures with me when they see me, as some of you may have gathered. He said we should take pictures with the Alamajiri he brought with him. I can't say no. I am an Igbo man. I grew up in the village. You don't say no to your visitors. I said yes, and we took pictures. And they started writing rubbish. And as soon as he went to BBC and granted them an interview, in fact, basically, when I read that he said those he rescued from South Africa were singing a national anthem, some of the lazy youths online working for APC descended on IPOB saying, can you see one of you claim Alan Onyema is a Biafran? He was happily singing the national anthem. I knew his days were numbered. And then he gave the interview to BBC Igbo, where he maligned my person and basically lied against me. That was when I decided, that I know more about him than he can ever imagine. That was when they decided to move after him. So one of them wrote actually online. His name is Muhammad Al-Haji Danjuma. I think he came to my house as well with Alan. Today we paid our brother Nnamdi Kanu a visit, and out of deference to my brother Onyema and my humble self, we agreed to stop any hate speech or action that will promote violence. I told you about Fulani. They are the ones that made the hate speech against the Igbos living in the north. He came to my house and he's gone back and he's writing that we all agreed to stop any hate speech. Of course, he said interestingly, he is for peace. Of course, I am for peace and well-being of every Nigerian, which I am. I have said it many times. I want all of you to be free from the shackles of Fulani hegemony and British neo-colonial slavery. I've said that many times. I want the Hausas to be free. I want everybody to be free. Do you think I'm looking for Biafra just for my own sake? Of course not. I want people to be free. Because if they're not free and developed, they will all flock to Biafra to come and seek, or to come to seek a living. I don't want that. I want people to be developed, to stay in their own land, practice their own culture, their religion, and do whatever they have to do. So I am for peace in that regard. I'm not a terrorist. So why shouldn't I be for peace? So I think they misunderstood me, or deliberately chose to misrepresent my discussions with them. And that angered me, made me very, very upset. I am not, as an Okwana and Afa John, as they say, I don't know how to say that in English. In my place, when you come and you say you have a proposal, I will listen. People come to prison to see me, I listen to them. People proposals to me while I was in DSS custody, I listen to them. Can't tell you to go away. I will always listen to you. Always. But what I will do, or what I always do, remains a secret with me. But to compromise what I stand for and the Biafra struggle for independence is not something I will do. I'll be dead 10 times over. I have sacrificed a lot and will continue to sacrifice until Biafra is restored. I don't care or mind what people say or do. Alan Onyema made a very big mistake, very huge one, by delving into a topic that is entirely above his station. He wanted to please his Fulani masters by telling them that he had a meeting and a discussion with Nnamdi Kanu, and that was a very huge mistake. Very huge mistake. A lot of people come to see me in secret that I've not told anyone about. They decided not to publicize it for their own good. He's gone ahead and done so, knowing fully well that IPOB will rise against him and that we will seek to defend our honor. Now we have done so. The Fulanis have moved against him because they know that IPOB cannot defend somebody who deliberately sought to undermine the effort and integrity of this very noble effort. Alan Onyema is in a very serious mess. Look at him today and the mess he got himself into. The Fulanis, who are the greatest looters we have, they are in charge of EFCC. Ibrahim Lamode, have you forgotten? Look at all the criminal Fulani people. What do they know? They're not educated. They forge certificates, all of them. They rig themselves into power, or they appoint themselves into power in a so-called democracy. How many of them have been charged by the US government? I want to ask the US Department for Justice, or whatever they call themselves. How many of Fulani people have you charged? The time Omar Diko was in London, Omar Diko ran away with a mobile bank. Omar Diko ran away with almost £5 billion in those days. That money could feed the whole of Africa. Are the children not enjoying the money today? Some of you may be too young to remember a man called Ibrahim Taher. He was the Minister of Communications, a Fulani man. They stole Nitel dry and set the building alight. Nitel building in Marina, in Lagos. That was how much money they stole. Omar Diko was Minister for Transport. Remember Akinloye and his champagne? Akinloye was importing champagne in his name. Some of you have forgotten all this. These are the looters and the criminals you have. Oh, Hausa Fulani. I wouldn't say Hausa, please. I do apologize to Hausa people. They're all Fulani. All of them. Bar none. Buhari, when he was alive during the reign of Abacha, was in charge of PTF. How about the 57 suitcases? You've forgotten, haven't you? Buhari was in charge of PTF, and he stole it dry because Abacha used it to launder money. You have all forgotten. Nobody's squaring them, nobody's investigating them. Alan Onyema abused the privilege I granted him by allowing him to come into my sitting room to sit down with me to have a discussion. And from there, he felt he could leverage that very encounter to endear himself to the Northerners. And they have turned around and rejected him. That is his business. I want to ask the United States Justice Department, how many Fulani looters of the Treasury have you indicted? I want to also ask the U.S. Department for Justice and the FBI, are you not aware that Tinubu was a drug dealer in Chicago? Did you not see the bullion van that went to Tinubu's house on the eve of the elections? Have you charged him? I also want to ask the U.S. Department for Justice if they have not heard about Aisha Buhari and his involvement with Halliburton, the bribery scandal. You've not investigated any of those, but you want to investigate Alan Onyema because he's Igbo, because he's seen to be successful, and because he went against IPOB again, which is a lapse in judgment on his part. But let us see how the whole thing plays out. We are not a fan of people that indulge in criminality. But everybody in the zoo is corrupt, especially politicians and those in high office. How they make their money is entirely up to them. They know how they do it. So we see how the whole thing plays out in the next few weeks. I'm not going to get him into any more trouble by asking questions I shouldn't ask at this point in time. But I do believe that he may have learned his lesson by now. That no matter how strong you feel, you are close to the Fulani Caliphate. Provided you come from Biafra land, all of us, they will come after you. You see, write it down today. You see Chibi Kamage. One day they will go after him. Write it down on a piece of paper. Write it down and quote me when it happens. That's the way they operate. Azikiwe served them. Look at you. You heard what Azikiwe was saying. You heard it. Yet in 1979 they didn't vote for him. They didn't vote for him because he is a Biafran and they don't trust him. They have come after many people, haven't they? They came after Ezekiel Izuogo. They went after Ibeto. This is after saying we are one Nigeria. Once you come out and say I love Nigeria more than even the Fulani, you're finished. They don't believe you. They don't trust you. Look at the interview of Junaid Mohammed today. Look at what Arawa Consultative Forum are saying. But at the height, I wouldn't say at the height of agitation, in 2015, the whole Arawa came to Enugu for a meeting. They called the stupid Efulefus in Ohanese. They attended a meeting together. Let's build Nigeria together. Today they're telling you now they have the power. They have INEC. They have the judiciary. They have the media. They have everybody. They have the Senate and House of Reps. They're not telling you to go to hell. All they will say is that the population of the North is more than the South. So regardless of what you do, they are more in number. So they will claim and they'll give themselves victory. And you wail for a few days on social media and you go back to buying a liter of petrol, 280 naira. and that'll be it. And when you hear that IPOB is rallying or agitating to save you, you take out your frustration and your hopelessness on IPOB when you should direct it against Fulani people. That is how sad our people are. Look at Ibeto. I remember Faneka telling me when we met in Kuje that Ibeto was suffering in EFCC custody. What's his crime? He dared to sell cement like Dangote. America is looking for who to investigate. Let them not anger us because we are watching them. If they escalate this thing tomorrow or day after tomorrow, then we will all give FBI the names of those to investigate and where their money is, where they banked all the money that they looted from the zoo. That is something that they must understand. That is something they must know. We are not going to give up. Not now, not tomorrow, not ever. We will not surrender Ireland to them. Of course not, we won't. Because as I said before, I grew up in the village. So we'll deal with the enemies of our people first, and then we'll deal with Alan later. But right now, we are going to defend him. We will defend him. And from tomorrow, we'll give FBI the names of those to investigate. People that actually looted the treasury. And be rest assured that Babangida's name will be there. When we submit your name, we'll also tell them where to find the money that you looted from the treasury. So since FBI is now interested in tackling corruption in the zoo, we welcome them. We welcome them with open arms. We are now going to give them the names of those to investigate. Every Fulani, Alamajiri, criminal, looter, be rest assured that your names will be going up to FBI and to United States Department for Justice. And if they fail to investigate, then we will make the case that Onyema's case is victimization, a continuation of the economic emasculation of the Biafran people, which we will not tolerate. Some of you will sit at home, some will be gossiping, but I can assure you that I will be meeting those that matter face to face in America, discussing these very issues in the next few days. So we'll defend Allen, but I'm sure he's learned his lessons. Don't lie against IPOB or myself, or else you get yourself into trouble. Don't try the nonsense you pulled next time. And Allen Onyema is the very last amnesty we are going to grant anybody. Any Efulefu caught up in one Nigeria mess, from today onwards, we will not defend that very person. Unless you identify with Biafra. Unless you identify with IPOB. If you don't identify with IPOB and with Biafra, we will not defend you in the future. As simple as that. Then you will bear your cross. It is as simple as that. Innocent, we defended. Ibeto, we tried our best. They pulled down or they tried to frustrate Bat Nnaji as well. The list is endless. And as one of our brothers wrote very movingly, Agunze Omoka, only a fool would want one Nigeria. Only a fool will want one Nigeria. No sensible person will want one Nigeria. Allen Onyema served the zoo and now has come back with shame. But we must defend him. We must defend him because the Alamajiris, they hunt in packs. That is something that you must know. They hunt in packs. That is something our people must know. Even Amnesty International released a report accusing those governing or ruling the zoo in the name of Buhari They accuse them of oppression, intimidation, disregard for the rule of law. Also, the American people will be hearing about this and how much that Abba Kyari has made. They have opened up a can of worms, I'm telling you. Because FBI will investigate, is it Yusuf Buhari? What is Buhari's son's name? The fourth richest person in Africa. FBI is going to investigate him and investigate Aisha as well. We'll make sure it happens. You know, in the USA, they follow due process. Once the complaint comes in and it has merit, they will investigate. So it is not just Onyema. No, whoever suggested that Onyema should be investigated, you've made the worst mistake of your life. Every Alamajiri, every Fulani, every criminal in the zoo will be investigated, including Tinubu. Everybody. Since they have started, everybody, we will supply them with every information they need. So they shouldn't worry. Since FBI wants to come in to dabble into I wouldn't say Biafra because Onyema doesn't even support Biafra. Since they want to continue where they stopped, where some parts of the Western world left off after 1970, after killing 3.6 million of us, you took our money, you removed us from every sphere of influence in Nigeria, and now the few people we have that can afford 3 square meal in a day, you want to destroy their businesses. Maybe so Dangote can float an airline. You destroyed it, but Dangote is already enjoying monopoly. Our people don't reason very well. They don't want to see any of you as a millionaire. They don't want to see us rich. As long as you have your little spare parts shop, or you're selling crayfish, or you're selling 4 sticks of stockfish in 2 months, they're okay with it. So that way you'll be asking for one Nigeria, clamoring for one Nigeria. So when they get an Ifulefu and empower him or her, they come to the village, all of you be doing rankadede. The FBI rather should prepare for IPOB, because we have the names of all the looters in the zoo called Nigeria. They are going to be very busy. Very, very busy indeed. We assure them, unless they drop the charges. If by tomorrow morning, we see in Yoruba newspapers, Allen this, Allen that. I saw the headline today from Nation newspaper. They say those that live in glass houses should not throw stones. You don't throw. For Tinubu paper, Tinubu owns Nation. For Tinubu to splash the picture of Allen saying indicted for fraud and corruption, in that USA, we will see Tinubu there as well. We have the resources to mount whatever investigation we like. This is IPOB. So we ask them, the Fulani Caliphate, those in EFCC setting up special panel to probe Allen. No, you will not do that. Allen made a mistake. He messed up. That is true. But he's a Biafran. Are we going to throw him to the wolves? To devour him? Of course not. We're not going to do that. We defend our own. As Ahmadu Bello would defend every northerner. To the point of not even appointing an Igbo person. He said it openly. Instead of me to appoint an Igbo man, I'll appoint a white man. So we must learn to defend our own. But let me repeat that this is the last time we will do this. If you come out again, any of you, if you come out again to say one useless thing about Biafra, or try to eulogize your one Nigeria, or preach one Nigeria, if you get into trouble, IPOB will not defend you again. We go to the issue of the people that is having a referendum, because rather very sadly, our people don't quite understand the meaning of referendum, especially those in the zoo. A very small region of Ethiopia have just become autonomous, or should I say independent. And when I was contemplating the reason why Ethiopia will grant one of their regions the chance to express their will via a referendum, something struck me. That Ethiopia is the only country in Africa not colonized by the West. Perhaps they have a different way of reasoning. It is only in the zoo that the media will not tell you that Ethiopians recently held a referendum to create a new state for their Sidama minority group. As I was saying, now I know why Ethiopia was not colonized. They reasoned differently. Compare Ethiopia with the British zoo called Nigeria and tell me if you cannot see any difference. In West Africa, we love to be enslaved. To be submissive to an external force is in our DNA. Can't you, do you know why they kept coming to the Bight of Biafra to empty people across the whole of West Africa? Whites. Do you know why? Because we are submissive. To extend, we only have strength when it comes to your fellow brothers. You have strength and energy. You'll be doing videos morning, noon, and night, writing junk all over the place. When it comes to fighting an external enemy, no, we are not good at it. My question tonight is this: why do we love to be slaves? Why? A tiny portion of Ethiopia is independent because they all came out and fought for it. Because we know that independence is agitation is a very expensive business. Of course it is. Everybody must rise up to make sure that we free ourselves from the bondage called zoo. We are the people being sold in Libya. We are abused all over North Africa. We are killed in Arabia. We are dehumanized in Europe. We are spat upon in America. We are imprisoned in Asia. And we are used as lab animals in South America. We are deported from Australia. Yet we have failed to acquire any self-pride or to even look at ourselves as equal human beings to all these people who are dehumanizing us. We don't like taking risks, but thank goodness for IPOB. Without risk, we cannot be free as a people. Nigerians, or should I say the youths of the shameless British created zoo called Nigeria, are preoccupied with watching Big Brother, gossiping and praising election riggers instead of fighting for their right. They keep copying the lazy Alamajiri lifestyle of the North, the same lifestyle the Fulanis used to render Hausa youths useless. Some of you don't know it, that it was the deliberate policy of the North to stop their people from going to school during the early years of the zoo. To the Nigerian youth, I say to you, your mates are in Hong Kong, in Bolivia, in Honduras, in France, and all over the world, fighting for a better life for themselves and their children. But in the zoo, you are placed on 2,000 naira of data every week by a politician to be gossiping your life away. People are protesting violently all over the world, but the average zoo lazy youth is nonchalant, docile, and sheepish. They fight themselves on social media. But tomorrow you will go to the embassy of all these people, all these youths, your age mates, fighting for a better country. Tomorrow you will go to their embassy to ask to beg for visa. But when they were busy sacrificing their lives to make their country better, you were busy burning your data on Babcock College sex video and promoting mediocrity, hailing election riggers and putting your trust in a worthless PVC. And if you tell them to open their mind to the fact that a referendum will happen, they tell you that it is war. Referendum to them is war. They don't know that referendum is a pure democratic process through which people decide what happens in their society. Ethiopia is one. That is why Channels TV will not report it. Because to them, it is better to say that a call for referendum is a call for war. But will they learn? I very much doubt it. You've been with us for nearly 3 hours this very evening, and I pray that you will join us in the near future for another live broadcast. But in the interim, I would like you to ponder and to reflect upon what you've heard this evening, and pray to Chukwu Okike Abiama to give you the wisdom, the knowledge, and the discerning mind to appreciate what you've heard and to be able to act upon it. As always, Radio Biafra is an exceptional platform. Here is where we worship. On Radio Biafra is where we worship. Because Biafra is our religion and Chukwu Okike Abiama is our God. From me, from here, it is good evening. Good morning, wonderful people, great Biafrans, and brave Nigerian youths. Welcome to this morning's live presentation with the time now at 5 minutes past 7 a.m. and 5 minutes past the top of the hour. Regardless of where you are around this planet Earth, I say good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night to some of you. We are live and we are direct, and the Almighty God in heaven is presiding over our proceedings on this very earth today. As I welcome you this very morning, I will please encourage you to welcome other people as well, because here we preach the gospel of hope, the gospel of redemption on IPOB Community Radio, Radio Biafra app, Radio Garden, Tuning, Simple Radio, Sweet Radio. However you have chosen to listen to us this very evening, we welcome each and every one of you. And as we welcome you, we also ask you to welcome other people as well. We are live and we are direct, and the whole world is bearing us witness. The time now to demonstrate that we are live is 4 minutes past 7 p.m. in the land of Biafra. 4 minutes past the top of the hour, regardless of where you are. We are live and we are direct, and Chukwu Okike Abiama is bearing us witness as always. We have come to continue the ceaseless propagation of the gospel of redemption, the gospel of freedom, the gospel that is seeking to bring down, or should I say, call down the kingdom of heaven onto this very earth. My name is Nnamdi Kanu. I am the leader of the largest mass movement on the face of this planet Earth, the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB. I am the director of Radio Biafra and Biafra Television, and by the very special grace of the Most High Elohim, the servant of the wonderful people of Biafra. We are live and we are direct. Anybody wishing to listen to us should be able to do so. But make it a point of duty to welcome other people. I know that some of you did not receive any notification, but I can assure you this evening that this is a live presentation, and barring any, should I say, unforeseen events, I should be live every blessed evening to preach this very gospel. Only tomorrow. I'm not sure I'll be live tomorrow evening because I do have an interview with Ovation Magazine, or should I say the owner of Ovation Magazine, Dele Momodu. But we shall be back again in the morning anyway, and I will give you an update. We are going to pray as it is normal and customary for us to do on this very platform. This very day that a judge who was presiding over our case, where it failed to turn up, on a day Hope Uzodinma paid the Nigerian army, the Fulani Janjaweed, to descend, where right now they are busy cowardly going from house to house and arresting people, and instructions have been issued. These politicians, they are liars and deceivers. They are liars and deceivers. Never ever believe anything they tell you. These are congenital liars. Since they want problem, we give them problem. I'm live on air. If by the time I finish this very program, those that are arrested this evening, they have not released them, there will be no activities tomorrow in Owerri and the Imo State in its entirety. That thing they are looking for, they will get. They will get it. Those politicians, those of your governors, I have never seen a group of people who are steeped in lies and deception like them. They are liars. Do you know that Igbo governors went and was begging, they are the ones begging Fulani to give them army, that they will pay for it? They asked all the governors to contribute. If you want army to come to your state, please contribute. Hope Uzodinma paid. Dave Umahi paid. And we don't know who else paid. Those that they asked to come from wherever they were coming from, they have not arrived. Where? Let me see the idiot that will call me to say, de-escalate. De-escalate. Idiots. So now that Hope Uzodinma brought in the army, you have not seen it. And they are a useless set of people. Let me call upon the Most High first of all. We are in a time of revolution. In a time of revolution. Other people have given up. Some of them. That is black man for you. This UG. Black. We just protest and revolution for 2.5 weeks. Ago. This UG. Then we are IPOB and we continue. We are continuing. You people do not want freedom. You don't know what freedom is. You have no idea how expensive freedom is. I told you that British woman will defeat all of you. I told you, if you don't follow our instructions to the letter, Britain will deceive you and keep holding you bondage with the help of Fulani Janjaweed. Has it not happened? Ordinary propaganda for 4 days, you can't handle it. The army shot them. The army didn't shoot them. The army was there. The army was not there. It's the fault of ethnic group who blame IPOB. One of you, hey, black, and this UG. You people are useless. Useless to the core. But I'm sure that the youth will rise up again and come out and understand that perseverance is what gives you results. After 2-3 days, when you're like, I start looking, hey, this thing they're doing, this thing that they have called all your traditional, all these gossipers and idiots in the village. They have called them. And some of you have foolishly capitulated as always. Igbo governors, they tell you one thing, they do another. They say one thing, they do another. Meanwhile, they say, oh, we are calling for peace. But meanwhile, we are calling their Fulani friends to bring army. Please bring army. But please go back. There should be no more trouble. Please go back. At the back, they are talking to Fulani. Give us army. Give us army. Come and kill them. Igbo man. Oh dear. Let us call upon Elohim. Let us call upon Chukwu Kikabia Maprumi Henine. This very evening, our Lord and our God, our Father who art in heaven, we are congregated all over the world to listen to this very gospel of hope that only you have decreed must be preached to the sons of men on this very earth. This evening, as we are here live on air broadcasting, those that claim that they are our leaders have brought death and mayhem upon us once again. In Yoruba land, their governors have not invited the army to come to kill the people. In the Middle Belt, the same. But in Biafra land, these people that call themselves governors, liars and deceivers, I don't know how you allowed them to be given birth to in the first place. They have continued their annual call of young people in our land. This evening we ask for your mercy because they are in nowhere. Not that we cannot fight back and kill these very people, but the thing is that the wider body of our people, Biafrans at large, they feed off gossip. They are very weak. They are not men. And if we keep quiet, your land will be taken over by the uncircumcised, very filthy, uneducatable Fulani Janjaweed. And we are not sure that that was your plan when you gave that land to our ancestors. Therefore, we call upon thee this very evening to give us common sense, a sense of understanding, forbearance, endurance even, but above all, a sense of pride that we have thee to fight our battles for us. We honor all those who have fallen. We remember those who have been illegally locked up. Dead bodies of your children are being discovered all over Enugu as we speak. We know that the same thing will apply elsewhere in Biafra land. We know they are abducting and killing your children in Akwa Ibom as we speak. We know that Iguacha, a land you blessed abundantly, but that the white man saw and decided to start the division of your family. That very land is also under siege, presided over by agents of Fulani Janjaweedism. We honor all young revolutionaries across Nigeria, especially in the Middle Belt, those that came out and answered this call, when out of anger and frustration, they rose up spontaneously to respond to a decaying evil regime that the Fulanis are presiding over in Abuja. We remember all of them. They are young revolutionaries, and most of them were martyred at Lekki Toll Gate in the process. They have now gone before us. All those who struggled for the sake of a new society. Some of them had in mind to build a new, viable, workable Nigeria. But as always, the old alliance that we warned them against ganged up to defeat them. And some people capitulated because they were weak. This evening, we ask you, O Heavenly Father, to remove that stupidity that is in every black man from the brain of these young people. We praise your holy name because you are God who formed us. You created Biafra, and we are led by you. That is why we said that no man can be king over another, but only the O Elohim is God and king over all. In gratitude, this very ancient nation of Biafra, we stand on your sacrifices and victories that you have given to us. Through our heroes who have passed and this very generation of young revolutionaries. O Elohim Adonai El Shaddai, we invite your presence into our lives this evening. Give us common sense, because we need wisdom, we need strength, and we need all that we can get from thee to accompany us as we continue to embark on this very struggle to set your land free. We ask you to be with us always as we continue to fight that your kingdom may be restored on this very earth, that every glory and honor, adulation and adoration may be given to your name now and forevermore, we pray. He say, I will never get tired of saying this. It is either that God made a mistake creating black people, or after, if you are following Darwin's evolutionary theory, perhaps when living organisms or species were developing many thousands of years ago, perhaps after chimpanzees, then black people came, and then maybe after them, other races in the earth started to come. Because this evening before I came on air, I was asking myself what actually is responsible for the feebleness and the weakness of a black man. They are not resilient. With the exception of IPOB, who over the years have faced battles and still facing some this evening, you know, worry. Oh dear. Black people are not mentally tough enough. You allow yourself to be buffeted on all sides by fools before our own very eyes, before our eyes. All of us knew the army was responsible for the shooting at Lekki. And I said that should this very revolution fail, they will come to your houses one after the other to arrest you. Is it not happening tonight? In Imo State? Is it not happening? You see, we are in Africa. Africans are very primitive in their thinking. When you embark on a revolution, you must win. And when you are going into a revolution, be prepared to invest everything you have into that revolution. Because in Africa, their politicians are just evil. They are very wicked people, I assure you. Very, very wicked. There are some things that some of you do not know. That this evening, by the grace of the Most High, I shall endeavor to enlighten you. There are politicians who are staking their entire life on getting into political office between now and 2023. They have made all their plans and all their arrangements. So they see this revolution as something that hate that very political ambition and aspiration. Therefore, for the sake of the survival of their own families, because of the money they are about to make, or they hope to make from 2023 onwards, they might as well sabotage this very effort, this very revolution. But they cannot succeed. There are people who are opportunists. They want to make, they claim they are rich, and they want to make even more money using the blood and the sacrifices that all our revolutionaries have made and will continue to make until our dream of a new society is attained. There is a man called Ifeanyi Ubah, they said he's from Nnewi. As soon as this whole thing started, he went about lying to the presidency of the zoo that he talks to me every day. I have never in my life spoken to Ifeanyi Ubah before. I have not. He kept using the name of IPOB to extort money. Very comfortable individuals in and around Nnewi during this period. He has been going around duping people, obtaining money from them with falsehood, because he claimed that he would defend their properties for them and prevent our angry young people from attacking them. And he told Asorok that we speak on a daily basis, that he is in control of what is happening on the ground. That was the man that when this whole thing started, he was the one that was seen distributing 20,000 naira each to some hooligans. Very, very sad indeed. Those people that later on decided to occupy the road leading from Onitsha to Owerri, that necessitated or warranted the order that I gave during one of our emergency broadcasts that they should clear from the roads, which they did. If you know this man, Ifeanyi Ubah, who is from Nnewi, you go and warn him. All those stupid politics and games they play, we don't play it. We are IPOB. We don't play all those. They can play that nonsensical games with the hotelier. Not with us. Because we are very, very serious. If you have been duped with the name of IPOB, if you have been deceived into thinking that Ifeanyi Ubah has the ear of anyone, not even the unit coordinator in his village, then you are grossly mistaken. We don't know who he is, and we do not care to know who he is. The people of Nnewi should please take note and stop giving him your money or allowing him access to whatever influence that he thinks you may be able to wield in Abuja based on these lies he's been propagating. We don't know who he is. Coming to the Zoological Republic, it is very, very pertinent that we draw the attention of the world and humanity at large to what Nigeria is all about. And I want you this evening, as you listen to this very broadcast, to reflect, to ponder, to contemplate what would have been or what should have been. Do you know that people broke into warehouses trying to get their hands on the palliatives, for which Enugu state government ordered the senseless slaughter of a lot of people. I have asked somebody to send the video of those who were abducted and killed by the police to the governor of Enugu state. I did that before we come on air, so that they wouldn't deny it. The palliatives that people went for in Enugu and were shot dead, people did the same thing in Abuja, in Bauchi, in Yobe, in Kaduna, and nobody shot them. And many other places. Nobody attacked or shot at them. Only in Enugu. There is something Igbo governors derive from killing their own people. They want to kill their youngsters so that the Fulani can come and take over our land. I have never seen a more frightened group of people than your average Biafran politician. They are all beholden to Fulani, to the might of Fulani Janjaweedism. They are cowards. That is why they kill their own people. All of you, perhaps some of you who are staying or living in Abuja, some of you that were online talking, writing, and yapping your usual garbage, your usual nonsense. People are currently being arrested for no reason in Imo State. Because tomorrow night you say, oh, they are burning houses, oh, they are burning barracks, they are burning police station. All of you bastards, they're going to Crimea. All of you idiots, all of you demons. Can you see what Hope Uzodinma is doing in Imo State? All of you zoo newspaper editors, can you see what Hope Uzodinma is doing in Imo State this night, arresting people with the army? Can you people see this level of provocation? Because you are the fools that will write and talk and yap your usual nonsense. You animals in the zoological republic. Animals you are. You don't know what freedom is. I don't know why God created black people. The most useless set of people on the face of this planet Earth. A revolution you couldn't sustain for 3 weeks in Kete. I told you a revolution takes a cycle. The gestation period is 4 weeks. If you sustain it for 4 weeks, you would have won. But you couldn't. You allowed them to inject violence. Let me tell you, I warned Zoo people, you Nigerians, I warned you. The fact that when Buhari died, you allowed Jubril to take over from Sudan. That conveyed the message to the Fulani that all of you can be easily controlled. Believe you me, God is my witness. With the exception of Ududuwa agitators and Biafra agitators, if Fulani today decides to change the constitution to allow Nigeria to become a one-party state with APC in power forever and ever, I am telling you, you will do nothing. They will succeed. If today Fulani wakes up and says to themselves, we are going to take over River State, believe you me, they will succeed. They have already said that the oil in Bayelsa belongs to Jigawa, and nobody said one word from the so-called useless Niger Delta. Not one single word. Not PIM. But if you see IPOB, you start running your mouth. Or now you start running your mouth. You start popping like popcorn. Somebody said that the oil in Bayelsa belongs to Jigawa, and all of you kept quiet because they have subdued you. You are under their feet, but not IPOB. People went looking for COVID-19 relief all over the zoological republic. Nothing happened to them. Those in Enugu that went to look for the same relief, they were shot dead, and today we are seeing the pictures and the videos of all the dead bodies. And as I said, I have asked for these videos to be sent to Ifeanyi Ugwuanyi. And I want to ask the governor of Enugu State, when Fulanis invaded Nimbo, did you do anything? Also one, and clean people, did you do anything? Did the police go there to shoot them or the army to shoot them? Fulani people were in Ozo 1 and massacring the people of Enugu. Governor, did you do anything? Who else did anything from there? Nothing. The same people, they are hungry and they went to a warehouse where stolen goods were, and they were shot dead. This was the plans the governors had, or the palliatives. That's what somebody suggested. They are called palliatives. They stole the palliatives supplied by World Bank, supplied by the EU, supplied by the US government. They wanted to rebag the rice, put their picture on the bag, either use it for elections or sell it to some of you. And these are your political leaders. Now, there is a man called Buba Galadima. He's an, everybody's an elder statesman. He is also an elder statesman. He made a revelation about COVID-19 palliatives, that these governors are squirreled away somewhere, hiding them in warehouses, unmarked warehouses, whilst the people were starving. And I want to ask you, an average Nigerian, how can you trust such people? You were hungry, they locked you up in your homes for weeks on end. And the white people are so, it's always white people, they are the ones who show sympathy. White people who decided to send relief for your upkeep so that you can survive the lockdown. Your so-called Excellency took all the bags of rice, cartons of Indomie, and goodness knows what next, and stored them in a warehouse. The governors across Nigeria did not give you the palliative. They wanted you to starve to death. Meanwhile, their children are all abroad. They are in government houses and government lodges, eating and living large. Do you know the most painful part of it? The palliatives they did not buy you. It's not with their money. White people gave it to them to say, feed those hungry black people in Africa. And they stored it in a warehouse. They did not give it to you. They wanted you to starve to death. How therefore can you convince anybody that your politicians love you? Do you see why most of them, their homes were invaded? Some of you idiots chattering your usual rubbish on social media were writing nonsense. Because none of you understood what a revolution, or understand what a revolution entails. There is the good side of a revolution. There's always a very ugly side to a revolution. We all have access to social media. Everybody can come and say, all right, of course, people are entitled to their views and their opinions. But I must tell you that black people in black Africa is a disgrace. They don't have mental toughness. They're not tough mentally. They don't know. Let me tell you something about white people and mental toughness, and why black Africa will remain poor forever and ever unless we succeed in overthrowing this corrupt, wicked, and evil order that you have. governors were storing palliatives meant for the people. They did not buy it with their state money. Nigeria did not buy it. Europe and America gave it to you for free to feed your people. Did you feed your people? It's just like a woman, you gave birth to a child and the child is screaming and crying, and the midwife comes and says, it's now time to breastfeed this child. There is milk in your breast as a mother, but you refuse to breastfeed the child. Do you understand what I'm saying? How, if you go to a hospital now, and you go to the maternity ward, and the doctor or the chief midwife comes to you and says to you as a husband that your wife gave birth successfully to a bouncing baby boy or baby girl, and that baby is crying, that baby needs milk and bonding with the mother, but your wife have refused to give her or to feed that baby or to give the baby breast milk, how would you feel as a man? Or as a woman, you know that your husband has money. You can see money in his pocket when you go to wash his clothes. And everybody in the house is hungry, including the children. And your husband refuses to bring out that money. As a wife, how would you feel? It's a simple question. These governors, what is so painful is that they did not buy the palliatives. It was given to them for free to give to poor, starving, black African people. They decided to hoard it in a warehouse. People discovered their wickedness and their treachery. Some people that I know are actually defending them online, saying that the palliatives shouldn't be, the warehouses should not be broken into. And then I kept asking myself all afternoon, why is it that black people in Africa, they are in love with wickedness? Why? Why do people love wickedness and lying? Black people are liars. They are very wicked and they lie. Let me tell you what this man said, Uba Galadima. He spoke during an interview. It was aired on AIT. He said, allegations of hoarding has been made against some governors. He was the former national secretary for Buhari's party, the CPC, the Janjaweed party. The state in Nigeria, the 36 or 32 states in the zoological republic, they diverted the food items meant for the masses. Meant for the masses. Understand this very clearly. Do you know what happened to the palliative that the white man gave to your black governors in Africa, Miss UG? I said, the day that I finish living on this very earth and I pass on and God calls me and I go, the first thing I'll ask God is, why did you create black people, especially in Africa? Why did you make them? Why? Do you know what Galadima said? One governor came to him. I know a state where all the palliatives taken from the federal government were kept in stores, and they came to my office looking for buyers for those commodities. And they said the buyers must be from the state. Let's say you are in Katsina State, or in Yobe, or in Nasarawa. Europe and America gave money to starving black people in Africa. They channeled that aid through the federal government of Nigeria. And the palliatives were distributed to the states. The one that went to Nasarawa, for instance, let me use the Enugu State. The one that went to Enugu State to feed poor people that Enugu State government did not buy, Abia did not buy, Rivers did not buy, Bayelsa did not buy, Edo did not buy anything, neither did Delta. This was free gift to starving black people in Africa. A governor who claims he is a man of the people. A governor who claims, oh, my state, what is happening in my state? I want to let the world this night understand how how evil a black man is. And I want the world to know that black people are suffering all over the world because they are wicked. Black people are evil. They are wicked. We are a very wicked and evil race. Very wicked and evil. Rice was given to you by Canada. US gave you rice. Japan gave you rice. EU gave you rice. You did not buy it yourself. You people were the ones that said, you must stay indoors, quarantine, lock up, lock up. When people go outside, army will kill them, lock them up, terrorize them. You said we should stay indoors. Everybody stayed indoors. And people kept crying, I'm on a day job. I cannot feed my children. You said, shut up and stay there. You provided nothing. But when the white man supplied food for you to give to your fellow starving black people, what did you do? You stored it in a warehouse, and according to Buba Galadima, one state governor approached him and said, please find buyers for these bags of rice supplied by the European Union. Meanwhile, everywhere and everybody is on lockdown. Do you understand? Do you see why I sometimes look at my fellow black people with disdain? When I look at a black person, I was just observing you. What is playing in my mind is that this man or woman is a bundle of wickedness. I have never seen a race more primitive than black people in Africa. Primitive and backwards. No liver to fight. No resilience. Once you drag any serious issue into the realm of gossip, they capitulate. All of you are screaming. Oh, stop this, stop. And I warned you, in a revolution, you must win. You don't stop. You must win. Any day you stop, the enemies will come. As Hope Uzodinma have proven this very evening. And I'm sure by tomorrow morning you will hear the story. The order has been given. Then you go down there over. Let's say to go. Let me say the bastard that will open his thinking, stupid, egotic mouth to talk rubbish to mad people everywhere. They came to my office and they said, we have palliatives from the federal government. We have put them in stores all over the place. Please, can you look for buyers for these commodities? This UG, black people. Black. And you wonder why there is no electricity. You wonder why there is no running water. You wonder why an idiot, a Lilliput like, or say a Lilliputian, I should say, like Wike will open his mouth and say he will sack a fellow elected public official. You now know why the army of Fulani can be escorting their terrorists to be killing all of you, and you all keep quiet. Because of the Fulani meat that you eat. You people are crazy. Crazy big time. Crazy big time. There are some things left in this revolution. It's called the embers of it. You know that when in the village after cooking, you can put out the fires. But there will still be some pockets, you know, within that fire that is still smoldering. You see, still smoldering. So what led to the spontaneous end before you brought it, that the issue of it is still in some of you and burning very, very widely. All the youths of Nigeria should prepare to come out again. And this time around, there is no stopping until victory is announced. Do you want a better life? Do you want a life of 24-hour security for you and your children in terms of good roads, good schools, good hospitals, better prospects in terms of jobs when you graduate? You are all going to come out on the streets again on a date to be announced. And this time around, I think we have now proven that we outnumber them. You see, when we are all in the house, frightened to come out, they win. But if you come out en masse and meet them, we overrun them. Do not expect Fulani youths to join you. Don't expect Hausa youths to join you. Because Hausa doesn't exist. Hausa is